the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. The Good Time Gang settling in, and we're ready for another day. We thank you so much for making us part of your day and trusting us enough to entertain you, or at least try to. Some of you might just be listening out of guilt and sorrow, just feeling sorry for us. We'll take you however we can get you if you're listening or watching. We thank you so much. Don't forget Bible Study Live today at noon Central, and we have something very interesting that has to do with Bubba's contractor that is working on his house down at the lake. We have a situation that is really a worst nightmare for Bubba, and we'll discuss that today as well. Lots of updates. The world, in case you do not know, is crazier than ever, so we'll get through it as only we can. And let's get the rest of the crew in here. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yep.
Good.
I start this hour with sad news.
Oh, what's going on? I hope it's not personal. I hope it's like.
No, it's just it's sad.
What
The
do you
Mega
got?
Millions ticket was sold, and it wasn't the Rick and Bubba listener. It was going to share his money
That's
with
right.
us.
I forgot about him.
We were all going to get $5 million, guys. I just want y'all to know.
Yeah, I'd already spent some of it.
I mean, dadgummit.
You do realize there's people that go, and look, and I've bought lottery tickets. I'll probably, if I happen to be around,
I'll
and
be
it's
honest,
158
yes.
billion, but I'm not. I know people.
If I was close and it was this, I'd get one.
Sure, but there's people that take money they don't have.
Yes.
And they think they really think that
This
I'm
is
banking
their-
on this.
Yeah.
This is my plan.
Yes.
It was sold in Florida, and it matched all 6 numbers to claim the 1.58, and listen here, $1.58 billion jackpot.
Wow.
The massive prize surpassed the game's previous record jackpot of $1.537 billion, which was won in 2018. But it was sold in Florida, and it wasn't the Rick and Bubba listener that claimed he was going to.
Doggone it.
He got all his numbers from us, and was even going to share it with interns. And I mean,
he tried to win Powerball.
Right.
And it was up. Dude, that didn't happen. So
Right.
Mega Millions gets up. He tried to win that same
Yeah.
numbers, and doggone it.
Guess
I
we'll
hate
stop
that.
looking at land.
Yeah, I guess I got to
Dadgummit.
take some stuff back.
But Greg, you're right though. People do. They think it's going to change their life. This is their. This is their. Hey, this is what'll turn it around.
I mean, they're throwing away savings and all on it.
Yeah.
I know we can't eat tonight, family, but
guess what?
it's
Yeah.
tomorrow's a new day.
But think about this. Somebody woke up today,
Mhm.
and I don't know what their background is. Just probably, obviously, just a normal life, and they won $1.5 billion for doing absolutely nothing.
Right.
That's right.
That's just weird.
The winning numbers drawn were not ours, but they were 13, 19, 20, 32, and 33.
Dang, 13 was the number I was going to pick.
And like I say, what's weird? Think about it. Would you have, numbers in sequence? You had 19 and 20, and then 32 and 33.
I know. And a mega ball of 14.
Wow.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have picked it.
No. There were also
Or you
7
can do the
winners.
quick pick and it grabs them.
There were also 7 winners of the game's second tier prize of $1 million.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
And 2 of those bought the the Mega Plier,
Yeah,
whatever.
it makes it more
option
double.
to bring their winnings to $2 million. The $5 million tickets were sold in California, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Texas, while the 2 Megaplier tickets were sold in Florida and North Carolina. If you're wondering what the lump sum payout of winning the massive $1.58 billion jackpot is, $783.3 million. That's the lump sum payout. But the update, because it had to do with the show, is we had a caller that called in and
broke it down.
and broke it down, and because he asked for numbers from the staff, if he was to win, how he would share his winnings. And so the staff was eagerly awaiting this one here. So dagnabbit.
Maybe next time.
Come on.
Come on. With those odds, I figure we were in.
Yeah, I've texted Terry, quit sending me pictures of land for sale down in Chilton County. Ain't happening.
Oh,
We've lost.
hold up.
lost.
Hold up. What you got?
So anyway, there's that update. We'll have fun with that today. But straight up, somebody is. Hey, somebody's got them a winning
y'all
ticket.
tell-
I would lose mine, and
Do
I
y'all
wouldn't know what
tell-
to do with
That
it.
would be my
Do y'all
luck.
tell everybody?
You know.
I think I come in, I don't say a word.
Yeah. Well, first of all, they're going to hear something from the house, and it's just me running around screaming,
And y'all would-
and they're going to think something's wrong with me. But
And I would be in a weirdly good mood.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
well, yeah.
right, Right, you would tell Lisa keep decorating and doing construction on the house.
Go get all the puppies
upgrading,
back. Go
whatever you
buy
want
all
to
the
do.
puppies back.
Yeah, get them all back. We're good.
Yeah.
Let's just keep buying up land.
Well, let's say that this was me and I was notified last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think I probably would have texted y'all and told y'all I wouldn't be here today, that I got something personal going on, just to leave it at that. Or maybe, hey, I promised Amanda I'd help her with the kids, get them off to school for the first day, because that's happening today. And then that'd give me a little time to kind of think about things and figure out if I want to tell you or not.
Well,
y'all would definitely know if I won. Y'all would definitely know. But I mean, as far as just that would have been, it would have been one of those. Hey guys, this is all fair.
yeah.
But hey, just want to let y'all know.
Yeah.
I just won the Mega Millions.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna keep working, but I'm just telling you.
For as long as I feel like it.
For as long as I
And then
feel
if I
like
wake up
it.
one morning and I don't feel like it, I'm not coming in.
If you win that, it's hard to be dependable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
really is.
We gonna fire me?
You better really. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You better really love what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. Wow.
That's just.
Hey,
How about that?
hey, there you go. So there's the update.
Now some states make you come out and say you've won. In some states,
you can keep
stay
it private.
anonymous.
Right.
But
yeah.
I don't know what Florida's is.
Yeah, I don't either.
You remember the last guy that won this big, was it Powerball?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was out flaunting it. I kept seeing articles of him buying houses, and he bought him a bunch of cars.
He'll be broke in 10 years.
But he was living it up.
Oh man, the odds of winning the grand prize are 1. Oh gracious! And
So many zeros, you don't know what number it is.
Yeah, 302,575,350. I mean, it's just it's really out there. Mega Million jackpot wins in 2023 prior to Tuesday night. You've got New York. Back in April, we had 2 of them. You had 2 in Massachusetts. Did I say that right? In January, one back in New York in January, and another one in Maine. Maine's in January was 1.35 billion.
Think about this.
I've never really played any of that. It's interesting to see all these numbers, and then we had, of course, the tie to the listener that claimed he was going to give us all really $5 million. I think if he had won, he might have said, "Hey, you know what? I'm just going to give y'all 10." That's what I was thinking.
You think that? You already had it. You've done doubled it.
Right. Well,
I think we'd never heard from him again.
That's what I think.
Oh, I think we would have. We'd had like a certified letter come up.
Man.
I've already played it out in my mind.
Boy, you were really banking on it.
Yeah. When we come back, can I ask Greg a question? I feel like I'm seeing something on my way to Jacksonville every day, and it can't be what I think I'm seeing.
Right.
Listen,
and I think he'll be able to help me out.
Ask,
and Speedy, you may actually too. I don't know.
Plus, it's a very special day we'll announce too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy, cheesy zucchini or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh,
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after the top of the hour break. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central. And we have an update. I know we've talked about Bubba running through a rough patch with the tornado that hit his lake home. Well, we have an update with his contractor, and it's a worst nightmare for Bubba. I think the contractor's okay, but it was quite the day. So as we went to break, Helmsy, you had mentioned that you keep seeing something when you are traveling to Jacksonville State. And for those of you around the country, that is east of Birmingham, about halfway to Atlanta. If you kind of are visualizing that, that's the trip that Greg makes every day, and now Helmsy makes just about every day. And so, what are you seeing that you want to mention?
So, and this is awful local, but it's just something that keeps standing out to me. And I think I'm seeing what I'm seeing, but it may not be. So you remember yesterday when we were talking, and I talked to you about that white house that Amanda and I like so much, right before you get to Cedar Springs Baptist Church.
Yeah, I know where you
Well,
are.
It is local.
Right before you get to Cedar Springs, right between the church and that house I'm talking about, there's a couple
So you
other
took
houses.
a right.
Huh?
So you came to the 4-way at the church and took a right.
No, not yet. I'm coming up to that 4-way.
Okay.
Has it got a wraparound porch and stuff? What does the house look like?
You would love this house.
Oh, is it
Steve.
off to the right?
Yes.
Just
yes.
before 431?
No.
I'm way off.
You're off.
You're on
Okay, because there's another
white.
White House that I've seen that has a wraparound porch.
I know what you're talking about.
I can like White Houses too.
Yeah, you'd love this one. Amanda, when we went by it the other day, she goes, "I just want to be friends with those people. I don't know who
I
they
get it,
are,
Amanda.
whatever." Anyway, so you go by the house. Before you get to the stop sign, there's probably 6, 7 houses and land and farm and all that. At some point in the middle of that, yes. I swear I keep seeing a Bigfoot silhouette between the road and a house that's way back. I think somebody has stuck something out there that looks like almost using it as a scarecrow.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I have seen it and it in my view, it's only a split second or two.
No.
Because I thought about pulling over yesterday and just going, I'm putting this to rest because I can't keep thinking every day when I go by here, is that a silhouette of Bigfoot?
All right, so you pull up. Where were you coming from, Jackson?
No, I'm going towards the church, towards Jacksonville. It's on the right.
You come to the stop.
And before the stop sign, it's right there on the right. Between that White House that I'm talking that I love.
I thought you turned right and the White House was down there.
Is it?
I'm so lost.
I don't think so. No.
I don't know.
But basically, take away where it is. You just think you're seeing
I'm
something.
seeing a silhouette of
It may
that
actually
somebody
be Bigfoot.
is using. It's in the same spot, so I know it's not a real Bigfoot, but it looks as if they're using like either a silhouette as a scarecrow of Bigfoot, or they've just got a silhouette of Bigfoot out there because they think they're sharp and they want to have people like me go crazy every day when they go by going, "Is that Bigfoot?" So you've never seen this?
Never seen.
All right, today I will promise I'll have an update tomorrow.
Yeah.
I will stop today.
Got to.
I'll pull in their driveway. I'll figure it out.
Like a historical marker, you have to pull over and investigate.
And it looks like the silhouette of the Patterson film.
Are you going to get out and walk in somebody's yard?
So it's going
No,
like
I'm gonna
this?
pull off in the driveway and stop, and I'm gonna take my phone and I'm gonna magnify it to where you can actually look up close because it's a good distance off.
Yeah.
It's almost like they have it where they have it so people.
And what road is this?
I don't know what the road
Is it the
called.
cut through road?
No.
It's right before you get to.
Wave your hand at me again. See
I mean,
what happens.
I'm thinking the wrong spot.
I
I
am
know
too.
the 4-way, but
I am too.
the big house he's talking about to me is not.
Now you've got me thinking
until you turn right and then.
Yeah. Either way, and I'll get to the bottom of that. You're probably right on that too because you go
That's
there.
part
You've
that's
lived
got-
there for
got me going.
50 years, so you ought to know.
What if it is? What if
So-
it's Bigfoot you're seeing, and every time you go by, he freezes because he don't want you to think it's.
What if he's in a different spot?
Yeah, he's like, oh, there he is again. I'm just saying.
I had to. I'll just say it. I had to pee so bad yesterday.
Oh, wow, we're really good
on the back roads.
Hey, it's
and I
tough
was
in
so
there.
close to trying to figure out how do I back up to somebody's
Well, you go
gate
out there
or
by
something,
Bigfoot and pee on him.
and nobody see me, and I held it.
You hold it to the
Yeah, I
mouth
got to
go.
our place. I
Yeah.
always go to.
Yep.
They're gonna wonder
It's a
what I do
haven.
every day. I got gas there yesterday and use their facilities
I'm dreading
every
getting
day.
gas.
I mean, every day I go in there.
It's tough when
I
you
don't even get a cup of coffee there if I didn't have time to make one at the house.
do. You really?
And it's strange to me that there's one on both sides of the
Yeah,
road.
that is. Come on, calm
Okay,
down.
I know where you are now.
I know.
I'm dialing it in.
And
well, yeah, but you got to bring in.
I'm
some
gonna
proof.
figure
You
out. I
get
got to figure it out.
You have to,
guys. It may not be anything. I may just think I'm seeing it. But I'm
Could
telling
be.
you,
It
this
could
is
be.
like the 6th or 7th time that it's been on. And I just thought I'm asking this morning
Mm-hmm.
because it is.
I've never noticed it. Of course, I don't pay a lot of attention when I'm driving.
I told Amanda yesterday, I see something new. What's fun about this little back and forth is I see something new every day.
Yeah.
That, I mean,
And there's so many different routes you can take that are all
yes.
basically time-wise the same.
maybe 2 to 3 minutes difference
Yeah.
one way or another.
Yeah.
That is insane. Well,
'Cause I'll
bring
do
in
that.
some
I'll
proof.
just
I'm going to
change-
find out today.
Sometimes I'll just say I'm going home this way today because
Yeah.
I hadn't been in a while.
Yeah.
So.
You're getting crazy, boy.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind.
I mean, good night. You all right?
If you're in the Cedar Springs Baptist Church area and you know what I'm talking about, please give me that confirmation.
You may get that.
I'd like to have an email that shows, because I'm telling you, I'm not the only one that keeps seeing this.
Okay.
And Greg, it would
never
be,
seen
and this is not a knock. You said it a minute ago. You don't pay attention to details.
But it's
like
way
that.
off the road.
It is. It's off the road.
I'm trying
a
to
bit.
be safe and look at the road.
I'm mad at you because you're a lot more detailed than this. You should have proof right now.
Well, it's because it's. I know. Well, it's one
I'm
of
very
those
upset
things
with
where
you.
when I'm on the way, I've got to be somewhere at a certain time, and on the way home, it's like I ain't got time. I got to get home.
What,
you know?
What if you went to take a picture and it took off running?
I know. It looked at him when he went, "Hoo!" and then
Oh,
took
you
off.
gotta go,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well,
All
how
right.
about that?
Bring in proof or don't bring it up again.
You got it. I will find out today. I will say this:
that
if
bad,
their
man?
gate is, I don't know if their gate's open or not, but if it is, I will drive all the way up. to
Oh,
it.
you're going to get arrested.
For driving down
People
somebody's
don't like
driveway.
you doing
They don't
that.
like
They
that.
don't
They
like you
stuck a
doing that.
Bigfoot out there.
You better not drive
I
down
think.
mine. I'll have you arrested.
I think they stuck a Bigfoot.
Come out shooting. Get off my property.
What if Bigfoot stops me and says, "Hey, ho, how?
Oh, stop it.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Where I live.
Where's Speedy?"
Yeah. We're gonna have to investigate.
I will.
So bring in some
Today. I
proof.
will. Today. I will.
Bring in some
I'll make
proof.
an effort today.
But I think I've
to
dialed
stop.
in where you are. I need you to bring it up on maps so I can really look, because for
Okay.
about 5 years I ran that one that a
Yeah,
lot.
but you were scared to go this way.
You didn't go this way though.
You're scared.
You went 431 to 204.
which was the smart way to go.
Well,
a lot of turns this way he's going.
I know. I don't get it.
I
Don't
feel like
get it.
I'm more engaged and it takes less time. It's all a mental thing. I know.
I do. I don't hardly ever go the way he's talking about.
Well,
Even though.
so y'all like going the
just,
slow way?
It's
I get it, but I just feel like I'm going out of my way.
yeah. I do
But
too.
I'm
So you
not.
like to go out of your way?
I mean, you can
So
go
you like
70.
y'all like to stop and
I
start
feel like-
and get behind
I know.
slow people.
It
That's what
makes
y'all
sense.
you prefer.
I do.
Okay. All right.
I feel like the 431 to 204 is going out of my way. I feel like I'm cutting through to go to the other ones.
Time wise, they're really no different.
They're
Buddy,
not. They're
I know
not.
you tell yourself that. So you like to start and stop a lot.
I do.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others metabolism, for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are getting a lot of emails and correspondence with some of you about the story that Helmsy just talked about, where he thinks he's seen Bigfoot.
I know where it is,
but
and I've never noticed the Bigfoot. Lisa, she told me where it is, and she said she's actually seen the Bigfoot.
She just texted you. Okay.
Yeah,
And
so
we're not talking
I
about a
will-
real Bigfoot. It's a statue
Yeah.
or something out there,
But on my
silhouette
way
of
home
one.
today, I will be looking for it. But I didn't see it. The White House, I was confused on where it was.
So I was right.
Yeah, she told me.
Okay.
I know exactly where you're talking
All
about.
right. I love that house, by the way.
it's
You
right.
said you know who lives in
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
I
it's
don't.
pretty good.
Amanda and I want to become friends with him.
Okay, in case they ever want to sell.
I don't know where it is because you won't show me. But for some reason, I
Mad
don't
at
know
me
why.
in the break because I won't pull it up on
Yeah,
map.
that's
will
all I was
show you.
wanting. Because
I will
once I
bring
got
it
it on maps, I might be going, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. You know, 'cause,
Okay,
I mean, I
so-
know I'm not from there like Greg, so
Okay,
you have
so
to look
house
at
is
Daddy
on-
over here and go,
I know.
what
I
am
know
I
the
seeing?
exact house.
Thank you, Lisa, for clarifying that because Greg was too blocked on it.
So if you're heading towards Jacksonville, the Bigfoot's on your left.
No.
Well, she claimed it was. She said because it would be on your right if you're
Oh
heading to
my
Weaver.
goodness.
I don't know, but I know the area. I know where it's at.
Okay.
I can find it.
So you're
I'll be looking
investigating
today.
today.
Oh, I'm gonna take a picture of it today. I'm gonna.
Oh, you've got to.
I am going.
I
to
can't
got
believe
to.
that I couldn't remember what house you were talking about.
And you need to give me the names of those people in case I want to stop and say hello.
Knock on the door.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry, but
Is there a chance that Amanda and I can come over here one morning and have a cup of coffee on y'all's porch and look at this beautiful valley?
Look at the
I
view.
really love this area, and this is really pretty.
I
I've
told
done that. I've wanted to do that with barns and just say, hey, can I walk through your barn?
Oh yeah,
But I haven't because I thought I'd be shot rolling up.
I
in
see
there.
a barn dominium on my travels too that you would love.
Really?
That's the new thing with
I know.
people, which
Yeah.
I love. I love this concept.
I have a friend that just did that.
And it's on some land.
Sold
it's
his
red,
house and everything.
bright
and,
red.
and did it.
Yeah.
Bought him some land
And how's it going?
he seems to be going well. He's retired and I mean doing well and
I'd planned on doing that if that guy would have won the lottery.
I know. Boy, I'd have had a nice one. Might have had Gary build it. You don't know.
Yeah.
I like the concepts though.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we got closure on that, but Helmsy's going to bring in proof again tomorrow, and he's going to uncomfortably stop on the side of the road and take a picture. I'm sure if they've got that out there, Helmsy, other people have done that.
Yeah,
where they're like, hey, somebody else is stopping and getting a picture.
Lisa's got bad news for me. I don't know how she knows all this. She said that house was built on family land, so those people probably will never be leaving.
I don't want to buy it from them. I just want to. Now I would if they were selling, yes, but I just want to be friends with them and go by every once in a while.
Everything's for sale.
It is.
Right. Just make an offer.
You know what? You could come in and go, do you know who I am?
It's just
it's a beautiful I'm the head
spot.
Coach at Jacksonville State for women's tennis.
Hey, it's a beautiful spot.
I do Rick and Bubba. I can afford this land, and so what's your price?
You could tell it's family land because they
down.
knew exactly where to put that house.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. It's perfect. By the way, getting a lot of emails from people now saying that they seen it too.
Okay, I'll bring in proof.
But I'm still going to take a picture.
Proof. All right, so we've updated you on the Mega Millions. That was announced, the jackpot, and it didn't go to our Rick and Bubba listener and viewer that said he was going to share his winnings with the Rick and Bubba staff and interns. I think it was Cam Solo who screened the call. He said he was going to throw her, $250,000?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we didn't win, so we're all a little disappointed in that today. Real quick shout out to my dad. He's 83.
Yes. Happy
birthday, John Wilburn.
83.
Yeah.
How about that?
83. We were talking yesterday, and he was telling me
83.
where Madison County High School is. Not Madison High School, but Madison County High School. I just left the county out. And I had the Madison right. I have a friend that has a son in the football program, and he reached out to me and said, "Hey, would you be a part of it?" And it was funny too because I mentioned it, and a Rick and Bubba listener sent us a picture of him winning third place in this Wing Fest competition, and he was actually wearing a Rick and Bubba T-shirt when he was holding his third place banner, which I thought was kind of cool. So anyway, he was telling me about it, and he started laughing, and he said, I can tell you right where the high school is because, yesterday I said he might not be blind because he's giving me directions in the car.
That's funny. So
and he laughed, and he said, I could probably tell you exactly how to get there.
You're right to it.
Started giggling.
Right there in Gurley.
So anyway, happy birthday, Dad. You're just amazing. And we all think our dad's the greatest. And I don't hold back on how I feel about him. He's just an amazing man, and we just celebrate Dad today. John Wilburn, and I know a lot of you follow him on Twitter, now X, and he sends out a lot of stuff each day, and I hear from y'all about how you love that. And so
every now and then Larry the Leaf will throw one out there.
Yeah, he will.
He's got something to say.
Yeah, and so anyway, we are going to plan on going up Saturday before I go out to Madison County High School and see him and Mom and have a
tear
good day
up some
with him.
wings.
Yeah, have a good day with him. I've got to hold back because I like wings, and we've done this before. You've done it. We've done the biscuit
I've
deal.
actually done a wing one.
Yeah, and you got to really hold back.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They do that every year
because you can go in a little hungry and then get in trouble.
As far as, and I'm not trashing, I love the wild game event and all, but as far as tasting something, the wing one was my favorite. As far as eat what you're consuming, because the wild game thing is great. But boy, every now and then
it's pretty consistent with just different flavors.
Yeah,
you know what you're getting into.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's it.
Wish I had some wings right now.
And they did say that that they were giving the judges and stuff some parameters in the email. That they'll have some pretty spicy stuff out there, and
cold beers.
Greg, no. But you got to drive home, if you know what I mean. Back to Greg talking.
You better have a plan.
To Rick talking about Bones and his mistake in Austin, Texas. And then I've got to work sound at church Sunday morning. I got to be up early, and so I'm going to be getting home pretty late because I think it lasts till 9. Y'all, you do the math, and then I've got that on my stomach.
Yeah.
Good night. It'll be another Titans trip. I better know my exits.
You remember we did the biscuit one.
Yes.
That was hard because they're all the same.
I know.
I guess the swing vote would be the part of his creativity. Remember, they'd have like hats and horns.
Oh,
or something.
yeah. And I never really got into that
the biscuit
part.
itself, it was really hard to distinguish one from the other.
Well, we had to get the ruler out because they're supposed to be a certain height.
Consistency.
And, but we like things a little on the crispy side.
You make it a little brown for me.
Ooh, buddy, I will tear it up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. So we would do McDonald's biscuit cook-offs or bake, whatever. And it would be from different locations of the McDonald's, and they would all come together.
Yeah, the cooks.
And the cooks.
They win a good bit of money.
Yeah, they sure would. And you had different owners representing different McDonald's, and it was like... It was like a very tense moment there towards the end because it would come down to, all right, who's going to win, who's not.
You remember that time you took some payola from one of them?
Yeah,
They gave you
so,
part of their winnings.
Hey, give me 20, and you're getting a 5.
Remember that?
5-star. So anyway, Dad, happy birthday! Love
birthday.
you. Love
Happy
you so
birthday,
much.
Mr. Wilbur.
Love you so much.
Celebrate your birthday at the Wing Ding this weekend at Madison County.
It's not called Wing Ding.
Oh,
just want you to know that.
Okay, I thought it was. But I really did.
Did he give you any grief yesterday for when you said that
he's faking?
He's faking being
well,
blind?
but back to what I had mentioned earlier in the segment that he joked. He started laughing when he said, "I could tell you exactly where Madison County High School is."
Yeah.
He said, "Matter of fact, I could take you there," and he just started laughing in reference to my segment yesterday. But anyway, you'll hear some of that a little bit today throughout the show. All right, so we have this story too, which is coming out of the Grand Canyon. Did you see President Biden's latest gaffe yesterday?
Well, there's so many.
He was at the Grand Canyon Tuesday, and inaccurately said that the Grand Canyon was one of the 9 wonders of the world, and then didn't know where to go off the stage and saluted the crowd. And then stumbled and didn't know what to do and walked off the stage like he was lost.
Every single
I don't
time.
understand this. This is something that has bothered us as a staff, really more so than what he says. It's his confusion when it's over. I do not understand why there's not one person that can just travel with him if it's not Dr. Jill, that just says, "Hey, you're the stage manager. Everywhere we go, you're in charge."
Your job is when he's done, you get him off. Get him off the stage. Let's go. We got to go. Don't let him wander around. Go. If you got to grab his arm and like you're escorting him to the prom, whatever.
I'm thinking of a football game, right? And maybe a coordinator that always wears a different color hat or a sweatband or a shirt that doesn't match team colors. So when the team is looking over to the sideline, they're easily found.
And I know that's necessary, but I hate that.
I know you do, but that's what I'm thinking about the stage manager.
Of course,
have that person wearing something like a high-vis shirt or something that just stands out. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean?
I do. I don't think
that way.
You're going to have to physically guide him.
That way, President Biden can see that person.
I don't think
easy.
Work.
You don't?
No, I think
he might go, "Why is that person waving at me?
Who's that clown in that clothes?" No, you're going to have to physically send him in the right direction. Physically pull him and go, "Come on, here we go, pops. Let's go."
All right. Well, we have that update. It's we have some video from that.
Guy dressed up was. What's he doing?
Yeah, it's cringeworthy.
He'd look at him and say, "Don't jump."
Oh no! He was at the Grand Canyon and yelled at somebody. How you doing? Don't jump! He did it again. We've got all that today. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Rizumkizum of Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. And visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo. The best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We'd like to invite you to experience the future of television for a fraction of the cost of cable. Unlike cable, Philo has no contracts, no hidden fees, and you won't wake up one day to find out that your bill has doubled. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their monthly price go up in over 5 years. Here at Philo, we think TV should just work. But anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in less than a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Over 90% of the people who call us rate our support 5 stars. So sit back and enjoy our over 70 live channels, record as much as you want for a year with our unlimited DVR, and relax by thinking about all the things you could buy with the money you're saving. Signing up takes seconds, so start a 7-day free trial today at philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Working on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. In the kickoff hour, we're live right now, and this portion of the show is brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I know we talk a lot about the Helix Sleep mattresses. They have a great lineup. It includes 14 unique mattresses, including a collection of luxury models and a mattress for big and tall sleepers as well, even a mattress made just for kids. And what you do is, and Greg and Lisa have talked about this, you just take a sleep quiz.
That's it.
To find the perfect mattress for you, and it takes, a little under 2 minutes.
Yep, very quick.
Yep, they're just getting some stuff from you.
Not a lot of questions.
So they can personalize a mattress and ship it straight to your door free of charge. And it's a 100-night risk-free trial. You have nothing to lose. So check them out right now at helixsleep.com/Bubba. They have a variety of mattress models to choose from, each designed specifically for your sleep positions, and you feel comfortable when you go to bed. You get a good night's sleep because you know it was made for your sleep pattern. So check them out right now. They're American-made and come with a 10 or 15-year warranty as well, depending on the model. So don't waste any more time. You get 20% off right now, too. It's a no-brainer. At helixsleep.com/Bubba, your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you're going to save 20%. Again, the website is Helix Sleep, Helix, Helix, helixsleep.com/Bubba, and get a truly amazing night's sleep. And a default for you is always going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors button for more information. All right, so we're rolling on. We've wished happy birthdays. We've gotten to the bottom of this Bigfoot, whatever, that Helmsy's seeing. He finally showed me where it was, and now I'm dialed in on where it is now.
Are you mad that I go that way every day?
A little bit.
He is mad. Well, 431 204
I'm not mad that it's an option.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated with you that it's an everyday thing.
So you want me to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, you must not be in a hurry. So
I think it's as quick.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're going that way then.
I mean, I do. I know they're starting and stopping,
It's
but I just
slower.
feel
It's
like
more of a straight line. In the end, either way works.
Yeah. What I would like for you to do is go to the intersection where you have to make a decision on what you're going to do, and then just time yourself a couple of times. And it all depends on who you get behind, too. All right, so when I leave work every day to go home, everybody always talks about, hey, man, since y'all moved studios, is it a longer drive? I get that a lot. Is it further from the house or whatever? And I'm like, well, Helmsy was the one that was most impacted on the negative side because his house was right around the corner from where we were.
Yeah.
Now,
you can walk there.
Rick and Bubba are the beneficiaries of being here. They're just right in the corner from where we live.
It didn't change mine at all.
Yeah, I was going to say yours isn't really that far.
Instead of going right this many miles, I go left the same amount of miles. So in the end, it's the same.
And I think Adler was kind of hung in the middle too. I don't know that it makes a big difference to him. It might. I don't know. Mine on the way in, really no different at all because the main highway that we go up and down, it stays green early in the morning, and so you're just rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
On the way home though. It has really, truly impacted my travel home, maybe 10, sometimes 15 minutes more, depending on which way I go. And it's a coin toss. All right, what do I do?
Yeah.
The other one, I could just jump up on the interstate, go down, jump up on the interstate, get home. Here, it's like, all right, do I go major highway? I say major, 280. It's a busy highway. Do you do that, or do you cut the other way and you go to the two highways that are 2-lane that take you back to where I live?
Yeah, you gotta make that choice.
Yesterday, I decided, I feel like going this way. And there's a little highway called 119 that's just outside here, the entrance of the building. And I decided I was going to go that way. And I got behind. God bless them. They're working hard. But it looked like a work truck with a trailer. They had so much equipment behind it that I don't know how in the world they even decided to get it off. I mean,
and you're on a road that don't have any good passing areas.
And I think I counted at one time 12 cars deep. And I thought he was going to my house. I had to stay behind him so long. I was thinking, well, is he going to my house? Did I get somebody to come do some work at my house and I don't know about it? It took me so long to get home. It took me 35 minutes to get home yesterday.
You was mad. Yeah. What about, they was piled up on 459. We had a caller call in, and we saw it on the news. I mean, hours.
Yeah.
People had been sitting, not moving for hours. I don't know what caused it.
That's crazy. So anyway, it does take a little bit of extra time on the way home to decide what you want to do. It's like a coin flip. If I go try to do a little bit better, I'm always going major highway so that there is no decision. But on those days that I'm not, it does. You're like, okay, what should I do here? But anyway, all right, here we go. We got some other stuff to get to today. Bubba, like I said, we have an update from the lake for him because something happened to his contractor. I think his contractor's okay, but Bubba sent us a text that we normally wouldn't get. and it has to do with his contractor yesterday. Bible Study Live today, noon Central. This story is kind of funny because if you've ever been, Helmsy, you talked about having to use the bathroom on the road and you don't really have anywhere to stop, and you're like, okay, do I just stop and pee?
Yeah.
What do I do here?
Yeah.
If you've ever played golf and you get stuck between where the bathrooms are, it's tough. You look around, and let's just all be honest, hey, is there a big tree or somewhere around here I can hide? But sometimes the course, there's so much activity.
And houses around.
That you can't really hide. Well, PGA star John Rahm has come out and requested from the PGA Tour, could y'all please put a freaking, and I'm quoting him, porta potty on every hole. Yeah. That's his plea to the PGA Tour. They
don't like the way that looks.
I know, but hey, let's make it a pretty one. Put
a pretty one.
Yeah, let's decorate the porta potty up and then put like leaves and stuff around it, like you would a ground blind.
There you go. Now you got
that you're hunting, and then so it just looks like a bush.
You know, because
you just step into the bush.
Every porta potty company has some cute name they go by. You know, something to do about pooping and all this, and they have a big sign on it.
Right.
So you're saying do away with that?
Yeah.
Bubba's outhouse, and you don't want that on there. I've seen those.
So he was in the press conference yesterday ahead of this weekend's FedEx St. Jude Championship in Memphis, and he said, please, could y'all help us on this?
Yeah. Well.
And I would think that's kind of tough because you're not just playing golf. I mean, you're a PGA Tour player, so everybody's there to see you, so you can't hide behind a tree.
Yeah. No, you can't.
You got to.
And you need to be able to have access to get that done so don't affect what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's money on the line. I ain't got to be worried about whether I got to pee or not.
But that's some news today. The headline, John Rahm presents PGA Tour with request for relief. Please put a porta potty on every hole.
I like O'Rami.
Yeah, he's
and I don't like him.
He can hit that golf ball good.
He's very outspoken about things.
He's always griping.
Yeah.
I'm making all. I don't know who it is. I'm making all this.
Yeah. He doesn't really gripe a whole lot.
No.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right
peeing.
back. Yeah, well, he's just suggestion here, but you know what I'm talking about. I mean, we've all done a ground blind hunting. You can make it look like nature.
They got the budget for it.
Yeah, let's just get creative.
Yeah. Now that Live Golf is a part of it, they ought to be able to just build brick bathrooms on every hole.
Yeah,
at every course.
Oh, you got them going underground.
Well, there might be a storm come up. You can use that.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
By saying, we all remember doing a science or social studies project in school.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I was just thinking about my 5th grade sawmill when I was listening to this story.
Okay.
And after this, I realized that my sawmill was pretty lame. It was pretty lame compared to this.
My science projects went nowhere.
Yeah.
Usually I would send word that, is there anybody that's got a good one that maybe I could bargain for?
And this is a young man, 14 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee, and we have a package.
Here it is.
Most kids today spend their time on social media for fun. When it comes to 14-year-old Jackson Oswald, fun is a little different.
I started searching for things on the internet about, nuclear things just because that's what interests me.
After deciding he didn't want to play video games all day, Jackson got to work on a nuclear fusion reactor. And it all began right here in this room in his Memphis home.
This is the inside of the lab, and right here is the main piece.
Oh my gosh.
Fusion reactor.
It took Jackson a year and a half of connecting dots before successfully achieving fusion, a process that smashes atoms together using high temperatures and force to produce a burst of energy.
Being a parent of somebody that was as driven as he was really impressive.
Experts from Fusion.net, an online forum for amateur physicists looking to get hands-on experience with fusion, verify Jackson's results and say he's the real deal.
You have to jump through the right hoops, and we have to believe you and see what you've done.
It just means that I've successfully combined 2 atoms of, in this case, deuterium gas, while ejecting a neutron.
The process is
Where's
similar
he
to
from?
how the sun powers itself, but scientists have yet to figure out how to build a fusion reactor that, like the sun, releases more energy than it takes in to power things like homes and buildings.
We are still far away from making a working nuclear fusion reactor to produce electricity. So you can think about how challenging it is to make a...
By the way, this is not me.
The 14-year-old is now hoping to open that challenge up to other kids.
I'm working on creating an organization to fund the projects of kids that aren't fortunate enough to have financial support.
Who knows, it could lead to science's next great invention. In Memphis, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Okay, guys, we've all seen superhero movies. This kid will be a villain one day.
No, he's
going
to turn bad.
Did
you
take
notice
his powers to the dark side. We don't need this. We don't need this. It's not funny.
Did you notice there was something about his reactor I thought was funny? Speedy, if you can go back to it and where they're showing the rack of equipment, it's like a half rack sitting on a desk. It's his laboratory. If you notice on the far hand side at the top of it, there's a set of keys. So the whole thing is controlled with a key switch, which I'm sure his parents have put in there. But can you imagine? Hey, Dad, can I have the keys to the reactor?
Bubba, what about if your kid's door has warning?
Yeah.
Radioactivity. You don't. We don't want that, do we? Do we want that in our house?
Rick, this is a fairly safe experiment to what he's doing, but I tell you, it is scary sometimes what can be done at the house that you learn about on the internet. And we don't have time to really go into it here. You've heard me mention it before, but go read the story about they call him the radioactive Boy Scout. You need to read that story. Now, that is scary.
Well, so you're telling me this guy blew your sawmill right out of the water?
My sawmill, I wouldn't even got an honorable mention next to this guy.
Yeah, I mean, so he does a science project and he has...
Or my representation of Horseshoe Bend.
Bubba, they're referring to him on the show as a fusioneer.
Yes, a fusioneer. How about there's websites to people who are, working on this for fun. This is their hobby in the garage.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just say?
I just say he's probably not got very many friends. But I don't mean that bad, but most kids that age can't relate to that.
Right.
They don't mean it bad, but who's he going to talk to about that?
Well, he needs to take a
Little
time
Johnny's
out.
worried about Fortnite, and he's going, you know about fusion, and he's like,
Well, think about this. We complain about kids playing video games. He's doing something else.
Well,
I mean,
I'm not saying it's bad.
He
I'm
needs
just
to
saying,
go out and shoot some basketball in between, reactive sessions.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's going to have a hard time finding peers. Put it that way.
Yeah, the conversation, like right then, I didn't know what he was talking about.
No.
Yeah. And I doubt many people in his grade know. This is where he ends up being a villain, I'm telling you.
Well, here,
hey, nobody likes me, but they don't realize how intelligent I am, and I'll show them. This is the kind of stuff you got to watch.
I have an accident in the laboratory, and it gives me powers.
I might not have been able to get the homecoming queen, but watch this. And I'm telling you, this
first sign is that he'll be sitting there and he'll just his right eye twitches.
But you realize if we could ever
mentor.
perfect that, it's commonly called cold fusion.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we could run a lot of stuff. You could have something look like a car battery run your whole house for 10 years.
He goes to the government first, thinking he's made a discovery. They mock him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He tries to let the good side use his
got just a
talents,
touch.
and they reject him. They hurt his feelings, and before you know it, we have to call Superman. Six minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now. This baby, all the way back to 2001 when we had the attack on America, 9/11. We got back on the air. We started playing the national anthem at this point in the program, and that has continued till today, unless I forget it, but I haven't. All right, here we go. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour starting now. Here we go. Well, another day, another hour, and we'll update you on the stories from the last time we were together. We have updates in the lives of all who make up Team Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already knocked out a kickoff hour for you. That kind of gets the old wheels churning. You can get that on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, live and archived. Find those at rickandbubba.com. Eddie Van Adler, there he is. He's settling into his little world. His little workshop there, and he gives you a YouTube experience you can watch or listen to, or watch it live or archived every day, and also an hour pulled out on Blaze TV every day from the Rick and Bubba YouTube option, so you can catch that. If you need audio archives every day, not a problem. We have those on the Rick and Bubba podcast on your own time, or pick up any parts you may have missed, or for a lot of you, it's the only way you can get the show. So enjoy it. We also have the TuneIn app if you don't have a Rick and Bubba radio affiliate, and that's a streaming option live, and then there's some archive shows that play there on our 24/7 channel. Just get your app in the App Store and go to the TuneIn app. It's a free app. That's yours. Then search Rick and Bubba Show, and you'll get our 24/7 channel. So everybody's out there except one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome.
I guess you're just what I needed.
Stage and play an instrument with a band.
I know.
Just one.
Well, we can work that out.
Just one.
We can work that out. Greg, you remember that statement? I guess you were just what I needed. You know, sometimes there's certain times you have friendships or relationships throughout your life. In that moment, that's what you need.
I guess it's just what I
just
needed.
what I needed.
But
But yeah, I was when we were
played
talking
that many times.
and I've heard from the audience a lot when we start talking about walking songs and walking that when you come in. That one was one of the toughest ones because there's actually an offbeat that brings them in, and so you don't feel it coming, and all of a sudden it just goes.
We don't have the luxury of all the timers that everybody has now. You got to just feel it.
Yeah, isn't it funny that we all DJ and stuff so long that we actually remember stuff like now that stuff when to walk that one.
Watch that one.
Watch that one right there.
Yeah, that'll bite you.
So we will we'll cover all the stories. We got updates today. Bubba's got a couple of stories to bring to the table today. One of them,
all kind of updates.
Yeah, and it looks like we have an update on the Alabama Riverfront brawl. And they've announced charges in the massive fight. So we'll have that for you today. And nothing like watching a bunch of sunburned people
trying to fight.
Yeah, fight with a riverboat crew, and eventually the law. and
a few members of a family reunion.
Right, Greg. Don't forget, as the song said, I fought the law and the law won.
Yes, it did. Yep.
Yeah.
They
the police chief was like down in Montgomery. He's like, when we arrived on the scene, we didn't have video, evidence of what happened. So we were trying to make sense of it all. But now that we've got video, things are a little different. We know exactly what happened.
Well, just know that people that know, all of you out there that say I still am not going to act right. Well, unlike when we were growing up, right now everybody can document every single detail of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And all all's got to do is go back and watch it. So the days of saying, "Hey, I wasn't even there."
Yeah. That's a hard sell now.
I see you right there, Bert.
Yeah, gotcha.
You're literally on the pier.
See you in your flip-flops and no shirt.
Little sunburn.
Yeah. So I've told you this story many, many times, but when social media first started and documentation was still in its early stages, I was laughing at a dad who had a teenage son that was telling him that he stayed right where his parents told him he could go, and he did the thing where he tried to leave his phone in the car at the location and then go with other people to a party. And, of course, what he didn't count on is people at the party posting stuff, and his dad saw him in the background.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah, if you ever want to watch your kids, sometimes they can fool you. Always go and follow all their friends on social media, and their friends will tell you all you need to know about them. Yeah, and you'll see what the friends are doing.
Yep.
So it really, parenting right now, you got access to information that our parents just never had. Thank the Lord.
No, I know. You only had secondhand information.
Right, yeah. And you could always say, you can't trust him. What a liar. Everybody knows that person lies.
You got a picture?
The number of times, Greg, you and I just played the card. Hey, crazy. Nobody, what?
Everybody knows that person.
You going to listen to them?
Yeah, they're crazy.
Greg's classic. Did you see me there?
No, look, Greg, just think, but you couldn't do that anymore. Greg,
they just pull out footage and go, well, there you are.
Greg had an indefensible defense, and he would say, "Did you see me?" And if you could not document and had a picture of him there, you couldn't.
So if they had a picture, what would you claim now, Greg?
Yeah, right. What would you do now with all this document?
You go, that ain't me.
Photoshop.
Deep fake.
It's a deep fake. Somebody put me in there.
Y'all, no kidding. That stuff's getting.
No, it is. And of course, you would make sure you let everybody know that.
Yeah,
hey, everybody knows that. So we'll jump into them. We got all these things to unpack today. Bubba, are you okay?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm hanging in there.
You talk about a worst case scenario for you yesterday.
Boy.
Good. And look, it even kind of made you sick, really.
It really did. I think that added to it.
If you think
I think
about
it added to it.
15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Do you remember the movie? I think it was called Chain Reaction. Had Morgan Freeman in it and Keanu Reeves and all that. It just reminds me of that just a touch.
Oh, how many times have we seen this as a storyline?
Yeah.
Look, I'm a super mind. I have a super brain, and nobody understands me. These are dangerous people. I mean, let's embrace him. Let's tell him good job, and let's encourage him, and so he'll put it to work for good. What we do with him right now is very important.
Yeah.
The next few steps we make in response to
it's
him
going to be critical.
are critical. Let's include him. Yeah. Let's include him and let's welcome him. Okay. Yeah, we don't want anything.
Rick, they think that he is the youngest person in the world to ever accomplish fusion.
Yeah. You reject him a few times, next thing you know, you're putting the Batman signal up in the air screaming, help.
Yeah. Somebody.
We don't need that. We don't need to have to call the Avengers. Let's just let him work for the good side.
Yes.
And but think about it. I mean, that's kind of the walking dog at the science fair, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think if you've had fusion there, you've produced electrons. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
Look over here. I've got a wheel that spins. Okay, what do you have? I have actually taken two different codes and put them together. I've split the atom.
There was one line in here that was funny to me. It made me think of Greg when they were talking about smoking hot plasma.
Smoking hot plasma. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's just a funny term to me. But smoking
Greg,
hot.
But you're right. I mean, if that's your lead card, you're sitting around in a group of people and they're talking about things they're doing. Everybody want to go to the ball game this weekend. I can't. I'm putting electrons together.
Yeah, I got to put new fuel in the nuclear reactor.
And they'll go, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey man, nice car. What have you got? I got a nuclear reactor. Oh, my dad funded.
Well, right now it's
that's
just
a little bigger than
it's just
somebody
a
won't put the
science
trash can up, by the way. But that's got to violate the homeowners agreement.
Yeah, you think if they get mad if you change the color of your house or move a bush, you think they'd get mad about a nuclear reactor?
Yeah. You definitely can't show the house if you're trying to sell it.
No,
but
here's
clean that out of that room.
But when the homeowners, when Busybody comes up and says, "Why is your trash can not put up?" I said, "I don't have a nuclear reactor.
Right.
I don't have that. Y'all just gonna let the Andersons go along with that?
It's in that room right there.
Right. Y'all seen it? It says warning: radioactive activity right outside the kids' room.
I imagine after this story, they'll get plenty of attention.
They will. Everybody's like, "Hey, that's that kid that lives 2 doors down."
But they gotta be nice, though. Like
be extremely nice. This is the next few moves with this guy are critical. Make him feel included.
It's got just a touch of, like I said, chain reaction, maybe a little touch of war games to it,
Hey,
all that.
For the love of all that's good, invite him to the 16-year-old party that's happening in the neighborhood.
That's right.
Be sure he gets an invitation.
Let him dance with a pretty girl. Let's go.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I will just simply read this headline to you. Wildlife experts investigate death of a high school teacher, 77, killed in a vicious attack by a mystery animal in North Carolina. Canine DNA on her clothing. Would have to either be coyote or, could be a domesticated wild dog, or it could just be a domesticated dog that went rogue. That's really the only choices we have. We don't have wolves.
Right.
But is North Carolina, do they have wolves?
As far as we know, Rick.
Well, you're right.
I don't think they normally would have wolves there. They got bears. It
says K9, though. It says K9.
I know. It's got that in there.
They say it's K9, but they can't tell you what it is.
Right.
So, we can't go 100% in on that, right?
Now, they're using the term mystery animal.
Maybe it was a bear that just ate a dog, and then he attacked her. We don't know.
Or it was a werewolf.
Does it seem like we're having a lot more animal attack stories here lately? With dogs?
I've been talking about this.
Yeah, this is years.
Look, I'm Paul Revere, and no one hears me.
I know. It just seems like we're doing once a week now for the last couple weeks.
I have been shouting, though, guys. People will say, he tried to warn us.
Yeah.
That's what people will say. They will say, I can't tell you how many times Rick said on the air that animal attacks were getting in alarming numbers. It's my thought that in this fallen creation, as we get closer to the return of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, that in part of this fallenness, as we head into Armageddon, that animals will begin to devour people, and I'm telling you it's happening. "21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. All right, Bubba. You want to go Mega Millions here? You want to talk?
Let's update the Mega Millions drawing. Sad for us.
We didn't win
the
again.
caller who said he was going to give us all a cut of the winnings did not win.
Gone it.
One Florida ticket holder will win $1.58 billion in the Mega Millions jackpot, the largest prize in the lottery's history. If he takes the one-time payout, I think it's 700 and round figures here, 758 million.
Yep.
That's
How about
chunk.
that?
That's a good chunk.
The winning numbers 13. Now this is what I was talking about the other day. You have two different series here where they're sequential, which is odd to me considering how many they are. 13, 19, 20, 32, 33. The Mega Ball 14 and the Mega Multiplier 2X. I don't know what.
I don't know what
you pay extra for that and it doubles it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He spoke to that with the same authority he speaks to Pilsner beers on. I mean, did you hear how authoritative?
Yeah.
He was?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't follow it that close, except when it gets to be these big stories. But wow, how about that?
I guess I need to cancel that vehicle I ordered.
Yeah.
I was banking on that guy winning.
I'm about to tell the architect. Let's look at those plans again.
Yeah, wait a minute. We got to take a room.
Got a little carried away. I thought I had something coming out of you. All right. Take the man cave out.
Rick, we were talking about there are people who honestly believe that this is their shot.
I know, Greg. What, let me tell you something.
Look, and I bought lottery tickets, and just for hey, it's $150 million, I'll throw $20 on it, something like that. But these people take money like savings.
No,
and they think
it's gonna turn it around.
They're convinced that they're going to win.
Right. Well, first of all, Bubba has spoke to that. That means those people were very bad at math.
Yep.
But here's the other thing. I will tell you, and I watched the movie. I think you watched it too. When that couple and that guy that was really good, he figured out that one, I forget what state it was.
Yeah, they all got different games.
Yeah, he figured out one game that had a flaw in it, buddy. They went to the bank. Now that was a business plan.
He just used math on them and didn't have to win. He was winning the lower prizes, but consistently.
And they were all grouping together.
Yeah,
right. In one big
then he
group.
found out they had a bunch over at Harvard that was doing it.
Right.
And the Harvard bunch tried to shut them down. Yeah. It's a great movie if you've never seen it.
And to y'all's point,
now that is somebody good at math.
Yes, it is.
Very
good at math.
7 winners that won $1 million.
Yeah, how about
2 of those players bought the option, and they won $2 million.
Wow.
Look, I ain't greedy. I'll take the $1 million. I don't have to win the $1 billion.
Yeah, it's
the odds of winning the grand prize we talked about earlier were 1 in 302,575,350.
Yeah,
so on odds, how does that stack up against other things? Like, say, if you're a cow getting hit by lightning.
Are you going in there?
What's the odds of that?
Apparently, it's pretty high if you get enough thunderstorms, which we had. Because I was sitting there yesterday, and I know the story you're going to talk about, but apparently there was another bunch of cows that got struck too. Of all people that told me about this yesterday, it was Sherry. Of all people.
Really?
She goes, hey, did you hear about them cows getting struck by lightning? I said, what? I said, you following Span again, aren't you? Are you on Span's Instagram?
Yeah, there was, see, this picture.
That's well done.
That's different. That's different.
These are 4 dead cows under a tree that was hit by lightning. You can see some of the damage there. I don't know if that's leaves or something that hit the tree. But
that's not the same picture I saw.
There's another one. Speedy, did you tell me there was one where there was 19 cows?
It was, I think, the same.
19,
Yeah.
That was the one Span was showing.
That's the one.
There's the one.
There's another one.
That's
there.
up near. That's in North Alabama, right there.
Yeah, and then a month ago there was a lot in Coleman that were struck.
So we were having a discussion in the break here. And I hate it for the people that own the cows because they're an investment. I understand that. What do you do with cows hit by lightning? I mean, do you have a big cookout?
No.
What do you do?
I was told yesterday that the meat is edible, but it's not any good because it's
It's almost like you cooked it too fast.
Yeah,
it hadn't been aged or something.
That's just
the
what
whole
I was
cow
told.
wouldn't be cooked.
I don't know. We need to talk to a farmer on this one.
Somebody from that part of the world that deals with this needs to let us know because I have really no knowledge of.
I would think
hit
they
by
have
lightning.
insurance on their
their
cows and all that.
Off the lost end of the year.
But still, what do you do? Though?
What do you,
I mean, you got your field full of
They
cows
said in San
here.
Francisco they're going to feed the homeless.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is because you get inside that world and and Span posted this picture, the second one that we watched, we looked at and says this is when people mean business. Hey, Mr. Span, this is a result of a lightning strike yesterday afternoon between 2 and 3 Central Time in Marshall County, close to Arab. We lost 19 head of cattle.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
And that's
it's a good strike.
It said neighbors report hearing a loud, almost sonic level boom and seeing intense lightning, and then all the cows were dead.
I guess they gather under a tree, and then the tree gets hit.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
But it wouldn't cook them. It would probably cause a heart attack or something. But I don't think it would cook them per se.
I don't know.
Right? I mean,
I don't know. Some people saying this is just a cover up. This is actually aliens.
Right. Well, you have some of that too.
Yeah,
they drain the blood.
You think that's not out there?
Well, they got to take the eyes and organs out of the tongue.
Yeah,
it's weird. Yeah.
Somebody just said drain the blood. When you kill a cow, I think you got to bleed it quick, otherwise it starts coagulating in there and getting all weird and everything. My wife got mad at Span too for posting that. She's like, "A little warning, Span. I didn't know I was going to see dead cows on my feed."
Did she really comment?
It hurt her heart, It hurt her
Amanda
heart.
Does she eat meat? Is she a meat eater?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for me, it didn't bother me.
It made me hungry.
I started to say, I thought we need a cookout.
That's a lot of beef, guys. My goodness.
Well, when you think about just what a cattle farmer says, they don't even refer to them. They call them heads. 19 head of cattle.
Right.
So they know this ain't nothing but money and food.
Yeah.
And when I saw it, my heart was broken on the waste of beef. That was it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how to break it to all y'all. These cows were headed to death. I hate to break that to everybody. They're not pets.
The only thing I could think of, Rick, was the one that was standing off in the back going, huh,
My
what happened?
What happened?
Y'all quit sleeping in.
Must be another vaccine injury.
I told y'all to come over here.
Glad I didn't get vaccinated. That is the luckiest cow. That's the luckiest cow in that county right there. You know.
Oh man.
So, how about this? You go, whew, survived the lightning. Also, you look, the truck's backing up. You can't have no.
Maybe we got some farmers there that can clue us in.
Oh, I bet you we do.
Oh,
I
you
bet
know
we
it.
do. Hello, cattle farmer or person who knows. Hey, welcome to the show. Go ahead. I tell you what, let's go to break here because we're almost to it.
Yeah, we got.
I know y'all not going to understand what I'm doing because you're not expecting me just to answer it like that. So we'll come back, and I'm sure some of y'all can add to that.
Screen them up.
Yeah, and we'll continue to kind of update it. But I know this is not. Well, I'm not going to say it's uncommon, but it's not. It happens, but I don't know how often it happens.
Yeah,
But anytime you got the kind of intense lightning and storms we got right now,
Yeah.
where we live, I mean, those things come in and the lightning is intense.
Yep.
I mean, it's intense, and and they don't know because they don't have the ability to reason, because they don't have any spirit. But they see trees and go, well, that shade to us is real hot.
Yep.
They don't hear anybody screaming, don't go stand by the tree.
Yeah.
And then they stand there and that tree takes a hit and we're all down.
Mm.
But like you said, I'm sure they'll write it off as a loss.
But
I
think we should learn from that. I mean, your natural, your natural thought process, if you're out in a rain or a storm, is to get under a tree.
Yep.
That is not where you want to be.
No. We'll come back. Your phone calls, we'll take those next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And you can tell us, what do you do with cattle that's been struck by lightning? I think it's under that category of, hey, baby, they're gone.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, we're having and they have the entire. They're a military. We've talked about. They've got the ground forces. They get you from above with their air force. They'll come out of the water with aquatic marine animal. I mean, they've got it well organized. And of course, these are ground troops. The K9s are more like special forces. And when they get in a group, guys, I mean, it seems like we're looking at these stories. Yeah. What we're going to find out is, sadly, this innocent, wonderful woman is try to do just what she thought her normal routine, to do a little walking. I'm 77. I'm going to do a little walking. And another dog has killed somebody.
Yeah. Did she have a stick with her or anything to defend herself? I don't like going out walking without something. Do y'all?
Oh, look, my wife is terrified of dogs. She will, if she sees a dog in an area that running for her in that area is over.
You ever seen the joggers that carrying a little stick with them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They've experienced something before.
Right.
That's a good point. Not again. They say.
Not again.
Not again.
Not on my walk.
Not again. Not again.
By the way, a lot of people love this woman. By the way, they're going to hate this dog.
Yeah.
This is one
sweet little lady.
This is going to be one. I hope this is one of those times.
Well, can't they check the local dogs and find out who did it?
Well, they're looking now, Bubba. We don't have the answers.
They don't line them
yet.
up.
We don't have the.
They don't like their DNA tests. Is what they don't like.
They don't. They're looking at they're actually going around to pet dogs trying to get DNA. They're in the area, but they don't like what they're not telling us something.
Yes, exactly.
So, do you think somebody has a pet that they don't really know what it is? Like, how sometimes people have a dog and it's really a wolf and they have no idea?
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 or 3 breeds that'll do this. They're dangerous.
No doubt about it.
Oh yeah,
we've talked about that openly. And this is the reason. It's one of those things I don't really. Now, this could be that this is a situation that you don't have any precedent for.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm telling you, I don't understand. I've never been able to understand it, and I know you'll go, he's going to say it again, and I am. I don't understand those of you out there that desire to have animals that can kill you. I don't get it. I don't. I got so many other problems in my life. I can't have that as part of my day. Hey, oh gosh, if I mess up feeding, we're dead. If all of a sudden
if you leave the cage open, oh my gosh, someone's gonna die.
And so that would also venture into domesticated dogs. I don't go down the breed road. People go, well, most of the time that breed's fine. Yeah, but not all the time. I want a breed that's always fine. I want look. If our dog ever decides, like today, if he's sitting there going, today's the day I get Rick, he can't get me. He's too small. He doesn't bring enough to the table. I could kill him instantly. Okay. I don't want to have anything that says today's the day that I turn on Rick and he can do something about it.
Yeah.
I can't have that. I don't want to live chow life, pit bull life. I don't want to live that kind of life.
I want the upper hand clearly.
I got to have the upper hand. Hey, here's a Mastiff. Pass.
Yeah.
Well, they're not known for being aggressive.
They're huge.
Oh, see, that's the things people say when
But
you're
they're
cleaning up
big.
the mess.
Huh?
But you know, they always
That's how
interview.
they get you.
They always interview somebody.
But I mean, there's 2 or 3 you know are aggressive. A Mastiff's not. They're too
What's
big.
that?
Don't they? What do you call it?
A Mastiff.
Mastiff.
You're
Did
right.
you call it masses?
But again,
A Mastiff.
but Bubba, I can't take that kind of chance.
It looks to me if he sit on you, you could be in trouble.
That was when we did that book signing down in Dothan that day. Do you
Yeah.
remember that dog?
I know they're
wasn't
usually-
that a Mastiff. That was the biggest dog I've ever
I don't.
seen.
Want, I know they're docile, but
Was that the
let's
one with
say-
the saddle on it?
Let's say today. Let's say today he's not.
Oh, I know.
He's got
he
to
could do something.
He
about it.
brings something to the table. I got.
Let's
my
say
hands
he's the
full.
one that's bad.
Yeah, I don't want a Doberman pincher. I don't want a
The
German
amazing
Shepherd.
Dobermans.
I don't want any dog that they say, now you got to watch this one. I just don't want that. And I can't live that way.
Rottweiler.
Yeah, no, don't want a Rottweiler.
no.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't want any dog that Satan has his picture made with.
Yeah.
You've never seen the article where the Basset Hound killed somebody.
No,
Hey,
never.
Hey Rick.
One time.
Hey Rick, I got to warn you. Get home today. The Basset Hound, ham bones. He's PO. And I'm like, well, tough. You know, one kick to the ribs and this is over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you get word that your Chow or your Pit Bull or your Rottweiler is sitting at home and he's mad, you got problems. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba today. The Wednesday Bible study is back. We finished the Revelation chapter 17 today. Watch it live at noon, 1 o'clock Eastern, at noon Central, on our YouTube channel. If you're a subscriber, you'll get an alert on that. If the live option doesn't work for you, you can catch the archive soon after on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Relief Factor, I love this letter that we got. And it says, let me tell you something, guys. When I found out about this, Betty out of West Virginia, she says the results they border on amazing. My knee pain, totally gone. The throbbing gone from an arthritic thumb joint, and it reduced the pain from an arthritic shoulder with bone spurs. Now, I may be crazy, but I also think my digestion seems to be much improved, too. I've seen that, too, Betty, but certainly they don't make that claim, but it could be. Thanks for turning me on to this simple product. Well, it is simple because it's all natural. It's 4 botanicals. All of them have shown in the past that they can help with inflammation, and when they were doing research, and it was the aging process they were researching, they thought, you know what if we put them all together? Let's see how that would work, and it turns out they work quite well. And for many of you, the majority of the people that order the 3-week starter pack, they see a significant change, and so much so they go on to order more. And I hope that's what happens for you like it did for Betty. So go to relieffactor.com today. I take it every day. $19.95 for the quick start pack. That'll give you 3 weeks to see if it is going to be able to naturally address your problem. And if you are like the majority, it will. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, some cattle folk, what do you do with is there anything that you can do other than just dispose of cows that are struck by lightning or near a tree that is struck by lightning? Eric out of North Alabama says he can weigh in on that. Eric, tell us what goes on here.
Well, when they report it in, they dispatch a public health veterinarian is employed by the state of Alabama, and they go and document the event and take numbers, and then they fill out some documentation that the farmer can use to turn into their insurance.
So they are insured, yeah.
Carcass. Well, if they're insured, right? Most of the time they are.
Yeah.
Then most of the time the carcasses never leave the farm. They're usually buried.
So are they of any use, like to feed other animals or anything like that, like hogs or anything like that?
There's no way you can get a steak off one of them right quick, is there?
Nah. Well, I'm not going to say they can't do that, but they cannot be carried to a facility to have them processed or anything.
Understood.
They're condemned.
Let me ask you this.
More ways than one.
I know it varies based on how the market is doing. 19 head of cattle, what are we talking round figures? How much money's laying there on the ground?
$1,200, $1,500 apiece.
Okay. All right. So that's that you don't want to see that out in the pasture, do you?
Mm-mm. It's a bad sight.
Yeah, I know it is, and I bet it's a lot to get them out of there. These are not small animals.
Oh boy.
You got to have a front end loader or
Some
something.
of them, right.
Some forklifts
where they're laying. 1,500 pound apiece sometimes.
Wow. Eric, thank you. How many head of cattle you got?
No, and I work for the Department of Agriculture for state.
Okay, so you just know how it works. Okay.
Okay, good deal.
Eric, thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
Appreciate the
thanks.
work you do. Karen, standing by in Fort Payne, Alabama. Karen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? Anything you could add to that?
I'm good.
Did she break up?
Karen?
Hey.
All right, now you're there. All right,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah. To have any cattle butchered, they have to walk off a trailer at the butcher's place.
So they got to be what
I
we
guess
would call
they do it
fresh.
yourself, but
Yeah, I know your name
it
is.
has to be able to walk off. It can't have anything wrong with it.
Okay, I know your name is Karen, and there's some stereotypes that go with that. And
Oh yeah, I'm a Karen.
Yeah, and you might want to tattle, but do you think sometimes people, for their own use, would it be any good if they decided that they could just, well, we're not going to sell it, but we might take a little something here.
I bet they would.
Do you think
I'm not going to tattle.
Yeah, well, do you think it would be? I mean, would the meat be good? I know it can't be
I
used.
think it would. I think it would. I mean, it was a lightning strike. There's, they weren't sick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it'd be edible, but to have it processed properly, they have to walk off a trailer.
Understood.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Karen.
Yeah, if you want to believe what a girl says. Yeah, cattle.
Burgess.
I mean, we're talking about cattle.
That's so good.
Send it directly to Greg.
How picky are hog farmers on what they eat?
I'll tell you
On what the
this.
farmer eats or the hogs?
The hogs eat anything.
Of course, the hogs.
When I worked at Food World, there was a guy that would come
They're
get
probably pretty picky, too.
pastries, like from the bakery, and feed his hog.
Yeah, I've seen him eat anything.
Yeah,
Let me tell you what.
everything
Greg,
but a cucumber. They won't eat.
Greg, to that point, you know what they love? They love a honey bun.
Oh, they'll tear a honey bun up.
You know what else tear a honey bun up? It cost him to his old raccoon. Old Bandit loves them. You put a little honey bun down in those little traps that grabs them by the arm,
Wham.
and they can't resist them.
I got a couple I need grabbing right now.
Yeah, well, use a little honey bun. They can't walk away
They
from
love
it.
a good
Of course,
honey
we can
bun.
relate to that.
Yeah,
You know?
you put a donut out there, I'd get caught too.
So another thing that we haven't touched on, and we'll get into some of this, is the update on the Alabama Riverfront Brawl.
Yep.
So, and I know we had some callers that we're going to chime in, and y'all can. We'll come back in the next segment on that. But Montgomery police have announced the charges in the massive fight. Now, Speedy claims that since this printed story we have, it's possible that number is growing now.
Yeah,
right?
I just saw a story. We can't hear, but I just saw that maybe a fourth was named.
Okay,
today, but I'm not sure.
So this story is going to tell us we have 3 people in custody.
3 people will be charged with assault charges.
Understood.
1 is in custody. The other 2 were expected to surrender by Tuesday afternoon.
And that may be where you're seeing this number.
And they
change.
also wanted
that might
one
be.
more for questioning. I think it was the guy wielding the chair.
Yeah,
was
that's
hitting
what it
everybody.
says here in the story.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I don't think an unarmed person that you can justify a woman sitting down on the pier and you taking a chair and as hard as you can hitting her over the top of the head with it. That probably seems to be, you got to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think they're trying to do that.
Right. And I know everybody was upset and all that, but I think right there you probably have crossed the line, especially since we can all see it so crystal clear. And, it's that because
he was one of the first ones the police put on the ground.
Well, yeah, because he just hit a woman over here with the chair with the police standing next to him.
Yeah.
So their first reaction is going to be that let's get this guy.
We need to slow him up.
I didn't know we had a still shot of the chair actually fully down, hitting her on top of the head.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, this is why people shouldn't watch professional wrestling.
Oh, that's a wrestling move.
That's a wrestling move, and he saw that and thought, well, this is what you do with these chairs, but you're really supposed to just sit in them.
So he felt like he was under threat. And he needed to.
Yeah, he doesn't look like that he's at any risk of a woman who's sitting on the pier.
Yeah.
Now, she may have said some things and all that, but I
don't think that justifies you hitting him in the head with a chair.
They're going to have a real problem with an unarmed person sitting down and you deciding to pick up a big chair.
Now, everybody else we arrested off the video, but him we just want to question.
She'd already been knocked down. Okay, she was already on the ground.
Yeah. And we mentioned this yesterday a little bit, that some of the guys that have been had warrants issued were from Selma and Alabama, and two of them, it looks like, or one has turned themselves in and is with the Selma police chief has announced that he's in custody, and the other two are turned themselves in, I think, yesterday, I believe, and they have ties to a mini mart there in Selma, and the owner posted about the incident on Facebook over the weekend, and it since has been put down, and I think Rick. Or pull down. What the fourth guy is the guy with the chair. Okay. It looks like they're
chair guy.
Looking for him for questioning, as Bubba mentioned. So.
Yeah. Well, and I know we're on in Selma, so I'm gonna say hello to everybody there. Alex FM, but Greg, I know y'all know the answer to this. So we've seen this many times. When you're the people who don't know any of these people, you don't have, it's your first reaction. But when you live in the community where some of the people are involved in something like this, is there anybody who knows them that is surprised by it?
Normally, no. You go, oh yeah, I can say that.
Oh yeah, when somebody comes up and says, "Now who is it?" Oh yeah, you talking about you talking about Larry Wayne from California? And they said, "Yeah." You say, I said, "That don't surprise me at all."
Not at all.
Yeah, but so do you think anybody that knows him goes,
Probably
"What?
not.
That doesn't sound like
What
him."
a surprise! You got to be kidding me.
Got to be.
Hey, that ain't like him.
Usually they move their pontoon boat with no problem whatsoever. All right. Well, have they decided to start using sunscreen yet? No, apparently not.
No, evidently not.
All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. So the Alabama Riverfront Brawl, looks like 4 people have been
the Riverfront Brawl
taken in, and then others are in trouble in various ways. It's I don't know how you round up everybody who's in trouble here, but it looks like they're trying to get to the core. We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now, I was going to go to another story, but first, before we leave this story about canine attacks again, killing another sweet lady, we have people that are saying something. I have 2 different calls, and one of them, it has the term timbered shepherd.
Ooh. Timber shepherd?
That's out of Fort Payne, Alabama. Mike standing by. Mike, what is a timber shepherd?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
A timber shepherd is where you breed a timber wolf with a German shepherd. If you breed a timber wolf with a German shepherd, then the puppies are 50-50.
Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to do that? What's next? Go get a dead body, lay it, go try to find a brain, see if I can bring it back to life, see if I can create a monster with weird things on its neck and it turns on all of us. I mean, what's next? Why would we do this mad scientist stuff?
I bought a German shepherd from a guy in Skyline, and his favorite shepherd got killed by a copperhead, so he called me, wanted to buy mine back. He said, I'll give you a sable. So I went and took mine back, swapped my dog for a sable German shepherd. He said, look over there in that doghouse. I said, there's nothing in that doghouse. He said, no, squat down and look. I squat down and looked, and all I could see was eyes. I said, is that a timber wolf? He said, full-blooded timber wolf. He said, I'm fixed to raise timber shepherds.
No.
So you can get a timber wolf, and when you breed a wolf with a shepherd, it's a 50-50. They call them timber shepherds.
Wow.
But if you breed a 50-50 with a full-blooded timber wolf, then you got a 75%. timber shepherd. So
Hey,
Well,
Mike.
why do you want that though? What's the purpose?
Mike, why did you not come back in the dark of the night and burn that place to the ground?
Yeah.
I mean, why didn't you turn that in? You're going to be held accountable for this.
What is
when these
the
timber
advantage?
shepherds go out and start? They've already killed a woman in North Carolina.
You don't think the timber wolf won't get somebody feeding?
Oh my goodness! Now you got the combination of I'm domesticated, I don't fear humans, but I've got enough wolf in me to kill one.
Now, what was it?
According to the vet here in Fort Payne, you can't even give them a rabies shot. They won't take it because of their wild strain of DNA. The rabies shot does not work on
What are we
anything
doing?
with.
What's wrong with us? Do we just want to increase our chances of death? Or is this some kind of thrill-seeking thing we do?
Is it legal to even have one?
It is once you register it with the proper authorities, you can have a timber wolf.
But I mean, if the other whatever you said a minute ago, if it won't take a rabies shot, so you can't get a license for it, how do you keep it?
It's one of those exotic things that they'll let you have.
Well, we got to do so. I wondered what I needed to do. I'm gonna have to become a lobbyist against exotic pets.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this, and I'm gonna get it on the schedule. But I have to do something.
What was the other name? That other shepherd he said that he had.
Sable.
What is that?
I have no idea.
Some kind of German shepherd, I think, some color combination or something. But anyway,
old pal knew his shepherds.
He did.
Y'all, why
Guys,
do you want a wolf that
just be sharp, Bo?
It won't even take a rabies, so it could get rabies,
right?
And it could kill. No telling who all it gets a hold of.
Let's go to this again. You do realize that most animal experts will tell you in the canine world, the most dangerous thing you can ever encounter are domesticated canines that go rogue and start getting in packs, and they become feral former domesticated dogs because they have no fear of human beings. So what we're saying is, well, let's up the ante on that. Let's take some domesticated dogs and breed them with wolves. Let's just go ahead and get right to it.
Boo.
Adler, have you got a picture of a cute little beagle puppy you can put up there?
Please, something.
How about a timber shepherd?
Let's go to Gabriel in Jasper, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I actually am from the community where Miss Brenda was attacked.
Oh, man.
There you go, Bubba. The government decided it was a good idea to actually reintroduce red wolves.
Mm-hmm.
And so through the government, we now have a huge red wolf population out there and also a huge coyote population.
You know, only the government would come up with such ideas. I know out west they have all these problems. Y'all, the ecosystem works fine without wolves, and seriously.
Well, I'll go back to the strangest thing about all this is most of these people that are all about reintroducing species and saving species will then tell you they believe in evolution. That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, you can't be on both sides of that.
You can't have both. So red wolves.
The problem is they wouldn't just turn them loose and say, hey, if y'all can survive. I don't know how many millions of dollars that they have spent in putting chips on, the actual red wolves, having them collared so that they can track them, find out where they are.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. So we've run down that the guy who got numbers from us to see if we could bring him some luck. We did not win again, so we've updated that. We've talked about cattle that were struck and killed by lightning, and we've updated the riverfront brawl in Montgomery, Alabama today. JR says that he can shed some light on that as well. JR, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. How are you?
I'm fine, all fired up ready. That's all I know. How y'all doing?
Look, just draw back like a flip.
I got a little comment on the riverfront brawl.
Okay.
Did y'all know that CMT has canceled George Strait's song? Excuse me, but I think you got my chair.
Yeah, that's
like that, Greg.
Yeah, now you can't play that anymore. But by the time the canceling's done, I mean, all of our history will be gone. And think about how many things that will have to go now that we have this new all-loving, all-caring, all-sensitive
Unless, of course, you disagree with them, then, of course, you should be eradicated from all earth and people can hit you with chairs.
Right. Yes.
On another note, that's funny, JR. On another note, this can't be right. We were told today, and I know, Bubba, this is a sensitive topic for you, that Nick Saban is bringing in Pete Rose to speak to this year's team in Alabama.
Yeah, he always brings in some high-profile people.
Oh, I know
is
that.
True? Is it Pete Rose?
It's Pete Rose.
Greg, you're not.
I just saw either that or their line.
Did you bring this in here just to kind of mess with Bubba a little bit?
Well, I knew it'd get him
he's got a couple other things today. He's already having a tough time.
Yeah.
You know, if Pete will come up here and talk about being a competitor, he was quite the competitor.
Nobody played harder than Pete.
Yeah,
Rose.
now I doubt he's going to cover gambling or dating underage women. But he'll probably leave that out. Because unfortunately, he also is very knowledgeable of all that. Too.
When did he? Has he addressed the team already, or is that about to happen?
I don't know. There's a picture of him sitting right there.
So yeah, I'm thinking to myself, okay.
Look, I just grew up watching Pete Rose play.
Oh, he
loved
played.
watching Pete Rose play.
I was a big Red Machine fan.
Yeah, nobody played harder. I mean, he busted it every single play.
Guys, he ended the guy's career in an All-Star game. Running
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
He ran over the catcher, and the guy never recovered.
It's almost like what would have happened if Robert Conrad had played baseball.
Very similar.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to date myself. Young people, y'all miss Robert Conrad.
Yeah. Hey, knock this battery off. I dare you.
You talk about a competitor.
Remember the Network Stars competition? He'd get mad.
He was Pappy Boyington on Bye Black Sheep.
Right. Remember him and Gabe Kaplan had to have a sprint to see for the tiebreaker or something? They got a big argument.
No, my favorite Robert Conrad moment was they used to do this celebrity competition thing. It was basically a field
Battle of the Network Stars.
That was a Battle of the Network Stars, and it was a field day.
Yeah.
And so every now and then
Sunday afternoon, I tuned in every Sunday.
It was awesome.
It's also another example of why trans women should not compete with biological women because they would actually every now and then it would be a male and female would compete. And most of the men would play lighthearted. I remember Bill Cosby, of course, a little different at that time. He didn't dominate the woman he was playing against. Probably.
No, he offered her a drink.
Now sadly, after it was over, sadly after the match, he drugged her. But what I'm talking about is I just remembered that in my mind at that particular match.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Robert Conrad had to run like a distance run against a female actress. And he dominated. he beat her by
he took off.
You couldn't even see her.
Yeah.
I mean, and he wouldn't stop running. He wouldn't goof off. He wouldn't cut up. Every time he had to play male or female, he would destroy them. And
he got mad about some judge on the scoring, so they agreed. Him and Gabe Kaplan, they were the team captains. We're going to race like a 50-yard sprint, and Gabe Kaplan beat him.
Yeah, I remember that. Because
Gabe was a lot quicker than he looked. He didn't look like he could run.
But anyway, you found it. Okay, this is old footage, and so here they are, Robert Conrad and Gabe Kaplan. See, look, Gabe's an athlete.
It was a longer run. It was like a 220.
With a winner.
It was about a 220.
That was a 220. And look how glad he is that he beat Robert Conrad because Robert Conrad was so mean.
Look, Conrad's mad. You see how mad he was right there in the orange?
Can I tell you what Conrad's going to do after this is over? Okay? I promise you this happened.
He's actually a good sport. He's going to hug you.
How about this? You know what Robert Conrad did after this? He punished himself.
Yeah.
Sure he did.
He went and made himself run till he dropped.
Howard Cosell is covering it, by the way.
That is hilarious.
Pot it up, Rick. Let's hear it.
Can we do that, Adler? Can we do that?
Let's hear it.
You know, when you look at Gabe and then look at Conrad, I thought that I remember watching it thinking, oh,
yeah, Gabe.
Welcome Back, Kotter ain't got a chance.
Yeah. So that was.
Remember the basketball movie he did, and it was excellent.
Here we go. All right.
Save her show. That word from Silverman, cancellation was immediate if you lost. That's the way I like it. Best man wins. Best team, CBS won, or NBC rather. Best captain won. That's the way I like it.
Did you see? So Conrad said that's how it ought to be.
Yeah.
We all go as hard as we can go.
See, he was a good sport about it.
Well, you know why? He said that's what I'm after.
But he's going home to punish himself.
Oh, he ran till he dropped when he got home. He worked on that 220. I mean, day and night.
Hey, Gabe had a good kick at the end.
He
really did.
I'm shocked, really.
Yeah.
I would have put my money
because you look at the
Conrad.
two of them.
Yeah.
Greg, you do realize this is Battle of the Network Stars, and Conrad's making it clear that he did not like that it wasn't just straight up. Yeah. Everybody go as hard as you can go. If you destroy the opponent, you do. If they destroy you, they win. He wanted people to win because they deserved it, not because we were out here goofing on.
So
but you realize it was Battle of the Network Stars. This was a TV show, Robert.
Yeah, it's really supposed to be lighthearted.
Yeah.
It was. I watched it every time it came on. I loved it. Appointment TV for me when I was a kid.
Yes.
So do y'all think that Pete Rose is still in town?
What?
Think we can get him on?
He probably went back out. He spoke to the team last night.
Hope he wasn't listening a few minutes ago.
The Alabama jet got him in Texas, flew him back in. He spoke to the team. Alabama football tweeted out pictures of him with them. And Coach Saban had announced on Sunday.
Knew who he was?
No. I'm not sure.
It's probably. I mean, the guy has more hits than anybody ever in the history of Major
Charlie
League Baseball.
Hustle.
So probably so.
Coach
He has
Saban
a slide
said
named after him for crying
Sunday.
out loud.
You're exactly right.
I mean,
He changed the way everybody
he did. He did.
The Pete Rose.
Now they have to wear oven mitts on their hand now.
I know.
That's ridiculous. That looks so
How weak are we?
So what did Saban say, Speedy?
He said Sunday that he wanted the fall camp speakers. They're 5, I think, practices into their fall camp to address sports gambling with his players.
Oh.
Do you think it was bad for him that he opened up, and I don't know, I wasn't there. Somebody said he opened up and he said, Vegas right now has y'all at these odds to win it all.
And I'm putting my money on it.
Yeah. Saban loving it.
I didn't realize that Pete Rose was 82. It just didn't hit.
Rick,
So he's the same age as my parents.
Yeah, my dad's 83 today, and so they're the same.
I
age.
didn't realize that.
Several people have pointed out they have pictures from media days and practice. Nick Saban is smiling more than he's ever smiled in his life. Does that mean he's got a really good team? He feels good about it.
It's what everybody suffers from when they get a certain age, low testosterone.
Probably right.
It's LT.
You're all over.
Hey, you wait. When he starts taking them shots, he'll frown again.
Yeah.
He'll start snatching people up.
Right.
Bubba, how much would you love to be sitting there with those two?
I'd love
Pete's rocking the flat bill.
That's why I wanted to see if he was still in town.
So
back in there.
You brought in Pete Rose to talk about gambling?
Well, I mean, he knows.
Well, but has Pete ever
been the greatest at it?
Yeah. Right. He's going to show you how you can bet on your own team.
Yeah, is he here to tell you not to do it or show you how to do it? I'm a little.
I think he could do either.
But I don't recall Pete ever admitting that he did anything wrong. I mean,
I think he would kind of admit
I think he has now, but he kind of, sort of.
First it was I didn't bet. Then it was I bet, but I didn't bet on my team. Then it was I bet on my team, but I didn't bet on us to lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Saban had some things to say.
and
that,
she told me she was 21.
Greg, why do you have to keep?
Would you stop it?
Greg, is it? I know you.
We covered the story.
You're gonna have to be out tomorrow. You trying to get it all in
That's
today?
right. We covered the story when it came out. We did.
We did. Top of the hour. 866 we be
I
big.
swore she was 21.
Greg, we come back. So anyway, well, Pete Rose spoke to the Tide. There you go. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so there's a lot of concern that people in our country, by as much as 10 years on average, are outliving their retirement. That feels good, doesn't it? Didn't mean to be that guy today. So are you being lied to? Now, Wall Street tells you to put your money in an IRA or a 401k, and they say that risking your life savings in the Wall Street casino is a secure investment for the future. But again, the studies are not really confirming that. The studies actually show the opposite, that the average American who follows this game plan is outliving their savings by as much as a decade. So let me tell you, if you've got a 401k or an IRA that is in the market, here's what you got to understand. If you're following the Wall Street investment advice, you're gonna, you will not retire and be done with taxes. Many retirees who follow that advice are actually finding themselves not in the lower tax bracket. They're actually finding themselves in the highest tax bracket of their entire lives. So if you'd like to take control of your retirement and not have Wall Street and the government controlling it, let me point you to Bank on Yourself. It's a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. The retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. Guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. With Bank on Yourself, your plan doesn't go backward when the markets tumble. Your principal and growth are locked in. And here's how much tax you pay on your retirement income. None. Tax-free retirement income. You control it. It's got built-in inflation protection.
Your money's guaranteed to grow by a larger dollar amount every single year in both good times and bad. And the peace of mind is you know that minimum guarantee value of your retirement savings on the day you plan to tap into them at every point along the way. So you're not in a gray area. You're not wondering how it's going to go. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but. So if you'd like to find out more, get a free report with all the details and go to bankonyourself.com/RBS. Find out. Investigate this. Look into it. Bankonyourself.com/RBS. This may be exactly what you've been waiting to hear.
Up with them, find out about their health. They didn't even say, here, try and survive again.
Well, let's see if they can find. So now you're telling us, and it may not be related, let me be clear, but you're saying in this community where this poor woman was killed by something canine, this is the area they reintroduced red wolves.
Yes. If you look up
It's an important fact.
Pocosin National Wildlife Refuge, that's the biggest refuge that they released them out on.
And that's near this community.
It's basically part of the community.
Yeah, it says.
Thanks, buddy.
About red wolves, the world's only wild population of red wolves live in a 5-county area in eastern North Carolina. What it says here on the website.
Look, certainly, do we believe that? Is there anybody on their deathbed right now that said, hey, I need to see a red wolf before I pass?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, my life was not complete.
And I'll tell you where we're going to put them. We're going to put them in North Carolina.
If I could get a red wolf picture, I want to see one live before I go.
Were they native there to begin with?
Evidently.
I don't know. Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike,
read on this. You won't believe it.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
I had an aggressive dog at one time. He's a pit bull. But fortunately, we found out that he would eat fire. And he would eat fire. He was so aggressive. But
well, you just said he'd eat fire. I want you to know what you just said. So
he'd
how
eat fire.
he would just
fire.
go?
You mean he would try to eat fire?
He would eat fire. If you had a roadside fire, which we found out, went up, put it out, he jumped in the middle of it and would bite the flames. And during my architectural education at Auburn, he won the Fine Arts Week talent show as Otis, the fire-eating dog. And David Letterman wanted him on the show. The National Choir had him in there. And, you'll probably get some callers say, I remember Otis, the fire-eating dog.
The day that my kids come in and say, Dad, our pit bull's eating fire, that's the end. That's I said, well, look, I'm going to give Otis a ride, and y'all be back for dinner.
Yeah, how do you lay on the couch and pet that?
Hey, Otis got away from me. I don't know what I do.
You don't start a fire in the wintertime to stay warm.
Daddy, our dog's eating fire.
He's in the fireplace.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for that heads up. Hey, honey, you want to take the kids? Y'all maybe go do something? Find something to do. What do you mean? We'll find something. And Daddy, where's Otis? I don't know. He must have got out. But I'll tell you one thing. He'll eat fire once, and that's it. I'm not having a fire-eating dog. I mean,
I kind of intrigued by fire-eating dog.
Greg.
I'd like to find the
I
video.
picture him do like fire eaters when they.
Yeah.
No,
Greg,
I think he just snaps at the.
But that just means I'm just.
No, he's lost his mind.
Yeah, if he jumps in the middle of fire and starts biting at it, Greg, you remember the great line from Rocky II? We don't need those kind of people in our lives. We don't need that kind of dog. Right.
A lot of heat in the fire.
Greg, I saw that man. We don't need those kind of people. This is another one. Hey, this is Nas Bach. Where's Bubba? Man, you guys are there. This is crazy. That made me crazy. Yes. The show that consultants looked at nearly 30 years ago and said, you got to be kidding me. You guys will be lucky to make it 90 days. As a matter of fact, in 90 days, we're firing you. and still here today. Looking to a 30th birthday coming up in January. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. If you're new to the program, we've been around a while. We're glad you're here. Much to discuss as we move forward on the program. Join me in welcoming back Mr. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate it. It wouldn't be the same without you.
Bubba. I know that there are things that all of us have a certain sensitivity to different levels. There's a little phrase called your worst fear has taken place. It could have been worse, but it still was bad that it happened at all. Would you like to tell us what happened yesterday?
I guess this will fall under a true update, a tornado recovery update.
I guess it could, couldn't it?
Yeah. Do you want to hit the sound?
I don't have it in here. I'd have to go pull it up.
And for those of you not familiar with this, we have a lake house that was hit by a tornado on March the 26th. Substantial damage done to it. We have been working through the process of trying to rebuild, repair, and get it back into living condition, which is going to be a long haul. About a year total. I was speaking with our general contractor yesterday, and his name is Joseph Russell. No relation to the Russell family known around Lake Martin.
Understood.
And he said, "Well, I've kind of had a bad morning." And I said, "Really?" I said, "What happened?" I thought he was going to say something fell or something came apart or something didn't work out, whatever. He said, "Well," and I'm very thankful. He was actually cutting up a tree that had fallen during the last weather that came through.
How close was this to your house?
Within 2 foot.
2 feet.
Yeah.
Good.
And as he worked his way back around to the front, he told me he had dropped something, and I don't remember what it was, maybe a glove. And he squatted down to pick it up, and he was bitten by a snake.
Oh my!
On his inner thigh.
Ooh.
Whoa! I know.
Ooh.
And he said it hurt. It scared him for a minute, and after examining the situation, decided it was not a poisonous snake. Thank goodness.
Well, yeah, that's the reason why it's getting a lot worse.
And he was able to kill the varmint right after it happened.
That's my second.
Said he never saw it, and said it just popped him when he squatted down. And
how big were we talking?
I think he said it was a little over maybe a couple of feet or something.
Color?
It was probably a chicken or rat snake type, setup. But he did go to the doctor and got it looked at and got a shot and got it cleaned up. And he said the doctor told him it would be very sore today. And I did speak with him earlier, and he said that is true. It is very sore.
Okay.
And he said he's had a terrible headache since about 1 a.m. But I hated that. And
are you okay? I know we should be concerned about him.
Well,
but what I'm concerned about is the psyche issues this will now give you.
Well, I was, now I have the urge to burn the whole thing to the ground.
Right.
But I'm fighting that,
and I'm worried
because it really wouldn't work out with the insurance and all. And but he did tell me. He said, "Hey, I am about to clean this job site up because you had a lot of supplies in there, stacks of wood." All that these little evil creatures could get in and around. And he said, "Man, we're gonna clean this up today."
Well, it's just a non-poisonous snake that probably does some good. Why you want to keep it around there?
No, probably not. Well, that one's already gone.
Right, but there's probably others.
Based on his size, he's probably one of the spring flock that's out there. But there's been a lot of cleanup, construction from the tornadoes. And the tornado that hit in the whole area, construction's going on both sides of me. So there's probably a lot of environment that has flushed them out, So, but I'm immediately thinking, well, reckon how many of them got in the house?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh sure. No telling. Something that sits like that with no movement in it.
Oh yeah.
Nice little shelter.
Sure. Sure.
Good areas.
But I'm glad he's doing well.
Well, of course we are. It's not about us, but
it's just. I know it hurts your psyche to think I got that close to it and I never saw it. It would me.
Well, that's in your head. That's all you can think about.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So can you even go to the lake house now?
No, not for a while.
Really?
Probably not to the first frost.
So you're done going to the property now, huh?
Well, we've got to go in some cases, but I may just roll the window down and yell out.
Yeah, I mean, can you? I mean, honestly, can you go there and set your foot on the ground now?
Well, I could, but I'll look like Rambo going in there with snake boots and the judge strapped to me.
So
and
all these things
else,
you wear when you go in the woods, you'll now wear around your lake house.
Yes,
it's going to look funny on the pontoon.
Yeah. One of my neighbors said that he's going to wear his snake boots while he's out sunbathing. So
that's funny. A little bit of a tan line there, but
a lot of the yard has kind of grown up and got weeds in it and everything because you can't get in there to cut it.
Right.
And so we're gonna have a big cleanup now.
So really, you've now this has turned into a haven for snakes.
Well, there was one there for sure. Yeah.
But he might have just been in there eating the mice and the rats and doing you some good.
Well, I'd rather have the rats and mice, honestly, over that. So I can always get a cat to take care of that. So.
Or a trap.
And you don't have to worry about a cat, biting you on your inner thigh.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Well, we've seen a few, but I still would take those.
Yeah. Well, that's about as bad as it gets for you.
Yeah. That's bad. I'm just glad it wasn't poisonous.
Yeah. Do you think
it would have been a whole nother deal?
Oh, if it had been poisonous, I mean, yeah. What? So was he pretty shook up?
Yeah, he didn't like it too well.
Well, nobody wants to be bit by a snake.
That's not a thing.
He had his work boots on, but when he squatted down, it got him above the work boots.
Right.
It sounds like to me if it's a general contractor and he's cutting up trees, he can really do anything.
Yeah.
So is this his first snake bite, or has he?
He did not mention that he had one before. So I would say probably yes.
That inner thighs, that's close.
Yeah, that's a tender area.
Sensitive skin.
Yeah.
That could have been a snake bite that went a whole different way.
Oh yeah.
So it hit him and let go. It didn't hit him and hang on.
No.
Okay.
No. Went right through his
pants. A hawk didn't fly down and pull it off.
No, it didn't. It didn't. God, that story's awful too, isn't it?
I kind of want to know: was he done with the tree? Had he finished the job?
He was done. He was already back around to the front, and so.
I have to consider with the things that keep happening at the lake house.
Go ahead, Rick. Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say it, Rick.
Go ahead.
Is it time to let it go?
Well, no, not now.
I mean, it's it just. I mean,
it's one thing after another.
We've had some things to work through, Rick, and but that's what we do. We put our head down, we work through them.
I know.
Hey, here we go.
And that's why you're going down there today.
Hey, here we go.
Did you hear me? That's why you're going down there today.
Probably not.
All right, but hey, let's talk about this.
No,
you were thinking about going yesterday afternoon.
Yes,
yeah, you were.
And you had said, I don't know if I am.
Right. Well, I'd never been so thankful
been
for a stomach ache.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You could have been there.
Yeah. Well, it was in the morning, I think.
Oh,
right. Actually happened.
Well, it's just non-poison. It's just like a briar scratch.
Not a briar scratch. Keep going.
But nobody likes a briar scratch.
No, I used to say that every time that guy would say that. I never.
He act like that was nothing.
Yeah, I don't like briar scratching at me.
Yeah. I've had a briar get wrapped around my leg. I didn't like it too well. So anyway, he's doing good.
Do you look forward to all the email about everybody talking about how don't worry about it, it's non-poisonous? Do you look forward to all that?
Oh, well, I'm sure there'll be some.
I don't like being bit by any animal.
Yeah,
I don't either.
I don't want to be bit by a mosquito.
I don't. I get rid of dogs that bite me.
Yep.
I don't like getting bit by ants.
I don't like getting bit by anything. I don't like being stung. I don't like ants.
I don't even like being scratched.
I don't like any of that.
So, Joseph, we hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, man.
I'm sorry Satan's little hand puppet got a hold of you. How evil.
Oh.
Strike a man when he's bending down to get a glove or something.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Are you gonna mark the spot in the yard where it happened?
Well,
like a marker?
There's going to be a major retaliation against the wildlife. I'll say that.
We'll be back. Rick and Bubba.
Our So anyway, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is it's of course the thing you have to watch with socialists is socialism. Anytime somebody in a leadership position tries to sell you on a product that they themselves won't use, to me that's dangerous. Mm-hmm. If somebody says, "Hey, if we all we all jump off this cliff into that water, we'll all be fine. And then you say, so are you going to jump? And they go, nah, I wouldn't jump.
I'm just going to fire you up and watch you jump.
Yeah, y'all eat this. Are you going to eat it? No. Yeah, I'll pass. So socialists love to tell everybody how they should live, and they think that would work best overall, but they themselves will exempt themselves from the way everybody else has to live. Perfect example, when you see politicians that love government-run health care, but they themselves won't use it. Well, that's usually a sign that it's not something we want. So Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, of course, she's following what I guess is her mentor, Bernie Sanders, by living the same way he does. Everybody's talking about her new move into a luxury apartment complex with an infinity pool, Steinway piano, and also very close, for some reason, they're throwing in a Whole Foods. Who cares about that? But there are no affordable housing units anywhere near her. And she said that she's been talking about all this government housing, and when you should put it in, she's moved to a place where she's not only not living anywhere near it. And so they're talking.
This is where they have rent control that's mandated by the government, so they call it affordable housing. Yeah. And of course, at the first opportunity to move away from that, that's what she's done.
Yes. So
and I don't blame her for living where she wants to live, but don't give me a speech on living where I want to live.
Yeah. Right. She does call herself a socialist, and as you said, she is all about government-controlled rent. Was talking about how she had lived her life, but now that she gets $174,000 a year on her congressional salary, she now has moved away from where she was into the very place that she vilifies. Which means what? Then she must not really believe what she says, because we've said on the show 1,000 times, the Word of God says this. It's very convicting in our own lives. It is not what we say that dictates the truth. It's what we actually do. Yep. Because I can profess one thing and not live it. But it's impossible for me to live anything else but the truth. I can't control it. I uncontrollably live what I really believe. Yep. And so if I'm going to make this move, then what I said that's in conflict with this move, I really don't believe, so I must have some other agenda.
Her moving to the front
it's the only way you can define it.
Of the Democrat Party and Bernie Sanders running for president again is probably two of the best things has ever happened for Donald Trump for re-election.
No question.
Two of the best things. Now, Ocasio-Cortez, Rick, is out on a tear. She's still defending her role in Amazon's New York exit. Yes. But even Democratic politicians there are saying she doesn't know what she's talking about. That it wasn't a $3 billion giveaway. What they were going to get was a $3 billion tax break after the money was rolling in to the tune of about $24 billion.
Exactly.
She thinks that's like
she thought there was just $3 billion laying around.
She thought it was an account.
Yeah.
She keeps defending
getting a tax break up to that amount.
It's okay when you're young just to say, "Well, I didn't know what I was talking about." But now she's going.
That bunch is incapable.
Rick, she also said the world's got 12 years. Don't forget that.
Sure did.
And Rick, she's quoting numbers saying, "Well, New York is running a deficit already, so this is only going to drive their deficit up." No, this was going to help their deficit. Right. Genius.
Right. Yeah.
And she's out and rallied people. And look, it's easy to rally an uninformed crowd. Okay, that's the beauty of that.
Right.
And she has run that place out. Now, look, if you want to argue that Amazon made $11 billion in profit and they're not paying their fair share, I think you have a valid argument. We'll discuss that one. But the fact that they were going to bring all these jobs, all this tax revenue to your area, and you've run it out, and one of her other things says, well, it's going to run pricing up on houses. But people are going to have
jobs.
Good
for the people that own those houses now.
Yeah, good for them, and it's going to give people jobs so they can afford higher prices.
Can I tell Ocasio-Cortez something? Isn't that the goal of all neighborhoods? That the value of the housing goes up?
Well, you would hope. You would hope.
I mean,
not in her world, Rick.
Until she gets ready to move.
Right.
But now,
Rick,
if you're down at your apartment in Washington, you don't care.
Right.
Yes, Rick, we've always said the socialists, though, the ruling class, they don't live like everybody. She's actually being a good socialist. Once she got in that position, she doesn't get to live like everybody else.
Now you've opened the door to what I think the truth is. And here, why do I think this? By their actions.
Yeah.
I truly believe the Bernie Sanders and the Ocasio-Cortezes and the others like them, the Blasios, all these people, I honestly believe that they are nothing more, just like Al Gore with carbon credits when that started. They're just scam artists. And what they're saying Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel.
It'll be archived soon after. You can catch that either on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel on your own time. Looking ahead, too, with themanchurch.com, starting August 19th, the men back on the road. Tim Ashley, West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama. That's their next man church. And they'll go back into the curriculum, into the small groups on the 19th. Brian Gunn will be in Hickory Hill Baptist in Westville, Florida on the 19th. So Brian Gunn will be there. They're kicking off the strategy. On the 20th, got 3 different man churches. Todd Jones at East Heflin Baptist Church. I'll be at Indian Springs Baptist Church in Indian Springs, the village there in Birmingham. And then Tony Cooper will be at Stewart's Chapel Baptist Church in Flintville, Tennessee. On the 23rd, I'll be in Tuscumbia, Alabama, the home of WLAY. I'll be at Parkview Baptist Church there as they kick off the strategy. And then Lee Moore will be at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee on the 31st. All those in August can be found at themanchurch.com under events. Yesterday, Bubba, it's not to the level of what you experienced with the snake. So I'm not trying to compare the two. But it was ironic that you were doing something that could be sometimes difficult on you from a traumatic standpoint. I guess this had not dawned on me. So at the local church where I attend, and it's called different things, different places, whatever the ministry of your church is for the senior citizens, seasoned citizens, whatever you use the name. And that for ours is called legacy. This is the legacy, and these are the older people in the church. Wise and full of wisdom, and so I was Sherry had let me know that the guy that's in charge of that wanted to know if we would come speak at a luncheon.
Right.
And of course she said, I've said we will do it, and I said that sounds great, and then it got
so
down.
Y'all were obligated.
Yeah. So when it got down to it, Sherry realized with all that we have going on that she was overwhelmed and said that I've told them that you was to do it, but I'm not going to be able to. And I said, okay, well that's fine. I mean, it's just across town and not a problem. I'll just work that into my regular day, and it's an honor to go to speak to these incredible people. But I don't know why I didn't think about it. It's like it didn't dawn on me, and I just can't even believe that I'm that aloof of not thinking this through, because you know what a legacy lunch is, don't you?
Older folks
eating.
Which is one of your great fears.
And so I'm actually going to be at a table and surrounded by older people eating food.
Right.
Yep.
Which is a fear of yours.
Yeah. And I was like, all of a sudden it hit on me. I'm like, Rick, my goodness, it's even in the title. I mean, it says luncheon. I mean, this is not a.
Could you turn and face the wall and eat? Was that an option?
Well, I got kind of in a bind because I got in there, and first of all, there how you experience there's always great joy. It's a range of emotions, and the great joy was in Charles, who is in charge of the legacy ministry. I looked on the tables, and there were buckets of KFC. And I looked at him and I said, "So you have KFC for the lunch?" And he said, "Took me years to get this done." and an elation broke out because KFC and legacy all go together.
Sure.
And so I think, okay, well, we're having, but then of course you got the slaw and of course the thing that I probably fear the most in this situation, mashed potatoes.
That can lead to trouble there.
And as soon as I saw the mashed potatoes, I was like,
oh boy,
that's gonna be the one.
And so then,
watch out.
Then I tried to maneuver where I could sit, like you were talking about, where I was looking toward the stage where I would be speaking, and most of it would be behind me. But and I'll never forget this moment. I had it set up, and because now the fear is starting to creep up, and all of a sudden one of the men said, "Hey, could you slide down one?" Because he and his wife wanted to sit by each other, and of course they should. But when he slid me down, now I go from looking at the stage to looking across the entire room. Now I'm facing the entire room.
Just chewing everywhere.
I mean, and I start. Oh,
what's the worst, mashed potatoes or slaw?
Mashed
potatoes for sure.
Are definitely.
I was thankful there was no pudding.
But it was I'm glad KFC doesn't make pudding, and but I was just like I didn't know what to do, and it's like all of a sudden I sat by myself and I said, Rick, what do you think a legacy luncheon is?
Yeah,
it's just older people eating.
Does it surprise you?
Right? I mean. And what an honor to get to speak to them. But it was
that's there.
Yeah, that's what drew me.
Right.
But somehow luncheon got by me.
Was there any mashed potatoes on any chins?
Well, I don't want to get into all that. But it was.
How tough was it? A lot of chewing out there, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was a lot, and I noticed about the legacy group, which I love them. If you get up to speak and some of them are still going through the line, they'll talk real loud.
Yeah,
you know, and
right.
Yeah,
They talk over them. Yeah,
you're right, and they're interacting. You know, and I was like, also I miscalculated how long it takes the older people to get through a line and sit down and start eating.
The Burgesses, you guys eat fast.
Mm-hmm.
You better not.
Yeah,
you better
we
not
do.
waste any time because you're done. So
Real fast.
Well, they told me,
was that an issue, or were you just waiting on them?
Well, they told me to go first
Okay.
because I was the speaker,
Right.
and to go ahead and try to get my meal done, which I didn't mind.
So then that means you'll be up speaking while people are chewing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so what happened was they said that way we don't have to worry about you. You can start whenever we need you to keep us on time.
Okay. Smart.
And I want to be a good steward of their time. But unfortunately, it took them so long to get through there. I was finished, and now they're just sitting down. So there was a moment of time I'm just doing nothing but observing.
Yeah.
And it's so and I almost just started looking down, going, surely there's something else on this plate I haven't eaten yet.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and
Let me keep
scrape
my
some
eyes
more
on
off
it.
of it.
Goodness.
And so and that was good for me. I needed that. I think that's sometimes you have to expose yourself to what things that bother you so you can get past it.
That's right.
And but it just hit me. I was like, my goodness, it's in the title, and
Right.
and so, but it went very well, and I was very pleased to be there, and I had some great conversations. Once the food was put away,
Once everybody wiped their face,
After the chewing subsided.
right.
napkins were used.
Oh, lots.
And every now and then, out of my peripheral, I would see something. I would go, okay, note to self: that table at that angle, that's a bad look. Don't go
Don't
there.
go there.
Don't go to that table. Okay.
Oh, boy.
And
do not look there again.
Right. And I worry sometimes that some of them are like, you talk to Rick, he really doesn't look at you. Some of the people at my table. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
He's kind of rude. He's just not even looking at me.
And I'm hoping
gosh,
hoping that maybe the husband said, he's probably more looking at his notes, getting ready to speak.
That's what it was.
Right.
I said with Rick, he never looked up.
Right. I tell you what, he really liked that chicken, didn't he? He was staring at it the whole time. It's almost like he was yearning for there to be more. And I wonder how long he was going to look at those bones.
He'd already finished and was still staring at it.
Right. All right, bottom of the
he was
hour.
praying.
Speaking of that, you want to hear the Biden quotes today?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We got some good ones.
We got them every day. We'll be back. So had a great time too. It was a powerful lunch. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's enough people right now that believe socialism is somehow the high road for all countries, and America would be better if we'd become more like socialist countries. And they're saying, I can't go out there and beat conservatives because I'm not going to be conservative enough for them. That role and that space is already full. So for me to get elected, I need open borders. I need to go out and sell socialism to the uninformed masses that will then be inspired by me, because young people are inspired. They have passion. That can be great. But a lot of times, you can also
be misplaced passion.
Well, I was about to say, and I did this when I was young. You can be passionately wrong.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is, Paul Thorne.
That's a really good record.
Life hits you like a truck. You got to rise up.
Yep.
That was, I think that may be my first exposure to Paul and the Mission Temple Fire. Was that the title of the record?
Yeah, the title was Mission Temple Fireworks.
And everything on it's good. Everything.
Yeah, every song on
that
this
is a solid record.
It is. He did some others, and certainly there's some good songs on the others.
Oh,
but
yeah.
If you want one album of his that like every cut's a winner, it's
good stuff.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, we were looking at some things going forward on the program. Today I will, and like there's people who are fine with this. There's people who don't like it. But I want to warn you, I will do a movie review of The Man Who Killed Hitler and then Bigfoot.
Rick, I'm going to let you go ahead and ruin it for me because I'm probably not going to watch it.
Right. So we'll talk
at you.
We'll talk about that today. We also having some updates on stories that we've already brought you. The old Jesse Smollett story takes a new turn today as he's officially charged.
Smollett, I've heard it called. I don't know how you say his name. Jesse Smollett.
I will tell you this.
And you can't go by how they say it on news reports because they say it different.
The Nigerian attorney
depends on who it is.
of the brothers says Smollett.
Smollett?
That's what she said.
Smollett.
I've heard
I've heard both.
I've heard
I think both
Smollett
are
quite
fine.
a bit lately.
Guys,
I even heard Smollett. I'm not kidding. I even heard it called Smollett.
I heard it was made it up.
Felony criminal charges have been approved, and we understand, has turned himself in to the Chicago police. Now, I'm going to make a prediction. He will not serve a day.
No.
But the hoax is up at this point.
But we got to do something, as we all know, and I won't get on a rant yet. We got to do something, and maybe this is a step in the right direction. We got to stop this kind of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
This has got to stop. This kind of behavior on social media, this kind of behavior in life, on YouTube. We got to stop this kind of behavior and say, if you're going to do these kinds of things, and we find out that what you're doing is inaccurate, made up, and not true, then people, just like the school that's trying to sue, we got to make a point that there's some sort of repercussions if you're discovered to trying to create a narrative that is false, to destroy anybody, to destroy a group of people, to cast people in a bad light. If these things are not true, something has to be done to say you're in trouble. So then when people are thinking about doing it or not, they go, well, now remember, if we get busted on this, we're going to get in trouble.
We might need to be right. And also, on that same note, we need to take this opportunity, and I'm talking to everybody, like all these people that came out immediately. Let's wait when it comes to, accusations of abuse by police officers, different situations, any situation. Why don't we wait until the facts come out before we all get on there and ranting about it?
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that, too, while we're at it?
Political correctness is out of control, and the gas that we're throwing on the fire is social media.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now he is.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so mypillow.com/Bubba. mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now as MyPillow celebrating their 20th anniversary with a very special limited edition MyPillow sale. Get a queen for just $19.98, or you can get a king for $10 more. Either way, it's a $50 savings. And they also just launched kitchen towels with an introductory offer of 25% off. Plus, you can start off your day right with their delicious 100% Arabica My Coffee, 50% off, and they'll even send you a Go Anywhere My Pillow. That's the travel version. You get that for free. All season slippers are $25. Giza bed sheets, they rival the same level of comfort and quality that you'd expect at a luxury hotel. They are as low as $29.98. So you can save big time right now by going to mypillow.com/Bubba during the 20th anniversary sale. Also, don't miss that link we have at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, here comes Biden. Here he comes.
Where'd it go?
Anybody know?
A Basement Joe.
For some reason, he continues to speak to this false opposition that he has to what he's saying. He's always telling us, no joke, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not kidding.
Serious.
And most of what he's saying, like this thing about the Grand Canyon, we don't think that you're exaggerating by saying it's a national treasure. Where are the people that doesn't think the Grand Canyon is a national treasure? I mean, these things that he says, but
where did what I was curious about? He referred to it as the ninth wonder of the world.
well, that's
one
where,
of the nine,
yeah,
yes.
that's where we're going, and that's going to be the
I don't
part.
think there's a 9.
Yeah, no, there's a 7. But
Well, it's part of the 7 natural wonders of the world.
Yeah.
But it's not a part of the 9 wonders of the world.
No, it's
because
not.
there isn't an official 9 wonders of the world.
There's 2 different lists, and the reason why I know that, Sherry and I, for some reason, one day got extensively in this because we were confused by these lists.
Yeah.
Because there was something that we were saying, is this one of the wonders of the world, isn't it? And then we found wait a minute, is it a natural wonder of the world, or is
Right,
it
there
just
you
one
go.
of the wonder of the world?
There's several
then you got
lists.
then you got the several lists and all that. One of the things I think everybody's landing on that, I find it even more alarming to me when he since some of the things that he has stood for and some of the things that he and the party he represents are advocating, that he's going to give us a speech about the Grand Canyon being God's cathedral.
Yeah.
But anyway, you would think if he really believed in the God of the Bible that he would actually fear him, but I don't see a whole lot of that. So here we go. Here he is standing in front of the Grand Canyon. Here's our president.
The Grand Canyon, one of the Earth's 9 wonders of the world. Literally. Think of that. It's amazing.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, President Biden.
Thank you.
Literally.
You want to talk about, this is that thing where he's like he didn't think he said enough.
Yeah, believe me.
And do you think it's because he's not getting much of a response? That's what it sounds like.
I mean, they need a good guy up front with the applause sign or something.
You know what I'm talking about?
up.
Not really. I mean, seriously.
Seriously.
Not
I mean,
joking.
it's great.
Not joking. But actually, the Grand Canyon is accepted on the list of the 7 natural wonders of the world, and of course, that's not 9.
But isn't there a list of the 7 ancient wonders of the world too?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
there's
5
several
wonders of the world.
lists, yeah.
And then there was Andre the Giant, the 8th wonder of the world. That's what they called him.
Now, unfortunately, later he tried to unsuccessfully correct himself, saying he intended to say 7 rather than 9, but he still concluded the Grand Canyon on the list of the world's 7 wonders, which it is not.
Correct.
And that's where the
You
problem.
kind of wonder how it didn't make the cut, don't
Right.
you know?
Yeah, and so the one that also hits me is when he was a young senator. He said he stood and looked out, and a phrase came to his mind. He said it was instinctive. I said this is God's cathedral. That's what it reminded me of. It's just so magnificent. As a matter of fact, I said 9. It's one of the 7 wonders of the world, but it's not. It's one of the. It's on the list of the natural wonders of the world.
You know, we always talk about going to places like this, and I'm going to make people mad about what I'm about to say.
Okay,
I'm sure.
Understood.
But I've actually been to one of them, Machu Picchu, and I don't remember a thing about it.
What
other
is it?
than
What'd
it was
you say?
just Machu Picchu in
What
Peru.
is that?
Bunch of rocks and just
it's on the list.
It's really remarkable what it is. But I don't remember, like when we were walking around and the tour guide and all. I don't remember any of that.
You've been
Like,
to
I
Machu Picchu?
Yes.
That's cool.
And but it is, Adler. It is. But I hardly paid attention while I was there. A lot of walking.
So, were you
a lot
a
of
kid?
walking.
Speedy,
No.
Oh, you were an adult?
This was like 17 years ago.
Look at that.
I felt that way the first
Was
time
there.
the first time I went to Rock City.
Yeah.
But I didn't
Is Rock
give it
City
enough
on the list?
while I was there.
Is the Fat Man Squeeze on there?
Because you
about
got,
Ruby Falls?
let me tell you what you got to deal with here. Elevation, it feels weird. You got to walk a lot, and I'm just
amazing
trying to
out there.
survive
Bunch
it.
of
It's
haints,
one of
bunch of
those things where I'm trying to survive it and not really enjoying it.
Funny.
So
All right.
sorry.
All right, here we go again.
I wish I had that over. I would have taken more time to pay attention to what was going on.
By the way, I've got.
And it makes me think, why would I want to waste time with these others? Because I'm not going to pay attention there
You're going to
either.
go but you're older now.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I was pretty. I mean, I was.
Maybe at the Grand Canyon, everybody be looking at Helmsburg.
I know.
Right.
I was such an idiot.
All right, here next he's gonna tell that story again that he keeps telling about this little girl who comes up to him in D.C. and asks him to take care of Bears Ears National Monument.
He did it again.
He keeps bringing the story up. Of course, we all know it didn't happen, but here we go. Here he is.
By the way, I'll never forget, I was standing in Washington, a little girl walked up to me, I could see her daddy say, go up and say something to the president.
Yeah, they
she
let her
walked
come
up, she
right.
said, Mr. President, would you take care of Bears Ears for me?
Y'all.
I didn't know what she meant.
Well,
She
we don't
said,
either.
You take care of Bears Ears for me. Well, we took care of her and we gave her the signing pen.
Okay, buddy.
The
You want to
world
explain what
is
that
happening.
He puts you there, doesn't he?
He really, what a storyteller.
What an organ. What an organ.
Boy, he can spin a yarn, can't he? He leaves half of it out. He jumps from one spot to the other.
Speedy, I'm sorry he tried to do the little girl's voice. Yeah, that was tough.
I almost melted right here.
Hey, I felt it. I even felt that.
But yeah, I felt it too.
And I love stuff like that.
But again, I go back to being the handlers again because we can't help it. I'll say, oh gosh, he's doing Bears.
Not Bears here.
Hey, we did. We gave her the pen.
Yeah,
You've left other details out.
Let's hear cut 3 too, because I love this talking about the sacrifice we must make for global climate change.
Yeah, here we go.
Come on.
Well, there's a lot of good that's going to come from the sacrifices of dealing with taking on the climate crisis.
He's got the mic again, by the way.
Yeah, he does.
3 mics and 1 in hand.
So let me ask you this. He's talking about the sacrifice for climate change we've got to do. What is he doing?
Yeah,
What is the federal government doing? Right. What is their part of this?
They
all want to They all want us to drive a battery car and live in a house that's going to be 3 times as much because of the charges for green this and green that.
Paint our roof.
What is he doing? Mm-hmm. I mean, shouldn't they start with the example of making the White House green to start with?
Yeah. Well,
you lead by example, right?
Right. Tyrannical governments throughout all of their time, they always tell the peasants what we have to do, but they don't have to,
right?
Because they're too important.
Yeah.
So what are they doing? And so cut 7, and we'll get back to these others. But cut 7, he's now listen to this. This is important because it's going to affect all of us. He's asked if he's prepared to declare a national emergency with respect to climate change. Here we go.
Are you prepared to declare a national emergency with respect to climate change?
I've already done that. We've conserved more land. We've we've rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. We've passed a $368 billion climate control facility. We're moving. It is the existential threat to humanity.
So you've already declared that national emergency?
Well, in the practice, you got a bug on you.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. So you've already declared that national emergency?
Practically speaking, yes.
Yeah.
Practically speaking.
Now, what was
I think
the
the whole time he was talking, his eyes were closed the whole time.
What did he say? $358 billion what? What did he say?
I couldn't
Climate facility, which is not correct.
What is that?
I don't know.
Where's that facility? Because that's expensive.
It is.
My goodness.
I don't know what that is. Now, is he talking about the Inflation Reduction Act that we all knew was a Green New Deal bill?
Right.
And I know he's got to get around and Secret Service, but did you see his motorcade pull up to this speech yesterday? It just lasted forever.
Well, that's Bubba's point again.
Yeah.
What is he doing? Now, number 4, Bubba, unfortunately, he's going to salute the audience and wander off the stage again. I don't know why he keeps saluting.
There he is. Look at what do I do?
Where'd I go?
Oh, now I'm salute. Okay. They were confused. Not sure.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, do I go back here? What do I do with this?
Nice picking stuff up.
Throw it to you. What do I do?
What has he got?
Okay, so there's that.
Mr. President.
Oh, my goodness.
You're the president.
Here he comes back.
And there goes that jog again.
He did that little half step behind the podium.
He's got to do that when he looks
dangerous.
confused. It's like he says, if I do a little half step, y'all forget I was confused.
Yeah. Watch me get the knees
now,
up.
the press is telling him not to fall in? Who's telling him not to fall in?
And no, this is where...
This is just him. It's just scary.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so he walks to the edge.
We can't let him walk out there like this.
Stay away from the Grand Canyon, sir.
Oh, no.
All right, so... I guess a lot of the press is on the other side.
Yes.
And so he's walking around, and the next cut, you can actually hear him scream, "Don't jump." Well, he shouts it.
He doesn't do that again.
Yes, he does.
Is he doing the don't jump thing again?
He does this.
Don't jump.
Why does he keep
cups
doing
his hands
this?
around his
Bubba, help me
go-to.
why
Rick,
he
it's
keeps
his
telling
go-to.
people
This
not
is
to
one of his
jump.
go-to jokes.
Why would he do it?
Here he is hollering it.
Don't jump.
There he goes again.
Promises.
No promises.
He said don't jump.
Again.
If you get elected for a 4th term, we may all jump.
Don't jump.
Or
Wait a minute,
second
is that
term, 4
Gavin
more years.
Newsom over there in the bushes that might push him? He's right behind him. I think I see him over there.
Don't jump. If you get another term in 4 more years, we may all be jumping. All right.
Did you hear him? He said, "Don't jump." They act like they were surprised that he said, "Don't jump."
No, Greg, he says it everywhere he goes.
Don't jump.
Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. Time for you to weigh in on all the things you've heard today or any new topic you want to bring up. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jesse's camp is saying that he's going to fight this, and hey, whatever. But when his attorney finally gets through to him and says, "Buddy, you've got to just go. It's going to be better if you just say I'm guilty," and because you got the Nigerian brothers saying you paid for it, and they spent 2.5 hours telling the court yesterday how guilty you are. Here's his defense.
Do you see the video of them buying masks?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And I mean, it's high def.
Yeah.
It looks like they were in a TV studio doing it.
A lot of evidence.
His defense is going to be, I can already, he hadn't said this, but I can already envision what he's going to say. I've been bullied before because of my race and
this is a problem that exists.
Right.
And I was just trying to bring attention to it, even though I made it.
And the climate that Trump's created in this country fogged my brain, and he made me do it.
Exactly.
And it's his fault, and so he's going to play the victim again. And
I told Rick, I said they will tie it back to Trump somehow.
Oh yeah.
When this is said and done, it will be Trump's fault. But what we have to what we have to say to the Jessies of the world, everybody's worried about his last name. If he grew up where I grew up, his first name's a much bigger problem.
That's a fact.
But I'm going to say this: he's going to have to learn. But regardless of how you may feel about something, you cannot legally make up stories to destroy people or to cause. This is, to me, this is running in a theater and yelling fire. Because
in his mind there was no victim here because he was simply trying to draw attention to a problem.
That's it.
So he's actually helping people by doing this.
That's it.
That's what his mind said.
But he's got to learn you can't bring law enforcement in when the charges you're coming up with and the incident you're coming up with is false. That's against the law. You can't call the fire department and claim something's on fire and get them down there.
Look at them buying the mask right there. I mean, how clear is that?
I mean, look at what they're doing. I mean, we have them buying the mask
and the red hat
and so what they've done is created a false attack. They use the mail service to send false letters.
Yeah, you can
federal offense there.
You can really get on that.
Listen, Jesse. You can't do that. That's against the law.
It doesn't matter how gay you are, how black you are. You got to follow the law just like everybody else. We're all in this together.
You can't do this. This is not allowed in a civilized society.
No.
And it's got to be stopped.
And Chicago has enough problems as it is. They really need those officers out working on real cases.
Exactly.
Not the made-up ones.
Boy, do they ever. 16 minutes past 866 We Be Big. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we've talked about the Jesse Smollett, however you say his name. And we'll let him defend himself. Doesn't look good, especially
I'm going to predict he won't serve a day.
Yeah, no, you're probably right, but I'm just going to say it doesn't look good that the people who say you hired them to fake this attack are seen in HD quality on security cameras buying the stuff that was in the attack. That doesn't look good, but in the fact that they're telling everybody that you paid them and they were in front of a court for 2.5 hours.
What about the interview he does where he's all teary-eyed about it?
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
he's an actor. That's his profession.
I hate to say it. Anytime actors talk, you have to be suspect.
Yeah. See, I've heard, is his defense going to be, because I think it was one of the goofy celebrities, and it may have been also some of his siblings, that are even throwing out that they say that the cops are framing him. They're going that route.
Oh, that route. Now, don't forget in 2000,
I got to believe
Chicago Police Department's framing him.
Yeah, I got to believe that
because they're known for it.
Yeah, all the stuff going on in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. That they came and say, "Hey guys, I know we got a lot going on, a lot of killings, but I tell you what I'd like to do is get Jesse Smollett. Let's see if we can frame him." Now, why we won't frame Jesse? Why is an actor on Empire? Why is Chicago police out to get him?
But how can they frame him in a crime that was against him?
Right.
In other words, if you
they're just trying to say
you said Jesse Smollett did something else, and here's evidence to do it, and you could see it. But he's the one that brought this forward.
But they're saying that they're trying to, even though his story is true, they're trying to make it look like he made it up to make him.
Now, don't forget in 2007,
so the
Nigerians were hired by
I'm not saying that it's valid.
Greg, none of us think it's valid. I'm trying to say what we have to believe.
Yeah, we're just armchair quarterback.
We have to believe, if we believe this ridiculous narrative, that the police somehow got the Nigerians to then fake a security camera deal and then to tell them that something happened that didn't really happen. The Nigerians turned and became part of the conspiracy against Jesse Smollett.
And let me be correct here. I'm not saying that's his defense, but I saw a celebrity. I think it was that old weird rapping lady, Cardi something.
Yeah.
Cardi B. I think it was her. And at first she said if he did, he's messed up. Of course, she used another word. But then she said, but also, Chicago police have been known for framing people. And then I think maybe one of his siblings, maybe. I don't know.
Now look, and speaking of siblings, if I could.
He filed the report.
At 866 We Be Big, and we look forward to chatting with all of you if you want to join us. Their lines are available. The real Greg Burgess takes them. Don't use this as an opportunity for you and Greg to bog down. Just let him know what you want to talk about, and he'll get you on the board. Before we go to the phones, one final Biden clip today. Flashbacks are always wonderful. This goes back to 2021. This is the ridiculous notion that the government can force a market on green energy. Here he is praising the EV company Proterra, is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Proterra, which his own energy secretary was heavily invested. Of course, we'll tell you the end game on what just happened yesterday.
Let's see them praising Proterra.
Hear that first.
Right now, we're running way behind China, but you guys are getting us in the game. You guys are getting us in the game. It's going to make a lot of difference. We're going to end up owning the future, I think, if we keep doing what we're doing. When you start making 1,000 buses a year, what are you're gonna need more room for your customers, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, that all sounded good, and that was quite the little party in 2021. Yesterday, Proterra declared bankruptcy.
Hooray!
So
unreal.
Hooray. So all that right there was a bunch of hogwash.
Obama had a couple of those too.
Yeah,
are there any of these EV companies that are actually that they go out and promote and they push, and they have to be union
and
places or they won't do it,
and invest in
that are still working today? I mean, the list of them that have gone bankrupt are a lot longer than the ones still working.
Let me tell you, space for lease is on the front of so many of these Obama companies that they put up that did not make it. And here's one that Biden was like, "Hey, we're going on the future with y'all." Well, apparently not. They declared bankruptcy yesterday.
And the one
you
company
can't force a market that's not there.
The one company that is actually making money and doing well, they ignore.
Correct.
And won't have anything to do with Tesla.
Well, you know why? That's the reason why it's the same thing when you see a lot of these civil rights leaders. They ignore people of color who have made their own way and become radically successful because it hurts their narrative. Same thing with this. You don't want someone who didn't use the government and went out and it was a free market person, and they're the ones being successful, and all the government run attempts at this have failed. See, they don't like that narrative. That's why they ignore him. Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just three positives that came from the riverboat call is one.
My goodness,
sorry,
that was going to be good too.
I'm so sorry. You had good delivery, and I think you were. I'm with Hams. I think you were on the right road. Your sale just dropped out. Curtis in Tennessee.
It's like somebody run up and punch.
Yep. Curtis, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I don't know if y'all have seen the new trailer for the movie The Hill. I was just going to get y'all's opinion on that, if y'all think it might be a good one or not.
Don't know what you're talking about. It's out
of the loop.
It's a baseball movie.
It's a baseball movie based on a true story about Ricky Hill.
No, I'm not familiar with it. Hadn't seen it, but I love sports movies. Not all of them are great, but a lot of them are very good. So I'll certainly give it a look. But I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry. Let's go to Thomas in Alabama. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd have to hear more of it to be sure, but that orchestra piece they were playing behind Biden before, if I'm right, that's the Liberty Bell March. And you know who else used to use that a lot? Monty Python's Flying Circus.
That fits. John in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
I believe Clay Travis shared it, but it was a Jesse Waters, and he was breaking down this electric company that had access to $8 billion of money from the government, and they've gone belly up, and all the Democrats that has invested in it and has dumped their shares before, and he was asking for an investigation on this.
It wasn't this.
Speedy, can you comment on?
Was it this same company?
that we just talked about. Yeah, well, I think they went bankrupt.
Speedy might have more
Speedy,
info.
Clay and Buck we're talking about, so surely you know.
I missed that.
You didn't take your Clay and Buck notes yesterday?
I'm sorry, man.
Doggone it.
Like I've let y'all down.
Shannon in Alabama. Shannon, go ahead.
Hey, y'all, long-time listener.
Thank you.
All right, I know y'all like to know you're making a difference, so I wanted to tell y'all what happened a few weeks ago.
Okay.
I felt the need. My kids are 4, 5, and 8, and I felt the need a few weeks ago to talk to them about, if a stranger approached them and all those different type scenarios and just what to do, how to fight them off, and that sort of thing. Anyway, I got all the way to the scenario of what if somebody did get you, and I said, there's this thing you can do with your hands to show other adults that you're in trouble and that you need to be rescued. And my 8-year-old little boy said, yeah, it's like this. Like you do your thumb in, put your fingers over it like you're making a fist the wrong way. I said, how do you know that? He said, Rick and Bubba.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And you know what we say, Mama? You're welcome.
You're welcome, Mama.
Thank you, because y'all taught me too. I didn't know it either, so thank y'all very much.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thanks, Shannon.
That's cool.
Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, I didn't know if you guys had heard about the new, it's called the BRIC Alliance. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formed an alliance, and they're going to come out with a new currency that's backed by gold, and I didn't know if you guys knew how that might affect the U.S. dollar.
Well, Speedy was just doing the Johnny Manziel sign, so he must know.
I heard that.
Where?
On Clay and Buck.
No, I haven't heard about that. I haven't.
Once again,
the BRIC Alliance.
They're going backwards, not only in the U.S. but worldwide.
And it's BRIC, and it's like the first letter of all the countries involved.
How about that? No, I was not familiar with that.
You'll probably hear a lot about the BRIC nations a bunch going forward.
John,
if they're going to base it on gold, do they have enough to base one on gold?
Well, but they're going back to the gold standard. You said we made a mistake leaving it.
Well, the problem is, though, now the economy is bigger than the amount of gold we got. So what do you do then?
Right. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey,
my grandpa owns a dairy farm in California, and back in the 70s when they first started up the electronic milking, he hooked up his heifers to the machines. They got shocked and killed, and it destroyed the meat immediately.
Oh,
because it cooked their insides so fast it put a poison into their meat.
Oh,
lovely story.
Boy.
Yikes!
Thank you for sharing that.
Picture that one. Yeah, you know what he said? You can't even have a dairy farm.
Like you got a hot ground there somewhere.
Absolutely.
Oh, I said BRIC. It's also S. You can add an S for South Africa as well. So you got Brazil.
Oh, okay, so you left South Africa. How do you feel about that?
Initially, it was Brazil, Russia, India, China, and now you've got South Africa.
How do you think John Thomas feels about that?
I didn't want to leave John Thomas.
Slighted.
Sorry.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, he's the one that made a complaint.
But they're trying to act like it didn't happen to him, and they're just saying that he's made.
Well, somebody tell Cardi B that Al Capone and buying off policemen, that was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's not forget in 2007 when he got a DUI in L.A., he gave the police his brother's name, Jake, signed something saying he was Jake, gave him false ID, and basically has a history of lying to police.
Guys, his motive was, I told you, the light bulb came on. His motive was, when I saw footage of him stepping on the street and him being just bombarded by people asking for his autograph, it was to make his career, make his name be out there. That was the motive.
Yep.
And it worked, if his story. But again, if you're going to make up one,
Chicago,
MAGA.
Let me tell you what he did. He went too far with it.
Exactly.
He tried to make it too good.
It sounded like a movie script.
Yeah, if he'd have just left it, I was beat up on the street, and they didn't like me because I was gay or something.
Yeah,
you get a little credence with that.
But we got the news. We got the bleach.
When you did all of that, when it came out that they were screaming "Make America Great," that's when everybody went, "Okay, wait a minute. This sounds like this is way over the top."
And that's almost to that part when you do that. When he said that, he probably was like, "Dang, I shouldn't have said that. I went too far."
I need to dial that back.
Because I will say this: the minute I heard that, I went, "Bing."
Well, we did. You remember
everybody did.
remember the discussion on the air. We said, something like this.
And we were trying to wait till the facts come in, and still are. Look, again, if something comes out and we have this corrupt police department and they prove that, blah, blah, blah. But as we currently see it ain't looking good.
It's just hard for me to believe that
the facts as we know it today.
And there are law enforcement people who are on the take. I got all that, and that's sad.
But we must get Jesse Smollett.
But it's hard for me to believe that they focused everything on getting Jesse Smollett.
Now,
That's hard for me to believe.
Well, the argument is that this really happened to him, and the police are trying to make it look like he made it up.
But then
he brought,
Did Bill Cosby try that defense, by the way? I mean,
I don't know. He might as well have, but of course, somebody sent a meme. It showed Bill Cosby giving Jesse a haircut.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's funny.
It is.
The best one is, have you seen? Again, this leads to really good, funny. It's got Brian Williams and it says Jesse Smollett was attacked. I was there.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All those are good.
Yeah, that's
like we did the one about he now works for CNN because he makes stories up.
Can I ask you? You refer to that as a meme. Is that?
I don't know if that's a meme or not.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Maybe it's not. Is it?
It is.
A meme is when you put a picture up and like they did with the CNN behind
fake narrative,
right.
and you have a fake thing.
So a Photoshop picture is now a meme.
I don't know.
If it has something on there, like a statement on there, like you're making it
it's
say
the
something
picture with a cute.
See, I thought a meme was
that
like a little
obviously
cartoon thing that you text to people, like a little smiley face.
That's an emoji.
No, that's an emoji.
That's a meme.
And then
right
you
there.
have a GIF, which is.
Well, when did we start calling those memes? Though that used to not
years
be
ago.
memes.
Yeah,
back when I tell you when it happened. I'll tell you when we started.
We called it Photoshop stuff.
Can I tell you the first time?
Photoshop's when you put somebody in a situation they're not in. This is just you take a fake picture and you put a fake narrative that and everybody knows is a joke. Yeah.
But you know where I first heard that?
Like
word?
Bruce Jenner's cat, and it's a dog.
And this is you know where I first heard
Remember that one?
Yeah, was with Nilla Shake.
Yeah,
because Nilla Shake was developing an app where you could make memes really easy. The first time I ever heard the term meme, and I asked him, I said, "What is it?"
Nilla Shake was developing an
app. Yes, he was, and it was so people could make memes easy, like you could pull pictures and put.
But this is before he dressed as a all-out Georgia crazy football fan with spiked shoulder pads. Right?
Correct.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, of course he's still doing good. He's a go-getter.
Yeah.
All right. So we were going to do this other story, but we're running out of time now.
Right there.
Yeah, there's a meme.
Speaking where you go get a real picture and then you put some kind of phrase on it that is not what's going on in the picture, but it's funny.
Based on their expression.
Well, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
How about again, like I say, first time I heard it was Nilla Shake, and I didn't understand it either. And I was like, now tell me what that is.
I just think they're funny. I never call them.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, but Photoshop's taking somebody's head and putting it on somebody else's body, or Photoshopping somebody into a picture.
What if you Photoshop and it's got writing on it?
It would be a Photoshop meme.
Okay.
You remember when they did Speedy?
It becomes a meme when the statement is put under the picture.
You remember when they put Speedy's head on that ballet dancer and it said Uncle Duke?
Right.
Photoshop.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I think
it was a good one. That one looked really real.
It's actually called fake news, not Photoshop. Photoshop's just the app that you put it.
That's true.
I'm being.
But you would, yeah.
All right. So when we come back, there's a lot of people out there that are not mentally stable, and sadly, looks like we've got a Coast Guard lieutenant.
Man,
boy, this guy's crazy.
This guy is a bird, and I'm glad that somebody, which is what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Saw what he was doing and turned him in. Now, what we're going to have when we come back and cover this is this guy will be deemed the most evil person on the planet and was radicalized by Trump. Now, the Democrat that came up and tried to shoot congressmen as they were warming
did shoot congressmen.
Shot congressmen and tried to kill them all.
He wasn't radicalized by Obama.
Which was the same thing this guy said he was going to do.
Right. He was not radicalized by the left.
No.
But this guy will be radicalized by the right.
Exactly.
Right. So when the left demonizes people and crazy people can't differentiate between what you should and shouldn't do, that's never there's no coverage of that. But now when somebody on the right does it, like this guy,
I think both sides can pretty much claim some crazies for both sides.
Yeah, you can rebel rouse your crazies. It doesn't matter whether it has a D or an R by their name.
That's right.
And still to come, the ISIS bride, she's told no thanks to coming home as a U.S. citizen.
Sorry, sad story, but I certainly understand there's consequences to your actions. We're going to learn that at some point, I hope.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Thank you for being with us today. So, things that you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it on our YouTube channel today, live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. The Revelation chapter 17, finishing it today. It'll be archived soon after to the YouTube and podcast channel. Also, tomorrow, Bubba and I will be recording another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and it has quite a bit of intrigue as we'll interview Chris Bledsoe and hear his mind-blowing story. And it will be out and available, Lord willing, this weekend wherever you get podcasts. So, and Bubba, I continue to prepare for that one, and you know what I say, wowzer.
Yeah, it's going to be a biggie.
Wowzer.
Yeah.
So that'll be coming up this weekend. So be sure you go and grab that. Bubba, a couple of things. I think we can probably do both of these because I don't think either one of them really is a full segment. But staying in the political realm, did you see the latest numbers in the Republican? For the Republican nominee, that Trump now leads DeSantis by 42 points.
Yes,
42. 42 points.
More Republicans are likely to vote for him after a third indictment. 75% think charges are a distraction for Biden corruption.
So this poll in the Republican field is just what is it that I don't understand? I mean, here's the latest poll that has just come out. Trump's got 55%, all the way down to 13% to DeSantis, and everybody else is 5-4. And then the other group, they put them all together, and they only get 9% if you put them all together. So, what is it that we're missing? I think it's just as simple as DeSantis has his day, but it was not now, and to jump in this time while Trump was still trying was a mistake. And we warned about that. We said you got to let Trump finish, okay? And he has to exhaust every opportunity he has to run. Okay,
you sound like a Mississippi leg.
I know, yeah. There's just too, and Greg mentioned it in the break. DeSantis needs the Trump supporters, and you don't get them on your side by running against Trump. No. Let Trump and all that finish. If he wins, he wins. Great. If he doesn't, then, hopefully that would keep everybody from continuing, if you're DeSantis. Then it's your turn. DeSantis needed this because he was really getting a lot of hype and he was beloved. Oh, yeah. And it was almost like that. I'm really honestly shocked by the lack of energy and support he's garnering. I'm really surprised by it.
Considering how well he did in Florida, how the Florida state has flourished under him when not every state was doing that.
How much the left hates him.
And so, you kind of thought that he would have a little more momentum. I saw where he changed his campaign manager again. But if you are DeSantis or you're, if you're advising him, what do you say to him right now? Or what has he got to do different? Or is it just the fact that Trump, like him or not, puts on such a good stage show that everybody else looks extremely boring? Yeah.
Well, the other thing with Trump, because honestly, I think DeSantis communicates conservative points of view better than Trump. But the problem is Trump, when he was president, did a really good job. And everybody really, really liked the economy that he produced. And really, these people are yearning from someone who won't be bullied by the mobs, won't be bullied by the left, even sometimes, crass to the point that it's embarrassing. But a lot of people love that. That's red meat. That's blood in the water. And they like somebody who doesn't just sit down and take it, okay, or try to be above it, because that's not possible,
right?
Mm-hmm. So they're saying this is the state of politics, and being in politics right now is a dirty job, and Trump's the man to do it. Okay, if I can quote the '80s hairband Rat.
Yeah.
So,
right.
but and they think,
and he says what everybody's thinking,
right?
And normally politicians don't say that,
right? So you almost have to get out of the way. If I was DeSantis, I would say, here's what we're going to do right now. We are going to talk about how the Biden administration is going after Trump, how the Biden administration is corrupt,
and how you stand with Trump on all these accusations against him, and you're going to start speaking out against those that are going after Trump. That's what we're going to do. And then if he can keep from being put in jail, then you just got to stand out of the way. Okay? Now, if he goes to jail, now you step in and say, he's been wronged, but I'm here to fill the void. That would be my advice.
Right. Yeah.
And then we live to fight another day. You step in if he gets put in jail. If he doesn't, you support him, talk about how bad he's being treated. And even when he gets put in jail, you really double down on how bad he was treated, but you don't have any choice but now take the reins.
Yeah, because who else is
going to And then you can get the Trump people with you. If you do not go after Trump, do not whatever, you're not going to beat him with the nomination. It looks very, very difficult. We need to start thinking about your political career in the future. And it could all be damaged so badly in this if we don't change our direction.
They jumped a little quick.
That you're now hurting on the things we had planned for the future.
You know, again,
your brand's being damaged.
I have to say one of the great he didn't make it in history was Ronald Reagan losing to Gerald Ford, who had been appointed VP by Nixon in the Watergate thing because Spiro Agnew got carted off. And then he rose to president. I mean, it looked bad. Mm-hmm. And Reagan and Gerald Ford was not a great communicator either. And I remember when Reagan lost to him, a lot of people were surprised by that. But when he gave his concession speech, he really set the stage for the next run.
Right.
And everybody was going, "Wow, we may have got the wrong guy in there." So
no, you're right.
There's got to be that moment. There's got to be that moment for DeSantis. I don't know if it's in one of these debates. I don't know if it's in this debate against the governor of California.
That'll be helpful.
I don't know when it is, but he's got to have that aha moment where the public goes, that's our guy.
Yeah, and I think the convention, you're right. I think that debate in the convention will be the place he can do that. So that's kind of the way I would do it. And looking at it's almost like Trump's campaign. It's like, if you look at, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott and Mike Pence and I can't pronounce the last name. Is it Ramaswamy.
Some good things
who
to
is
say.
Who has gone up?
Yeah. Chris Christie, I can't even take him serious, but it's almost like you're going out to a place where everybody is set up for you to think about their product. And over here on the Trump, they've got a major stage with a sound rig you can't even believe, and it's bigger and more louder, and the other people are trying to talk and you can't even hear them. I mean, he just overshadows everything else there, even though a lot of them are good quality people.
Yeah,
and really would do a good job. They just can't be heard over Trump's noise. They can't be heard.
That's a good point.
I do think the circus of Trump just makes everybody else look boring.
You got to wait till it's over.
He starts dragging. It drags in people that normally don't even participate.
Right. You got to wait till it's over.
Do you think the economy is so bad?
And then you need to get behind him and see if you can get him in there one more time.
Yeah. And Biden's run it down so much, and we actually have CNN, even MSNBC, admitting a lot of that in some of the sound bites today. But do you think it's so bad that Trump can pull some of the if he ends up making it and he's the nominee and he gets all these indictments and he hadn't gone to court yet and all this kind of stuff? Can he pull that 400,000 of I'm not sure, because the party lines are going to do their thing.
I'll answer that. No.
But is the economy so bad and we're in such dire straits with Biden? Do you think that some of those will come over?
Your only hope, and I agree with Helmsy, your only hope, because he's not going to stop doing things the way he does them because he's not coachable. So he's not going to reach out to those, as you said, Bubba, those mainly women that he bothered that are
he's mean and all that.
Yeah, he's not going to get them. His only hope is that Biden has destroyed this country and this economy so bad they can overcome their discomfort.
Yeah, that has to be his.
But he's not going to go wound them. I promise you. That's not going to happen.
No. Some of the stuff he's going after Chris Christie with, have you heard that?
No, but
the last 24 hours.
The women that he offended that we're trying to win votes on, their life hadn't really changed. I mean, honestly, I see them every day. Their life hadn't changed a bit.
Yeah.
I go back to the last time he ran. I thought, no way. No way. And then early in this, I was thinking the same thing. He's done, but he keeps hanging around.
Yeah. Well, if you
see when somebody in the crowd asked Trump about Chris Christie yesterday?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what Speedy said. I didn't see it.
He said he was somewhere eating.
Did he really?
That's what people say
about us.
Rick and Bubba.
This summer. All right, so we have this other person that now has come to the forefront. A horrible story. Coast Guard lieutenant who's 49 years old.
Christopher Paul Henson, it looks like.
Hassan.
Hassan?
Had built up an arsenal of weapons and was planning a mass terror attack with a hit list of prominent Democrats. And now you guys were telling me somebody in the Coast Guard or somebody close to him or knew him well enough turned him in?
I'm not sure. I figured somebody had to tip him. I mean, look at that arsenal, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
We hope, again, in this situation, that's what you want to happen. If you see somebody, your family or whoever, you need to turn them in. Because you remember the movie we talked about, Helms, the guy on that island, was it in Germany?
Oh,
Where
yeah.
was it? They killed all
Norway.
those people. Yeah. Well, this guy, he actually had some of this guy's writings, and so he was wanting to do that type of thing, which is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever seen that. He went out to an island where these
it's awful.
It's like a summer camp for kids, and they were from affluent families, most of them. And he sets up a bomb downtown to get all the police looking that way. He goes to that island, says he's a policeman, gets out there and just starts mowing.
Yeah, they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
July
This is true.
22nd.
True
It's
story.
a true story.
True
July
story.
22nd is the movie, and it basically
So there's a
depicts-
movie about this. I
Yes,
didn't know
yeah,
this.
it's
And
now,
this
it's a rough
guy-
ride because there are children involved.
Oh.
But they say that it is a very accurate depiction of what took place on July 22nd, 2011.
Right,
in Norway.
And he's just going through there picking them all off. And some of the campers didn't even realize what was going on until he rounded the corner. And they all start running into the woods trying to hide. And he's just going through picking them off one by one. And the movie really goes talks about one of the kids that survived that his brother ran off and he was shot.
Yeah.
But this guy actually, he was wanting to pull something like that, and like that, the psycho that did this had some writings that they'd found them in his possession too. So this guy was really dangerous.
Yeah, when you look at the story, Christopher Paul Hassan said he wanted to establish a white homeland and dreamed of ways to kill almost every last person on Earth. On Earth.
Yeah.
I guess he was going to be very selective about who got to stay. But he did have a hit list of prominent Democrats like Pelosi and Ocasio-Cortez and
Beto O'Rourke.
all of them. All the ones you would think. And now what you're going to hear.
Joe Scarborough's on there, too.
See, this is what happens when Joe starts getting more liberal than he was conservative. He gets but see, the other thing is if Joe Scarborough had been a stout conservative, he might have got on the other guy's hit list to try to shoot up,
there's crazies on both sides, and neither one of them are right.
But you're not going to hear this. The story needs to be, we must stop evil people.
And whoever turned this guy in did what other people need to do. If you have a family member or a coworker or somebody that's making these crazy statements, you need to turn them in.
Exactly.
Now, this guy, Ricky,
now, sadly,
also
it's
was
going to be portrayed that Trump radicalizes people, but the left doesn't.
Yeah.
This guy, he was a former Marine.
Oh boy.
From '88 to '93, in the Army National Guard for about 2 years in the '90s, and now with the Coast Guard. So he's had quite a career for his serving, but does not justify him being crazy now.
Wow.
As far as the number of guns and bullets he's got, it's not that out of the ordinary for someone who hunts or who is a gun enthusiast. But the fact that you're putting a spreadsheet together to kill people is.
When your goal is to kill most of the people in the world, you don't need that kind of arsenal.
But it goes back to what y'all said earlier in the show, and that is, look at the crazy guy that went to the softball field and started shooting up a lot of the Republican, there's crazy people out there on the left and the right. We just need to call crazy.
So you're going to tell me?
I mean,
we need to stop the crazies, no matter what their political affiliation.
Right,
is.
Because they want us to believe that if Trump had never came into office and his his campaign, all this, if this guy had never heard of any of that, he would have been normal. Is that what you're telling me? He would have never wanted to kill anybody?
Well, obviously, they also
that's not
found
true.
when they went into his apartment, he also, for some reason, in his crazy, wicked mind, he thought that taking steroids and certain narcotics would heighten his ability to carry out the attacks, and they found more than 30 vials of human growth hormone. Wow! So he thought he would buff himself up too. Now, he was trying to become almost like this super warrior. That would go out and be able to kill. I mean, in one of his statements, most of the people on Earth. But he wants to be sure he takes the Democrats out in that group.
Well, based on that,
that's just the side he
like
chose.
I say, we could say that these people are radicalized one way or the other to do this, but based on that and what he's saying, it looks like he was motivated somewhat by Hollywood and action movies.
Yeah.
So maybe they share some blame in it too.
Yeah,
Well,
blame people.
all I need to know about this guy, obviously, what he.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. So I did get the opportunity last night to watch the new Netflix Johnny Manziel.
I'm leaving.
I don't say anything. I'm just.
I'm not going to say anything.
I'm not going to say anything. But
Your
buddy over there is encouraging you.
I know, but
well, because there's comedy in him trying not to say anything, but he says it.
I will say, yeah. I mean, by the way, guys, did y'all not remember? There's nothing in the documentary that wasn't reported.
I get it, Rick, but I want to hear it fresh.
Yeah, you will. Well, it's.
I've been looking forward to this.
Well, you won't be surprised, but you will now have confirmation going, okay, everything that I thought was pretty accurate. But it's. I wish the documentary was actually a little. I don't really care for the production of it because I'm a big documentary guy, and there's some that are really really good. I don't think this is an exceptional documentary. What I'm talking about is I think they could have done more with it. It's almost like. I didn't really want. Now, this may sound weird coming from me, but when it comes to something like this, you really want to see all the inner workings.
Right, get all the details.
I really didn't want the Cliff Notes version, and that's what you get.
Okay.
They move at a really rapid pace. You know, take me inside. Some of these games a little bit longer. Let me see a little more.
Tell me how it all started, Rick.
Let me ask you this, Rick, on documentaries in general, because I love them too. I hate this new trend where we draw the cartoons. When we have something we don't have footage of, you know what I'm talking about?
I don't like that either.
I can't stand that.
If I want to watch cartoons, I'll get up on Saturday morning.
They act out because there's no footage, and they got the cartoon.
Yeah, I don't want to see cartoons.
But don't put them in the middle of a good day.
I don't like it.
Happens a lot.
But I don't think you're going to like the pace
What's
of this.
next? Subtitles?
I don't think you're going to like the pace of
Really?
it. No. Because I do want somebody to give me the nutshell version of a story I'm not all that interested in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, why is it that those kind of stories drag on? But a story that I'm like, slow down, I'll take all this you can give me, I would have been fine with episodes.
Oh, yeah.
But they do it all in one documentary, the entire thing. And to me, it runs along the pace is a little quick.
Okay.
Where did the Manziel family get all their money?
I'm not getting into all that. I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Look at him. He's got a toothpick in his mouth.
He's gonna run.
I think he stabbed himself twice in the mouth. Right. He tries to flip it in his mouth.
Now he'll have the whole thing told to us before we leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. The all fair stuff.
Let me see if I can help you. Yesterday, I heard an interview with Urban Meyer, and I know y'all don't like Urban Meyer.
He's an idiot.
But
thanks.
Well, we're just going off stuff that's been reported.
But he
back
was
to Urban Meyer.
He was
that's legit.
It was. I knew you had to.
I got a little heat coming about this coach abusing his wife. I didn't know about. Oh, my brain! I got a cyst on my brain. Did y'all remember that?
Oh yeah, he'll play the.
Hey, he's got a cyst on his brain. You can't say nothing to him about it.
Right.
Well, if it would have been anybody else talking, you probably would have
I'm
enjoyed
sure he's
this.
got some knowledge.
But he was talking about NIL and the collective, and he was talking about how it's got out of hand, and the collective is the problem because they're raising a ton of money and essentially just paying players.
Yeah, that wasn't the intention. I don't.
And he said obviously people should have been paid for their name, image, and likeness.
Exactly.
But that's not what's going on right now. You have a pot of money that you're paying, and conversations are happening, and they're being open about it. Well, he's giving us $20,000 a year, but this coach has offered us $25,000, so we're going to go there, and they're taking the money from the collective. It was very interesting conversation, even though you don't like him, Greg.
No, but I agree because we talked about that. The original intent was not we get a wad of money and pay you to come. Like if I was there and you want me to promote your product, I could get paid for it. If you sold my jersey, my name on it, I could get paid for it.
And he said, I think he actually used Manziel as a reference. He said, we should have been doing the name, image, and likeness a long time ago so these players could cash in, to your point about the documentary.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I have to tell you this because we all knew this. His value to Texas A&M when he arrived, what he did for that program financially,
absolutely,
new stadium.
Yes.
They raised $740 million after he had his freshman season, and they said that was $300 million than they'd ever raised before.
Here he goes. Greggy's off in it.
Right. Well, I'm just saying his impact there was obvious.
Yeah.
And what the money they made off him with Johnny Football and everything tied to that, and
just their Texas A&M being mentioned in every broadcast because something was going on.
How much would he make in a day up in the hotel room?
I can't. I'm not getting into all that.
I'm doing
Just
it just
I'm
to
not
get Greg.
Some people said
I'm not watching
$100,000.
it.
It varied anywhere.
Speaking
from
of
40 to
Urban Meyer, Swamp Kings is supposed to come out. That's a documentary on the Florida Gators from 06 to 09, I think.
Yeah.
Late this
It'll
month.
show him covering up.
Later this month.
Who's doing that?
Netflix.
They're going to show him cover up that murder?
Well, maybe. I'm sure it's part of it.
I don't know.
I'm
going to connect you two so you can make up, so y'all can hang out.
Greg, what happens when I want to ask Urban Meyer about something?
Well, some kind of ailment's going to happen. If you give him a tough question, is he going to have a brain cyst or he's the back and then
heart
done?
Remember, he did the heart too.
The heart.
The family wants to spend
a lot of
Took
time
a week
off.
So, Greg, let me be sure I got this. You don't really care for Urban Meyer.
I think he's full of it. Pretty good football coach, though.
Yeah, he is. He is a good football coach.
Well, I don't know. Ask the Jaguars.
Well, that's different.
I didn't end good.
Saban didn't do well in the NFL.
No, he didn't.
Spurrier.
Right.
That's another
So,
one.
you know, it's just it's a whole different thing in the NFL. You got to be buddies, not a dictator.
Well, as a matter of fact, Johnny said the same thing. No, I'm just kidding. You will find out that.
You know, and I've said this before, the thing about Johnny
Don't
Manziel, and there's very few people can do this. That's one reason I think he was so hard to catch, that can change the direction they're running by planting one foot. Most people have to stutter step.
Mm-hmm.
He could plant one foot and go totally the different direction.
Yeah.
Very few people ever been able to do that.
He was fun to watch, no doubt.
He was. I still remember, and I'm not having anything to do with documentary. I still remember.
That's okay.
We were in the old studio, the one prior to this one, and one of y'all, I can't remember who it was. I want to think it was Greg and Bubba talking about this freshman. Have you seen this freshman for Texas A&M?
Because didn't they open up against Florida or something? It was on TV.
Well, they got beat the very first game against Florida.
Yeah.
And
Played
then he played well. But then the next week he went crazy against Rice.
Nobody could.
SMU.
Nobody could catch him.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about him. I still remember that. And I was like, well, I'm going to see this guy play. And, of course, you forget he won the Heisman as a freshman. First one to ever do
true.
it.
I forgot about that.
I can only speak because I'm younger than y'all, but he is the most exciting college football player I have ever seen.
Exciting?
I know. For me, he was.
He's probably
I'm not going to
best.
call him the best, but he was the most exciting football player I have ever watched, and may be the best I've seen.
As far as college football,
just college,
he is definitely in the elite.
No doubt.
No, not even close.
Game changer.
Every time he got
made
the
the
ball,
team better.
something special
if he didn't get
was
kicked off
about
the
to happen.
That freshman year, if I'm not
phenomenal.
wrong, he went to Auburn, hung about 50 on them, then went and won in Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's quite a feat.
Oh,
for
and
a freshman.
that time that was
a very good team they beat too.
Well, a very good team.
Yep.
And and they talk about that too. But yeah, it was he was a very exciting player. And again, as with really all of us to some degree, he was his worst own enemy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you do realize
he was his own worst enemy.
You do realize Mac Brown wanted to sign him as a defensive back.
Oh wow!
How about that?
Just an athlete.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
So
the quarterback call was a good one.
yeah,
We went with that.
he said that all of the offers faded away by the time he got out of high school, and then finally he walked in his office one day and the guy said, "Hey, Texas A&M wants to offer you a full ride. Be quarterback."
Rick and Bubba.
The dude tells us that he's wicked and evil and not mentally stable, but look in those eyes right there.
It is scary to think
It's not
that
the
those.
only person you see those eyes on here
Well,
lately.
I've been making that point.
He's scary to think that people like him are out there. That's
it is.
extremely scary.
Yeah, it is.
Well, to Greg's point, these people
and have the know-how to carry it out.
As bad as his resume is, if he'd have been blackface at some point and add that to it, I don't know what he'd do.
Yeah, they'd probably find out at some point that he was either wore blackface or knew somebody who did.
Yeah.
Or was the editor of a yearbook that had one in it.
Yeah.
But I will say this.
But he is the demonic evil person that needs to be done away with.
Well, and what Greg said, these people are out there. In this case, at work, you got to take things serious. If you're at work, or if you're hanging out at the hunting lodge, or wherever you may be, maybe you're over at the coffee shop, and somebody's got a manifesto. We need to know about it. I mean, we need to. It may turn out to be nothing, but we certainly need to know. Mm-hmm. And in this case, this was something that was going to be another horrific scene, and it has been thankfully stopped because people told on him. Yep. And we got to do that.
Yep.
But again, the story today, we need to say that we live in a world that is perpetuating some wicked, evil people. it really doesn't need to be a political statement. But I'm sadly, I'm not so sure it's going to be portrayed that way.
No, I can guarantee you it won't be.
And that's if you're wanting to take out, if you're reading, like, some people would say, if you walk in somebody's room, I don't think you hardly ever see this kind of stuff. If you look in there and you see, maybe Oswald Chambers, my utmost for his highest, you go, this guy really hasn't caused a lot of trouble. But when you walk in there and see a guy, says, I tell you, a guy like the writings I like to read is the guy in Norway that went on an island and shot up a bunch of summer camp kids.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna look at that guy.
Good. Yeah, you probably don't want that kind of journal to be, the person you want to pattern yourself after.
By the way, he I don't know if Greg touched on this, but he actually created a diversion by blowing up a building. And
y'all did mention that.
The whole thing.
His setup was unbelievable.
It really was unreal, guys. I mean, watch the movie. I thought y'all were in on this movie.
No,
yes, it's something else.
I don't know.
Helms can't watch it because he canceled Netflix, but he's already seen it.
Right.
The sales pitch you just gave me,
increase got it.
It doesn't really seem like appointment TV for me.
It makes you aware, though, of what.
Right.
I mean,
I remember when it happened. I
didn't. I didn't know. I had no clue that an attack took place in 2011.
I'm sure in 2011 we talked about it on the show.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
I don't remember it at all.
Yeah, I don't either. Greg had mentioned that. Hey, y'all, and I think, or you saw it first. I can't remember which one. Y'all told me about it, and I didn't remember.
Because in that country, they're one of them's got strict gun laws too. And you think how did
he was the only one with a weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They created a soft target of the utmost.
They did.
And he went in and said, I'm the one with the guns and nobody else has them. And this is not a good scenario if somebody decides to go rogue on you. No. If you to update what's going on with the wall, obviously he was able to cut a deal to keep the government open, which got him some money for the wall. And then for the remaining budget, he has declared, as he has told everyone he has the executive power to do, a state of emergency, and that our southern border is an emergency situation, and he is going to build the rest of it by declaring a state of emergency. Is that? I mean, it's more complicated than that, but in a nutshell.
Well, that's the high points, Rick. Now, the president tweeted out yesterday, we have just built this powerful wall in New Mexico, completed on January the 30th, 2019, 47 days ahead of schedule. Many more miles now under construction. #finish the wall. Now, what I love is he has put out a time-elapse video with this, Rick, and check this out.
Is there any audio?
This is pretty cool. Look at them. They're putting that thing up.
So he's showing, here's how easy we can do it, because this is the one we just finished, right? He's showing us how that one was finished. It was done on January 30th,
Yeah,
correct?
that section of it, apparently.
Yes, and he's trying to show, look, this is how it's done. You can see through it.
Now, a lot of this may still be under the old budget deal.
Yeah, right.
I really don't know. And, of course, the state of emergency is being challenged in the courts.
Right.
We'll see how all that plays out. But it is amazing footage to see them doing this, just the construction of it. I always like time-elapse stuff. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, because all of us that hate things that take too long, time-elapse video says, well, here's basically what happened.
You can be pro-wall, anti-wall, whatever, but I promise you, right there where they're working now, nobody's going to walk across that.
Well, and if you don't believe that, just get how you say his name, Acostas?
Jim Acosta.
Acosta. Let Jim Acosta go down there and stand in front of what they just built, and you know what he'll show us? That nobody's coming to that place.
Yeah,
you know why they're not coming there, Jimmy? Because they can't get in.
Right.
They're going to the areas.
That doesn't mean that it can't be penetrated through more elaborate manner, but
tunnels,
you can't just walk across. So
I hate when people say, well, they're just going to build tunnels. Well, yeah, but tunnels take a long time, and that's harder.
Yeah.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. You can join us now. It's phone troll time. Any topic you want to talk about, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. You know what's just happened to you, the Rick and Bubba audience? You've just been handed the authority to be program director. You are bringing the content right now. Now, we don't do meaningless shout-outs. We don't do shameless plugs. We don't do baby predictions or anything like that in the phone troll. It is designed for content. So you're coming in with questions and comments and bringing stuff to the table. Those lines are open now. Speedy is standing by. He'll take your phone calls, and if you move right now, you should get in, and then you don't have to stand in line very long because of our friend the buzzer. Carshield.com/Bubba. If you are driving an automobile that is no longer under warranty and the angst that comes with that, let's give you peace of mind and get you a protection plan. So go to carshield.com/Bubba to get that automobile protected. Remember that if it is a covered repair on your protection plan, they're going to pay the ASE certified mechanic that you choose directly. Now, you also want to look at 24/7 roadside assistance. You also want to look at courtesy towing. You also want to look at the rental car options. So you've got everything covered. You're protected. So go now to carshield.com/Bubba. We're going to get you 20% off your plan. And then you can also go to rickandbubba.com. You can find the link you're looking for under the sponsors button. So we've got lines available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy is standing by. You can join us now. And because we're trolling, you won't have to stay in line very long. So make your move now. We'll start with Eric in Hueytown. He's on 104.7 WZZK. Eric, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're good.
Good. Hey, I just had a quick way. I know how to diffuse what happened with the riverboat situation or whatever.
Yes.
What if they would have had Topaz tacos out there on that dock, yo?
Topaz. Did you just say Topaz tacos? What if Bubba walked up and everything was going on and he said, "Have you ever thought about y'all ever thought about you ever thought about maybe trying a little bit of Topaz?" Do you realize how many people that have joined this show at different timelines, when they hear us throwing around Topaz, they think, what kind of weird, what in the world are they? Does it still surprise you how many questions will still be, what is Topaz?
Probably to date, still number one topic in email. I'm amazed.
It's very confusing
at how many people have foot trouble too.
Yeah. John in Ozark, Alabama. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Listen to 107.7. Go ahead.
My grandmother's a great Reds fan. Pete Rose is on Court TV right now.
Right now?
Court TV.
He's playing the role of a female medical examiner in that best friend murder trial or something like that.
Are you?
It's him.
Are you kidding around?
I'm serious. It's him, or it's a very unfortunate woman.
One ugly chick.
Yeah,
I don't know about Court TV.
Scott in Greensboro, North Carolina. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I called in last week and made several things about college football alignment, and I'll be danged if all of them didn't come true.
Every one of them.
Every one in Oregon and Wisconsin, or rather Washington, going to the Big Ten, Arizona State, Utah going to the Big 12, and nothing yet on Cal and Stanford. I still have a crazy feeling they're going to go to the Big Ten, all because of their AAU status, because they're wanting the academic brand, not necessarily them.
So Scott is saying that he's a prognosticator. Is that what he's saying?
He did call last week,
right,
because something about Florida State was not a member of, whatever that group was. Which I don't know.
Did I hear that the ACC had reached out to Stanford?
Cal and Stanford.
And Cal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's some talks.
Hams, you
across
okay?
country.
Hams, I know you've been worried about what's going to happen to the Stanford.
I'm worried about the Cardinal.
Yeah, so
Cardinals been hung out to dry.
ACCS long west, other end of the other end of the country.
It is.
But yeah, this whole thing with travel and everything, everybody's just kind of disregarding, aren't they?
When Oklahoma and Texas made their change, we knew there would be a lot of shifting. I had no idea it would be the mess that it's turned into. I mean, it's changed everything.
Yeah, and I know all the problems that go with it, but are we to the point now? And if I was king of college football, I may suggest this. Look, we're about to start a 12-team playoff, and that's all anybody cares about.
Right.
Nobody's in part of anything. Everybody make your schedule, play whoever you want to play. Let's try to pick the best 12 teams in the country at the end. We'll enjoy all the matchups y'all come up with throughout the season. Those will matter because you'll have to be good enough to make the playoff. And then we'll get the 12-team playoff, and every year we'll decide who's the best team in college football. And that way you can just do your schedule the way you need to and play who you can get to play.
Here's the problem. It's hard to make TV deals individually, with the exception of Notre Dame.
Right.
Because most schools don't want to have to make their own deal because they can get more in a group.
Yeah. Now, and the playoffs there is a lot of money, but you got to make the playoff. Brad in Mississippi. Brad, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to know what y'all think is going to happen to the bowl games with the realignment, specifically the Rose Bowl, because pretty sure it's the top Pac-12 team and another conference team that get to play in the Rose Bowl. So the Pac-12 teams are terrible right now, so that mean the Rose Bowl just goes to anybody?
No, it goes to the. I read this yesterday. It actually goes. It's going to be just part of the college football playoff.
Yeah.
Every year,
Yeah.
year in and year out. The traditional Rose Bowl that we're talking about will go away because of the realignment, but they will play a huge part in the college football playoff.
Yeah, which is all we care about anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And they were the last holdout. Remember, they were against all that.
Right.
And
But
then
of
finally
course,
they gave in.
they were about to be against all of it right out of business.
Yeah.
Well, that's before they
That's
realized
kind of
all
what's
teams were
happened with the
leaving.
Pac-12.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying. I know that you can't have the Pac-12 champion go to the Rose Bowl if there's no Pac-12.
Right.
I would say that would be very difficult. So let's go to Nate in Moody, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Hey, Nate.
What's up, Biggins?
Buddy.
What's going on? Look, just real quick, I'm going to paint a picture for every ear to hear me right now. Now, how long would this last? Say an individual, a male, he has a wig, a lipstick, he's a Goldberg, he's a Steve Austin. You think they're going to let him fight a female or do whatever like they're letting these males as women?
I didn't quite follow what you're saying.
Well,
set the stage on that one more time.
He hung up.
Well,
we've
we've
already had that
in
happen.
professional wrestling. They do go because it's not real, but they do every now and then.
Hey,
I don't
it's
know
real
if it's a
to me.
set match, but like one will jump in the ring, one of the females, and the guy will slam her.
I hope my
You know,
dad's not listening.
Yeah.
So you saying it's not real?
So
Is he saying that's that particular sports entertainment, or is he? I don't know.
I didn't follow what he was saying
No, I
because
didn't
they
get
already
any of
did.
it.
Was he saying that we know that biological men, because this has already happened and people have gotten hurt real bad, that biological men have entered into sports like that involve fighting and boxing, and it's a disastrous result. Was he saying, are there really going to be women that identify as men go in there and compete against men? Is that what he's saying?
Guys, is he a little late to the party? I mean,
Yeah, because
that subject's been.
It has
It's
been
not
talked
new.
about quite a bit, and as far as men biological
Unless he's talking
men,
WWE only, I believe they, in some of them big brawls they have, they'll take one of the female wrestlers and body slam her.
right? But that's a stunt show,
Yeah.
right? And I mean, still, but
Sorry, Mac.
And unfortunately, we have had. That's such a good one. But we have had.
Well, it's real to Mac. Damn it.
We did have biological males go and fight women in some of the MMA stuff, and it was really really bad.
Yeah, that one guy. Yeah,
Yeah, and so which we shouldn't allow that. I mean, no, that should not be.
Rick,
allowed.
did I tell y'all that I was looking? There's an event that Cassio was tied to, by the way, of all
That
these
owns-
wrestlers
that
from the
owns-
past and
that
stuff. And
owns
it's like
me.
a convention. And at the convention, at a table signing, was the guy. It's still real to me. Damn it, he's got his own. He goes to these trade shows.
He's
and-
become a
Yes,
sought after
he's
person.
become
to
a
me.
sought after person.
Well, God, well, how about this? Kudos to him for taking away to
Got
finding
made
a way
fun
to
of and then turned it
Yeah,
into something.
He's found a way to monetize that, and good for him.
But now he better not, and I don't think he does this. But don't dare act like you weren't serious when you were up there squalling. Don't act like you created a character because you didn't.
Oh,
that was legit.
he was dead serious.
Yeah.
And now let me ask you this: does he get to a limit at his signing table where he won't do it on command?
I wonder how many is he having like a
that's
set number?
Bubba, is that not the first thing you're going to ask him when you walk up to his table?
Absolutely.
And so does he have a limit where he says, "I will not do that anymore. I won't do it on command"?
I'm sorry, I've hit my quota.
How many times do you think he does it in a day?
Oh,
when he's there.
Casey in Auburn, I-92. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, we're talking about the men and the women already fighting each other, but it's already happened this past weekend. Old buddy smacked girl with a chair down the river.
Good point.
a good
Casey.
point.
That is a great point.
He just decided to hammer her right over the head with it.
Yeah, I don't, and it looks so much like wrestling.
It really did.
You almost wonder, did he get it from that? I mean,
I was waiting on somebody to slam somebody through the table.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be real thin trash cans.
We'll be back. More to cover on the program today. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG. When was the last time you went to rickandbubba.com and shopped the Rick and Bubba store to pick up a little Rick and Bubba swag? You can do that. It's all there at rickandbubba.com. You'll see it. Just click on the store and start your Rick and Bubba shopping. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
And it's difficult to go through tunnels, and tunnels collapse.
Look, there's
going to
be
haul dirt out.
And we know this. I know this in my own personality, okay? I know there's some people say we're going to America no matter what. Somebody says, what are we going to do? We're just going to walk in like we did before. Now they built some wall. Okay, so what we got to do? We got to build a tunnel. And the guy says, I'm in. But then about day 2 of the tunnel, he says, hey, you know what? I'm out.
Yeah.
I mean, it
slows down.
It makes it
the
more
process,
difficult.
Yeah.
The numbers are reduced greatly because some people just can't go through the whole tunnel process.
Yeah, and plus, I'm sure it's going to be hard to every inch of it. We're going to patrol the wall, I'm sure. And you look, hey, they're digging a tunnel. You can't just dig a tunnel real fast.
That's what I mean.
Hey, they're digging a tunnel. Let's go deal with it.
That's a much more complicated deal than
walk across.
We're walking in a field. Tell me when we're in America.
Exactly.
Okay, I mean, are we in? Yeah. Now go over that ditch you're in.
And Rick, as early as tomorrow, there are people in the Congress who will bring forth a resolution to block the state of emergency, which is legal to do. If it passes both houses, the president will veto it, which is going to pass the House. I don't know if it'll pass the Senate. That would be an iffy. He will veto it, and then for them to override the veto, they're going to have 2/3 of each one, and they don't have those numbers. So it will go forward and be challenged in the courts, which I don't know if they'll fast track that or it'll be like everything else and take years to do. I mean, my gosh, he could be done and out of office before they get done with that or the Mueller investigation.
You're right.
That's a fact.
Now, some of them are saying the Mueller investigation may wrap up here in a week or two with the new attorney general in, but haven't we heard it's going to wrap up in a week or two for like a year?
Well, Bubba, keep in mind, that's before Andrew McCabe says, look, I still think he's some kind of Russian underling.
Really?
McCabe he won't let it go, will he?
Y'all, does that not make you realize that anything he says, his judgment's just a little bit off? Look, I didn't care for President Obama, a lot of his policies. He ain't a Russian spy.
No.
Okay?
Right. Okay.
And I don't think Trump is either, willingly or unwillingly.
Hey, Andrew,
that was another thing. I heard him floating that yesterday.
Didn't know it.
That Trump is being worked by Putin because he's an expert in psychology, and he's using Trump, and Trump doesn't even know it. So let me be sure. Again, we got to look at the big picture. Somehow Trump unwillingly colluded with the Russians so he would be elected. Well, yeah, he wanted to be elected.
Yeah, guys.
Right.
Hey. Why would the Russians want Trump in? I don't know.
You know what I want to say to Andrew McCabe? We ain't got no collusion, Andy.
You know, Rush had fun with that yesterday.
Hey, Andy, you're crossing over into crazy town now.
Yeah. He said if Trump is being used that way, then what was Obama? Do you remember the mic that called Obama leaning over to Putin saying, give me some time?
Yeah,
let me get this
election. Give me some time. Mm-hmm. So that was fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually have that on a microphone.
Correct.
Could you imagine if Trump had said that, where they would be right now with this with this narrative?
You keep in mind,
he made a joke about Hillary's emails, and they keep throwing that up.
Yeah. Maybe the Russians could find them.
I mean, God, there wasn't one person alive that didn't realize that was a joke.
This is the honest thing. Hey, are you concerned about Obama leaning over to Putin and say, "Give me some time, let me get elected," or was he going for the second term then?
Yeah, I can't.
And then we can talk about this. And then, but you think Trump is colluding with the Russians? And I'm not saying Obama was. I'm just saying that statement doesn't bother you. Why? Oh, because I like Obama. Okay, why does this other stuff bother you, the fake dossier and all that? Because I hate Trump. Well, then that would be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, at least let's get down to what we're really talking about here is we don't really have a standard that applies to all politicians. We have different standards that apply to different politicians based on what party I like.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To Pam in Tampa, Florida. Pam, thanks for your patience and welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing better than the mayor is.
Well, now, I see what you wrote up here. So down in Tampa, which is where you're calling from, the mayor's Twitter has been hacked?
Yes. And it's ongoing news, actually, because it's still up there. They're still trying to get Twitter to take it down.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
It's pretty bad.
No. So what is don't say anything off color, but what are things?
No. It's bad like you would think, and it covers all the categories of what you would think someone who was prejudiced might say. And
right,
so
look at this one, Bubba. Look at this one. I have
what I was just gonna say.
The person who hacked the Twitter of Bob Cuckhorn, is that his name?
It's Cuckhorn with a B correctly.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Bob.
they changed this little something else. So
I got it.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so Bubba, we're now going to talk about ghost guns. So ghost guns. Tell us, what is a ghost gun?
These are guns that you order the parts for and put them together yourself at home, and they have no serial number on them. And they've been a hot topic here lately. The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with the Biden administration, and here's the key phrase, temporarily allowing enforcement of regulations over so-called ghost guns that can be made from kits at home.
Ghost guns.
The administration appealed a federal judge's earlier ruling tossing out the regulations. In a 5-4 vote, the high court put that ruling from Texas on hold while the case is appealed on further merits. The regulation will be enforced while the case is appealed to the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans and probably eventually will make it to the Supreme Court. Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh would have allowed the lower court ruling to go into effect.
So what does all that mean?
It basically means that that they're gonna allow the Biden administration to regulate these the way they have been doing until the process of all the court cases are heard, as opposed to letting a lower court's ruling going into effect to throw all of it out. You know, the thing that is just from if you fly at 50,000 feet and look at some of these things, you know, so many of these Supreme Court rulings are 5-4. And, you know, if they're ruling on a case based on the Constitution, it seems like there would be a lot more 9-0s, 8-1s, you know. But it just looks like they're divided on political lines. And, you know, if it's your side, you're happy. If it's not your side, you're not happy with them and think the Supreme Court's full of it. But it is strange that these are supposed to be the top judges in the country, and they can't agree on anything hard.
Right. Yep.
I mean, when's the last time you saw a 9-0? They don't have much.
I don't know. I can't even remember. Yeah.
I mean, the majority are 5-4, a few 6-3s.
Right. So, yeah, it's almost like you rarely get one to leave the party line, which...
Yeah, the rule on the ghost guns requires manufacturers to run background checks before selling those parts, as they are required to do so for the whole commercial firearm. The Biden administration argued the rule is necessary to respond to rising numbers of untraceable guns. You know, here's the thing. It really doesn't matter if you trace the gun and catch the person who did the crime. If you just put them back out on the street, what difference does it make?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
That's the problem.
That's a good point.
Have you ever put together a ghost gun?
I have not. But I know a lot of people who build those out of kits, and they enjoy the process of doing it and learning the gun and all that stuff.
I realized that if this was what I was down to, that I would be overtaken and killed because it's too much like a puzzle.
Yeah, it is, Rick. It is a gun puzzle.
It's a gun
exactly
puzzle.
what it is.
I'd be like, forget it.
Working that brain.
I'm coming on out. Y'all got me. Burgess, we sent you a gun to defend yourself. I was like a puzzle.
Yeah, I'd had to read directions.
Yeah, I got to just put this thing together, and I'll just go with him.
Yeah, my luck, I'd get it together wrong. It wouldn't shoot anyway.
Right. Yeah, one
It'd
part.
look good, and then the one when you pull the trigger, it wouldn't work.
I have just one little piece left over. What's that go to?
Yeah, because you always have pieces left over.
Yeah, what about that terrible feeling you see the tyrannical government or a mob coming on your property, and you're like, got this gun put together, you look and go, wait a minute, there's some more pieces. You're like,
oh no,
oh my goodness, this thing's going to shoot out the back end. I don't think I'm a candidate for being a ghost gun person.
Yeah, a lot of people do though. They love.
Yeah, it's impressive. I just don't have the ability to do it. It would just, I'd be like, yeah, it's a puzzle. So some other things to discuss too, Bubba. You know, we haven't gotten to this today, and I'm thinking, you know, this might have been a dream that maybe we had one time. Do you realize that we have an Italian cheesemaker who died on Sunday, death by cheese?
Whoa, really?
He was crushed by thousands of rounds of cheese in the aging room of his factory in northern Italy. 74 years old, he went into the aging room to check on the automatic robot used to clean the cheese rounds during the aging process in his company's warehouse. He said there were about 10 corridors of floor-to-ceiling shelves with approximately 1,600 rounds of cheese. And apparently,
look at that. Look at those rows of cheese.
Apparently, the cheese collapsed on top of him.
Oh, no.
And then caused a domino effect. And do you know how long it took to get his body out from under the cheese? 11 hours.
God,
that's a lot of cheese. That's a tremendous amount of cheese.
Yeah, man dedicated his life to cheese, though. What a way to go.
That's what I thought.
It's true.
You know, that would they give the famous he died doing what he loved? Death by cheese?
So do they age the cheese? Is that why they have this room?
Sure. Look at all that cheese falling. So like we're in a Cheez-It commercial.
Tremendous amount of cheese. A lot of cheese. That's a lot of cheese. But hey, I tell you what, I don't think we should overlook the robot in this story.
Yeah, he may have set him up.
I don't think we should just skim over the top of the robot.
Man out.
Yeah.
How do they know the cheese has been aged long enough?
Well, they're experts.
Do y'all remember the commercial?
That's how people do.
Yeah, you tell it a joke.
Would be immature. He'd be immature.
That's what I was
Nope,
thinking.
he's not ready yet.
Funny.
That's the Cheez-It commercial.
Funny.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's another thing.
We age our cheese.
Greg, another thing I don't have patience for. Everybody's like, the cheese would have been better if you let it age. It's still pretty good.
No, how much better?
Right.
So he's in that and it failed.
Wow.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Oh.
That's a lot of cheese.
I didn't realize it was so, but we knock out a lot of cheese.
We do.
It seems like they would
bet they
have
cut a lot of cheese in there.
more safety for that falling. I mean, that's a very high rack. And if it fell over, you could see where you'd be crushed.
You think OSHA would require at
but
least
they're
some
not-
kind of fall protection?
Northern Italy.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, they don't
OSHA's not there.
How about this? They put a lot in that robot. That robot might decide.
He may not like old pal.
Today's the day we take out pal and we run the cheese.
We're taking.
Have y'all
over
ever
the
had
cheese.
one of them big cheese wheels and just cut cheese off of it?
I haven't had my own, but I've bought cheese cut off of it at like a convenience store.
It's good. isn't it?
There was this old store around Ramber, and we'd stop in there and get us a hunk of cheese.
Got that red wax on the outside.
Oh yeah.
What's your favorite kind of cheese?
My favorite.
Yeah.
I like a lot of cheeses.
I like a lot of them.
I'm a fan.
Obviously, look at me. I don't discriminate a whole lot, but Swiss cheese for his sandwiches by far. I like those. Swiss.
When Rick Nash used to bring us Mississippi State cheese,
That's good
and we
cheese.
would cut it
off.
and
That
then
was good.
just eat it all day.
So
I'm
what
a good
kind
cheddar.
was
That was
that?
cheddar.
Yeah.
That was cheddar. I
Was
like
it
a
cheddar?
good mild cheddar.
What
And
about
also-
a sharp?
I'm not so huge fan of the sharp, but I love mozzarella. I like the mozzarella string cheese.
Oh yeah, well
That's good.
Mm-hmm. You ever
Tough
just
to beat it.
You ever get like just a old fried chunk of mozzarella cheese and just bite into it?
Yeah. Look at all that.
yeah.
So much cheese.
Hey, about cheese?
Have you
stuff?
ever been to one of those fancy restaurants and one of the appetizers is
Oh,
like
yeah.
cheese around the world?
You realize
and you get a plate and it looks like that with
you're-
all that.
I
shit
like
on it?
saying Gouda.
You realize that I was in France and
Hit
you know
the
that-
bell, Bubba.
and they're known for the cheese.
Ooh, I'd have loved that.
When I was in France, it was cheese everywhere.
Give
Cheese.
you a lot of different cheeses.
Oh,
Cheese and wine.
tons of cheese.
I like Parmesan.
Yeah.
Don't laugh at that.
What about old feta on a salad?
Yeah.
That's hard to beat.
Greg, I know you'll tear
Where
up
we
some
on goat cheese?
I'm good with it with some honey.
I've had goat fat.
A little detergent flavor, a little bit.
Yeah, I've had
Hey,
goat
Greg
fat.
will tear up some cottage cheese.
Oh,
I don't like
Oh,
cottage
he's just
cheese.
doing that trying to do better.
Put
He don't
fruit
like
in it.
He don't like
That's an excellent source of protein.
You're
they don't-
basically eating fruit. You can't even taste cottage
They
cheese.
don't cut the cheese.
Now they kind of backed up on the fruit. They need to add a little more.
There's not enough fruit in those.
I know.
I
They
saw
used-
that. That's
the
a
old ones
tiny-
had more fruit.
Hey, that's a tiny little compartment over there.
I guess that keep it under the calorie mark or something, but it's still good.
Top of the
Protein.
hour. If you're leaving us, don't forget any part of the Rick and Bubba show you missed on the live run, you can catch it on the archives, either podcast or YouTube. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have hidden a bomb in a package somewhere at the Tampa International Airport, looking forward to seeing some minorities die.
Oh my goodness.
That's what the person who hacked his Twitter is claiming he's tweeting. And so it's stuff like that. Yeah. And we can't right now. Twitter hadn't got it down yet, and it's still rolling.
Dog whistles.
No, it's been a few hours too. So you know,
Yeah.
Wow.
I've noticed
I
the
think it's-
social media people are not real quick to get things down that are bad.
Right.
It's like trying to call them is very difficult.
Right. I think it was 3 a.m. Local time that happened.
Right.
He has 52,000 followers, and everybody started noticing there was an issue.
Yeah. So they're pretending to be the mayor and putting out things like I have a bomb over at the airport, and I'm looking forward to seeing minorities
And
die.
that's probably the mildest of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there'll be people that believe it's really him.
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And then there'll be people.
Well, it's on social media, Greg.
Right.
It's gotta be real.
There'll be people that'll say, "Well, he's acting like it's been hacked, but this is really what he
Someone's exposing his true thoughts.
Right. It'll be that too. Or the Russians are controlling him and making him tweet this, but he didn't know.
He didn't know it. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of that will be out.
An unwilling conspirator.
Is that? Are people really saying that?
Oh yeah. That Putin's just because he's been in the CIA. I mean what's the Russian Secret Service?
Oh yeah, KGB.
KGB. So he knows how to do this. Okay. Now the fact that Trump is one of the greatest deal makers of modern history, he's just plowing through that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
You got to look. We all have to admit, even prior to the White House, Donald Trump has made and negotiated a lot of deals.
Yeah.
Good, bad, and otherwise. Certainly more than, say, any of the people running for president right now. While the race to give away things is impressive, isn't it?
It is.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buss.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for allowing us to do what we do for almost, over 25 years now.
Yes, undoubtedly there is an audience for this show. Let's talk about, we got to learn. We make mistakes, as we've said before. The problem isn't making mistakes. The problem is either not learning from them or just continuing to make the same mistakes over and over again. That's where you have a problem. Mistakes happen. But when you might want to examine yourself is when the same mistakes keep happening in your life over and over again. And would we all not think that Roseanne Barr would have learned an incredibly
painful and expensive
lesson about
social media and her stuff
about getting rocked back in the middle of the night and ranting on Twitter? Wouldn't we think?
Would you talking about the fact that her show was back with higher ratings than ever, and they yank it from her?
Yes.
You talking about that? Yeah, that's a pretty big deal.
Are the Connors still on the air?
I think.
Is it still going?
I think
it made it through the season.
They may bring it back, but it's on thin ice, I think.
You got the dreamer's disease. All right, so Roseanne Barr, once again in the middle of the night, has gone on a rant. Now, look, we certainly don't agree with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Right.
Okay, we think that we think she's problematic. We don't think she's stable. We're not socialists, so we don't like other people who.
She subscribes to a theory of society that has failed over and over and over. Please learn a lesson, please.
Let me be clear. I don't like socialists.
There it is.
There it is.
And it doesn't work. There's a reason you don't like it, Rick. It's stupid.
But if I'm Roseanne,
I don't like failures.
Yeah, if I'm Roseanne Barr and I've lost a show, as you said, hey, man, I'm back on top. I'm back on top.
They were having ratings that were just nobody was even close.
Yeah.
I'm back on top. But now
she lost that over her ill-fated tweeting and
I wonder how much
social media sharing. Now, Rick, she's at it again, and she's going after, as you said, AOC, as she is known now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Casio kid.
Rick, while the feelings for her
you see that?
is shared with a lot of people, they don't express it the way that Roseanne does.
No.
She slammed the congressman from New York.
We have the video.
She referred to her as a Farrakhan-loving, bug-eyed female dog.
We have the video, and we have got it bleeped out now.
Yeah.
But again,
we do. We have it bleeped out.
video.
There's so much bleeped out, we probably won't be able to understand it. We'll have to go back and tell you what she's saying because she's cussing up a storm.
She sure is. She's not a very
and she
not
looks
very happy.
and she looks as crazy as Cortez in this video.
Is this Ambien again?
I think so, Bubba. I think
she needs to put the Ambien down.
She does.
Yeah.
And so this is.
What if she sent you a Marco Polo video?
Yeah, that's about to say.
I would love it.
Roseanne probably has sent out something on Marco Polo as well to somebody.
I wish I followed her.
So
or whatever you do in there.
Here we go. Look, I'm in the middle of the night.
That Green New Deal that
Rick.
that Farrakhan
Looking
woman, I don't remember her name. The bug-eyed that looks like a realtor. She got them realtor eyes.
Oh, that's funny.
Realtor eyes?
Realtor eyes. She got them. Bug-eyed lion.
Oh my God.
Farrakhan fan. Israel hater. Lefty. Dumb. Dumb as they get.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, here we go. On various platforms, archived and live, and we thank you for being here. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
For those of you that are not watching on YouTube, the bed music coming back was from Def Leppard, one of the better rock songs of all time, Photograph. You think about their longevity. They're currently on a tour with Motley Crue and playing, huge venues, and they've been around for a long, long time. I did not realize they actually started in 1976.
Yeah, that 40 years now.
I mean, that's a long time ago. I didn't.
Yeah, they were young.
They
were like the drummer was like 15.
Yeah, they were very, very young the first time I saw them. But anyway, so there's an article out today where they've been interviewed. FoxNews.com has it out. They interviewed Joe Elliott, who's the front man and has been the whole time, about how are y'all continuing 40 years in the business to seem to be pretty healthy and still doing it. Haven't pretty much other than Steve Clark dying, Vivian Campbell coming in. It's been the original members. Yeah. And of course Steve died a long time ago.
Yeah.
That was
drummer losing an arm.
Yeah, the drummer losing. Yeah, you couldn't even take an arm away from the drummer and stop this band.
It's really amazing what he does.
And really, one of the things that Joe Elliott says is that we are actors. The persona that you come and see on the stage is complete acting. It's almost like an avatar of ourselves. We are going on the stage and pretending to be rock stars, and when we leave the stage, we leave it up there. We don't take it into our lives. He said it really is like method acting. The person that goes on the stage has got so much more swagger and so much more cooler than I am. And he said, and to tell you how distant it is from the real me, I never get stage fright. I never have. He said, once I even checked my heart rate. Greg, I know that you'll put your meter up on that.
Wow.
And he said, when we were doing Rocking Rio, it was 100,000 people. And he said, I'm going to test this thing to see if it really works, to see if my heart rate even changes. And he says, truthfully, I looked down and my heart rate was not changed at all. He said, that's how much this is acting and not any part of who I really am. And that's the same to the rest of the guys in the band. We've always had our families in our lives, and they keep us grounded. They keep us humble, and they remind us that in their eyes, we are nothing but people disguised as rock stars, that we aren't.
Turn it on, turn it off.
Yeah, and he said that's been the key to our longevity, is that's all pretend. It's almost
he
like
said they also check their egos at the door.
Yep.
And they YouTube, they did it on the tour, the stadium tour here, and then the European tour. It'll be like 15 minutes long. It'll be after different shows.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
It's really good.
I've seen some of those.
And it's Joe Elliott doing it. It's really good.
Yeah, I have seen some of those, and it's really cool to see that.
I'll shuffle a Def Leppard playlist in a second if I'm doing yard work.
Oh,
listen,
but let me
when
tell
I was
you.
a teenager, especially, we saw them live at the Boutwell.
Yeah,
when they first hit.
Right.
When they were like 16, 17 years old. It was awesome.
Well, and I don't know their, spiritually where they are, and who knows. But I will say one thing that they are applying, and I don't know what they would say is their identity, but what they are applying that is very, very healthy is what we all do for a living. You really make a mistake if that's also your identity.
Yeah.
And you can love it, and it can be your passion, and it can be all this, but don't ever let that become your identity. Because eventually that'll turn on you because it won't be enough.
Yeah.
And
defines who you are.
Yeah, that didn't really define who you are. And that's what he's saying. Who we really are is who we are when we leave the stage, not who we are on the stage.
Yeah.
That's what we love and we enjoy it, and we've done real well with it, but it's not our identity.
And they still play really well.
Yeah, they do.
They sound good.
So speaking of music, Bubba, you got this email too, and I think we can help this person, and we don't have to say their name, but Bubba threw it off he knew all the musical knowledge here on the show, and this guy has emailed Bubba and says, could you give me a few song suggestions for my dance with my daughter's wedding? A good father-daughter song. I'm a child of the 70s, but I would certainly prefer something, of the rock era. But I enjoy all music. Do y'all have any good father-daughter songs? And I have to say that I kind of drew a blank
Is
on
it
that.
the slow dance and tear jerker, or are y'all gonna be funny and choreographic, or how people do all that?
I've seen both. I've seen even
I've seen combos.
I have too. I saw one at one wedding. I don't know how long that daughter and dad worked on their routine, but they must have worked on it for a really long long time. And
Chandler didn't want to do that. She was like, "Dad, let's just do our little dance. We don't have to."
Well,
get it.
What we're having on the son mother dance is that Sherry is, I think, more fired up about it than Brody.
Mm-hmm.
So but they have, I think they're working something out. But so I don't know, father daughter. I'm like you. Is he wanting something upbeat? Is he wanting something slow?
I don't know.
Is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did he say rock?
He said he
rock.
likes it,
He likes
but he
it.
understands that probably won't work.
I just Googled
Freebird's always
father-daughter
That's good.
rock songs.
Oh my goodness!
And an article came up, and it said 15 classic rock father-daughter dance songs
there
for
it
the
is.
dad who wants to rock.
Well, there you go.
And
Send him that link.
but I don't know that this is what he's looking for. Sweet Child of Mine.
Probably not.
Guns N' Roses.
No.
Teach Your Children by Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
I can't stand that song.
Have I Told You Lately? Van Morrison.
Now that's romantic.
I'm just.
Right.
This is the.
We don't
I'm-
want it to get
I'm
weird.
Simply reading
Right.
what it says.
Okay.
I've heard little things. Like
You're my best friend by Queen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
My Girl by the Temptations.
That's good.
When You Say Nothing at All, Alison Krauss. Kind and
Oh, that's a
Generous,
good one.
Natalie Merchant. Isn't She Lovely, Stevie Wonder.
That's
what
good.
That's what me and Chandler
I
did.
loved
That's
her
a good one.
first,
I remember that.
Heartland. My Little Girl, Tim McGraw. Sweet Child of Mine, Guns N' Roses. The Way You Look Tonight, Frank Sinatra.
Yeah.
I just picked up on the fact he said rock, and I
That's
know
right.
that's
Yeah.
what he wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Highway song, Blackfoot.
Greg, no.
Freebird.
Greg, the Ballad of Curtis Lowe.
Yes, Rick, that's a staple.
Wildflowers by Tom Petty was one I did quite a bit when I was doing weddings.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on this list, by the way.
You belong
No, I'm very familiar with it.
When You Need Me, Bruce
somewhere you feel
Springsteen.
free.
Right, understood.
It's kind of more of like I think it's more of a visual image of like your kid running through a field of flowers.
Understood.
Sweet.
Understood.
I'm getting choked up.
Here for You, Neil Young.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big Neil Young
Yeah, I
fan.
thought that list, the combination of your list and Bubba's list, he should get some pretty good ideas there. Yeah. So
Google's an amazing thing.
Yeah.
Just grab your phone.
Would you rather, if you're at a wedding, of course we're men, so us getting choked up is not something that we try
No,
to
I'm
find.
not. I'm not looking.
Would
to
you
do
rather the father-daughter not do something that's just going to rip your heart out?
Yeah,
That'd be more in the
talking about
fun.
everybody gets all
tear
jerking.
You'd rather be more in the fun zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to avoid these tear jerking
Yeah.
things. Since
Yeah, I
life
know.
has enough of those, I'd rather not bring it on myself.
Yeah, I think it's the personality there of them. Butterfly kisses when I would
no,
get
it's not that
involved.
one.
Bob
We're
Carlisle.
going to have to ban that like Christmas.
What about I loved you first?
I think
Yeah.
Butterfly
I loved her
Kisses,
first.
I'm open to banning it like we did
Yeah.
Christmas shoes.
Yeah.
That one and
Has,
My Wish by Rascal Flatts was
that's
a
a
big
good
one.
one.
Has anybody
Those two
heard
big.
Paul Simon's Father and Daughter?
I have
I've never
not
heard of that.
I have not. No.
What about Cleaning This Gun, Rodney Atkins?
There's a good one. There's a good one.
That's what I'm going to do.
That's a good one. What Bubba, you read that list, and that's a heart ripper. Is that when I loved her first or whatever?
Yeah.
Good. No.
Oh, goodness gracious. I
gracious.
loved her first.
Come on.
Come on, man.
I did that at a wedding, too, and I was like, oh, my God, I didn't even know these people.
Squalling.
That.
Hugging the bride. So there's just some suggestions. There you go. There's some good ones in there. 866 We Be Big is the number. The old Rick and Bubba show's rolling on. We got more to cover today, and we'll get into more of your phone calls before the hour is done. Wednesday Bible study back today, too. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm going to try to correct some of the mistakes she's made, like costing hundreds of people decent paying jobs because, I don't know, they breathe carbon in the air or some horse. Paid to do that.
Well, this is good. This is better than I thought.
Paid to decimate communities. But that's what the Dems have been doing. That's what socialism does. And I just got to say it. Socialism is a fake con.
Oh, my gosh.
It's just like capitalism, but it comes from the bottom up, not the top down. It's a Ponzi scheme and a con game. You know, here's why they want them immigrants. First of all, because all their buddies are hiring them for less than minimum wage. That's a big draw. And second, because no Americans are going to vote for the anymore because we woke up to the you're doing. You see, you're decimating whole communities in inner cities while you live up there in a vineyard and a mansion. Okay, that's what socialism gets us. Well, we don't want none of that. Okay? We don't want what you did in Venezuela. And don't say, but the U.S. is the reason. Yeah, okay. But this is not.
Guys, I have to say, I can't disagree with every point she made.
Granted, she did it in her own special way.
Yeah, maybe she could express that different.
Right.
But I
she
think
seemed
she
to
was
be of sound mind during this.
Yeah, I think
So
from
true.
her point wise, she was kind of dead on.
She was.
I never heard a realtorize. That's
That-
good.
guys, that's a good one.
That's a good line.
Realtorized.
In fact, she had no regard on how she looked. Oh no,
At all.
She goes, I mean, God love her, she's looking rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's good stuff
but like
right
you
there.
said, in her own Roseanne way, she actually made sense.
Guys, I have to say, in this particular case, she made every point we've made, but she just dropped a little bit of language in there.
Just a little bit. Realtorized. That was her own there. I like that.
Yeah, and see, they're being unfair because they're capturing her, making fun of her as if that's how she looks.
All right.
But it really isn't. That's when she did realtorize, and they froze that.
Yeah.
I have never heard the term realtorized.
I haven't either, but I
let's see
like
here,
it.
I do.
And no offense to my friends who are realtors. No. I've never heard it called that before. Have you?
No.
But I kind of dig it.
There it is right there.
I wish I'd have thought of it.
I wish I'd have thought of
Because
it.
there's nothing funnier than when someone finds some type of like that is so subtle you don't notice it, but when they say it, you go, I know exactly
You go,
what you're
yep,
talking
yep.
Got it. Well, again,
Realtorized.
she doesn't need to be calling her names and saying all that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you, the point she made about socialism and all that is spot on. It is.
The message was right. It's just the way she delivered it, maybe not.
Right. Probably a better way to deliver, especially if you lost your whole career over doing this.
Yeah, but at least don't forget now her defense for the first one is she thought the bee was white. That was
correct.
That's how that was her defense of why she did. I thought the bee was white.
Keep in mind that just what Bubba said earlier in the show, and we've been saying, we're living in a time now where what you would say around the lunch table, for some reason, people want to broadcast to everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but if it's narcissism or you just say, well, now I have a way. I wish everybody was at this lunch table, so there's a way that they would be.
Yeah.
It could be that.
That's
you remember
what it
that
is.
technology?
You hate they missed it.
You remember that technology a few
You
weeks
wish the whole
ago?
world was having lunch with you.
You remember that whole
so true.
that technology we saw a few weeks ago where you can put somebody else's face on there and it looks exactly like them?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You could have put Greg's face on Roseanne right
really
there.
could have.
And it would have been just like really talking to Greg. You know?
That's so true. You would have known the difference.
We had that exact conversation about a week ago.
You know what I would have said? I like that new shirt Greg got. I like it, Greg.
Smollett.
$20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. How about if Johnny Manziel would have listened to Joe Elliott and he could have left Johnny football on the field, he'd still be playing today.
Came Johnny.
Yeah, he did.
Rick, I got an email real quick.
All right.
We were doing the song, so
Oh,
I
no.
completely forgot about it. Missing You by the Rolling Stones.
You know what?
Thank you,
wish
Mike.
we could hear it
Thanks,
right
Mike,
now.
for that.
I tell you, it's a really touching ballad.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
Talks about heartbreak, how to get over it, real quick.
It really does.
That's a good father-daughter.
Well, somebody brought up one of Speedy's friends brought up, and I'm telling you, and I don't know if Adler, you ever had to deal with this DJing. Did you ever watch a father-daughter dance to Stephen Curtis Chapman's Cinderella?
Oh,
my goodness!
Oh, come on. That's just unnecessary, Stephen Curtis Chapman.
Just unnecessary.
He said it about killed him.
Yo, you talk about one that'll slice you. That's a tough one. So hopefully we helped. We continue to try to help. Now, this is not surprising at all today. Some of this stuff over the years, you're like, okay, you've already told us this. There's not much we can do. Bubba, you finally did you sleep on your back prior to the CPAP?
No, I did not.
Okay,
but I had to learn to do.
Well, yeah, and I would have to as well if I ever have to use one. I'll have to do the same thing. But here we come again. Now we think this James Linehart thinks he's gonna have to tell us from Manchester. That he founded a pillow and mattress brand called, I'm not familiar with this one because obviously pillows were with Lindell and the gang, and mattress were the Helix Sleep. So I don't know Levitex. I don't know who that is.
Maybe a crackpot.
But anyway, he has released something, of course, Bubba, on the very, very trustworthy platform TikTok. 2 magic sleeping positions. And he refers to himself as a sleep posture expert.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first saw it, I thought that maybe this story had gotten in our stack and it shouldn't be there.
Right.
Because I didn't know what he was talking about. When I saw, he said, all I saw was recommendations for the soldier or the dreamer. And I thought to myself, what are you talking about? But so he goes on. I realize these are now sleep positions, which I was thankful for. And
oh, good.
And he says that that there's only 2 positions you should sleep on for optimal spine support. And here's the one that is not good news. And I acknowledge that he's right. That. Never lay on your stomach.
Well, that's the only way I can sleep.
Come on. The only problem with that posture expert is then I'm going to have a sleep deprivation problem because I can't sleep.
I wish Adler had one of them muscle suits. That guy.
Does it say what?
Yeah.
Why we shouldn't?
Well, I can tell you from
legs.
my back. I think what it does, if you don't have, if a mattress ages at all, sometimes your spine will go from being properly aligned to dip, and you sleep with your lower back dipped.
So it is about your back.
Yeah, it's about your spine.
I'm a side sleeper anyway, but I just wondered about the stomach.
Now, I've always heard putting a pillow between your knees, or if you're on your back, putting it under your knees to because that takes pressure off your hips.
It does.
I don't always sleep good that way.
No, Bubba, the CPAP forced you into the soldier. And
yes.
He loves the soldier. I don't know why he calls it a soldier, but that's your.
Well, they sleep on their back because they're on guard, ready.
Is that
to get
what
up
it is?
at any
Okay.
time.
So you're lying.
No,
on your
I
back.
just made that up, but it sounded good.
Did it? So your spine immediately is supported by the mattress when you go on your back. And if my back hurts, if I go on my back, it does.
No, I think a lot of times soldiers, if they're on a bedroll and sleeping on the ground, they have to sleep on their back.
We got some footage.
Yeah. So then it says, and you also, if you're on your back,
that has to be the biggest CPAP.
Good night. That thing.
I mean, what is that thing about 38 pounds?
I think what they did, Bubba, they took a satellite dish and turned it into a CPAP. But anyway, so it says even when you're on your back, your weight is also distributed evenly.
You talking about the soldier?
Yeah, and he says if you pop a pillow underneath your knees, there you go, Bubba, you'll find that you slightly lift your pelvis and more of your back is now touching the bed, that it's better supported. The second, which he calls the dreamer, and you may be okay here, but I don't know. No, that's not true. What is the fetal position? They put their legs under them, don't they, babies? Their legs are under them.
You just curl up a little bit.
It's on your side.
Yeah,
it's basically on your side, and your knees are lifted up.
So he says the dreamer is a semi-fetal side-laying position with a pillow between your knees and ankles for added support. Is that you? You the dreamer?
I'm the dreamer without the pillow, but I have used a pillow before, and maybe I need to start back.
I'm in a handle because
I'm a dreamer.
That's me right there. Without the pillow,
I can only do the dreamer on the left side because my right shoulder kills me. And so it pinches my shoulder.
I can only
you
do
put
the
your
dreamer.
hand under the pillow. I do.
Yes.
I'll have to dig it up under
What
there.
I want to know.
I'm a combination stomach dreamer.
What if
I'm dreamer, so
Rick, my spine feels better, but I can't sleep
perfect.
at night. Lack of sleep's not helping.
Right. Hey, you know what? My
I
back
can't
feels
sleep
good.
while I'm in a soldier.
My back feels great. Rick, why do you look bad? Oh, I'm not sleeping.
I haven't slept a week because I can't
but-
sleep on my
I
back.
said, but the good news is my back is tremendous.
it feels great while I'm awake all day.
Yeah, I keep waking up screaming in nightmares, but my back's fantastic. So yeah,
All about the soldier.
So I know about that. I wish I could get to the point. I envy people that can sleep on.
Yeah,
the back.
Terry can do that. I mean, I'll wake up and she hadn't moved, and I'm like, "How's she doing?" that?
Boy, I envy those people.
Yeah,
their spine feels so good.
Yeah.
I get up every day and have to start over. It's like what I do. I get well, and then I head toward my injury. I'm going back to the bed to be injured again. You know,
I'm feeling a little better. Well, gotta lay down.
It's almost like that. There's like every day I have to twist my ankle to get through the day.
Yeah.
You know, and well, here we go again. I finally got to where I was walking again.
Right.
Out again.
Took a little heat from Sean yesterday on that too.
Oh, really?
Well, you know, people don't understand
Speaking of the soldier.
when you have a foot like mine. It's constantly you're constantly gingerly not wanting it to roll, because when it rolls it feels so bad.
Yeah.
And so there was a thing where I was having to take a weight that was on the floor and jump up and off of it, you know, the whole time and doing that 20 times.
Boo.
And he was like, "What's going on?" And I said, "You have to understand, I keep waiting for my ankle to roll. So I'm every time I go up, And he goes, "Okay, well, you gotta. If you need to slow down, slow down. But what's going on here?
What are we doing here?
I don't even know what this is.
Look at the starfish.
I no longer know what muscle we're working. I see you've tried the on and off from the sides. You've tried the up and he goes, "What's going on?" I said,
Trying to make it work, man.
Hey, try not to roll my ankle.
Yeah.
The most uncomfortable one up here is showing pictures of different. The log is not looking.
What is the log?
Look at the log. You're just straight on your side with your arms at your side.
What in the world? Now the fetal position, I call that I'm sick or cold.
Yes,
I'm free fall.
That's me. Daddy's a little cold.
Yeah.
What is the difference? Starfish and
What's
so.
Yeah, it looks like
arms and legs.
starfish. Your legs are
Spread,
open
your
and
arms
spread,
are.
and your arms are too.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my gosh!
It looks like you're standing up in the bed.
Oh my goodness! I'm on a free fall.
Yes.
That's me sleeping. I'm a free faller.
There's not much difference between the yearner and the log.
Free fall.
I'm a free faller, and I get up. You know what it feels like when I get up? It's like I finally hit the ground.
Yeah.
You know,
The log looks like somebody that passed out from drinking.
yeah.
It does.
In the front yard.
Greg,
Yeah, laying right there in the grass.
Greg, in the mid '80s, early '90s, I could do the log.
Right in the middle of some monkey ground.
Right. Is that gravel?
Yeah.
It stuck to my head.
What in the world? That's impossible. I could have slipped through that.
Why am I cuddling a limb?
Yes. When was I in Mississippi?
Yeah.
So
I
remember
love
that great
Yes.
line from John Panett?
Yeah. Now I know the free fall thing, but what about the one leg up like this?
I do that. I do that.
It's better for your back on your stomach if you do that.
We call that one "Come with Us."
I sleep like Sid from Toy Story.
We'll chat with you next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Speedy, do you have him?
Yeah, I have a little
We
bit
think
of,
we have a little bit
Hazen?
of. Is it Eddie Johnson?
Yeah, the Chicago police superintendent. Now, this just gives you an idea, and the press conference is still going on, but he started it out kind of letting you know how they feel and how disgusted they are with everything. And here's about 50 seconds of that audio, of the video.
This announcement today recognizes that Empire actor Jussie Smollett took advantage of the pain and anger of racism to promote his career. I'm left hanging my head and asking why. Why would anyone, especially an African-American man, use the symbolism of a noose to make false accusations? How could someone look at the hatred and suffering associated with that symbol and see an opportunity to manipulate that symbol to further his own public profile? How can an individual who's been embraced by the city of Chicago turn around and slap everyone in this city in the face by making these false claims?
So they've gone on to said they've even got the amount that the people were paid, $3,500 to do it, and then another $500 for something. So they even know how much the people were paid. And And they said that the reason why this was done is what you had mentioned earlier, was he thought this would give him a higher profile, which he could demand more pay. And by the way,
he came from a little-known actor to a very well-known within a week, if you'll remember. I'd never heard of him before, but now I heard about him every day.
You know, 3,500, was that each or was that
total?
Total, yeah.
I feel like, and I don't know the market value, that's a little cheap for a fake assault, don't you think?
It seems to me it would be.
Because I'm going to get in trouble.
It was a buddy.
I've got to leave the country. I've got to be sure I wasn't caught on a camera, which you were. I mean, Chicago's eat up with them.
Yeah. That was a buddy deal, though, because they knew each other. One of them was his trainer.
But, I mean, he's an actor on a national primetime show. I would think.
And a musician.
Yeah, I would think he could come up with a little more now.
Superintendent also referred.
Are you saying buddy deal totally here on this?
I think so. They kind of, hey, I'll give you at least this.
Bubba, this brain trust didn't care how much it was.
No.
They thought they were getting a good deal.
The Nigerians, to them, it might have been a lot of money.
If y'all wanted me to beat y'all up, I'd have to have at least 5.
About 5.
At least 5.
Got it.
There's certain people I would pay them to let me beat.
All right, let's talk about this for a minute. You know how nuts. Yeah, right.
Here, I'll give you $3,000 if you let me whip your ass.
Yeah, right. There's certain people though we know that Jesse Smollett, I guess is how they're saying his name now. Just like you said, I'd never heard from him my whole entire life. I've heard of him now, but it's not really the reason he wanted me to hear from him. But so it happens every time. People know him better than any of us do. So someone went out there and defended him. But don't you think there was somebody that works on this show that when this first came out said, guys, hang on a minute.
The people that's been around him before?
Yeah, look, I know Jesse, he ain't right.
You're probably right.
Do you think there's some people that are at the office right now going, hey, I told y'all. I told y'all, man. Jesse,
I don't feel good about this story.
I don't feel good about
I'm not
this.
right here.
Hey, Jesse, you'll exaggerate.
Jesse, if you're going to fabricate one, you did so many things wrong. I mean, if you're going to go that angle that it's the MAGA people, you can't do it in that part of Chicago at that time of the day.
Went too far.
You're off a show. So there's like the listener that was in here yesterday. She made a great point. So I'm supposed to believe these MAGA guys were fans of Empire to know who he was.
Yeah.
To even know, like they would watch that show.
Yeah. Hey, back to the
nothing looked right.
We know how white supremacists love to watch Empire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another point we've been driving.
To the point that I know one of the B level guys on there.
I don't even the main guy.
Yeah.
Another point we've been driving home during this whole time here is something the superintendent started the whole thing off with. It's real quick, but take a listen.
Before I get started on why we're here, as I look out into the crowd, I just wish that the families of gun violence in this city got this much attention.
Ooh, amen.
Because that's who really deserves the amount of attention that we're giving to this particular incident.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Not happy.
Eddie done said something now.
I tell you, Eddie Johnson brought the house down today.
Well, you know why? Because he goes over into these parts of Chicago, clean up bodies every other day.
Yep.
And he's like, where's news coverage on this?
That's right.
He sees devastated families as they're,
A lot of people asking that question, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. He even referred to the letter and said, when he realized that wasn't enough and that didn't get the attention that he wanted, now he went to this.
Yeah, because he thought the letter was going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The press just never really picked up on that.
I understand the part about, I guess it all was about trying to get his name out there, because I'm trying to draw his line to I'm under attack gets me a raise. But it's not about the raise. The raise comes when my name gets better known. Right?
Yeah, right. It helps my music career, because don't forget, he had a concert that he soldiered through and went ahead and performed anyway because he wasn't going to let them win. He could have canceled because he was sorry.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. If you want to join us now, Helmsy's sitting there ready to go. Helmsy is ready to go, and you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and lines are available. We'll go to phones and begin to chat with you as we get toward the end of wrapping up another hour today. We definitely want to spend some time chatting with you and what's on your mind.
I wanted to ask you, too, have you seen these wildfires in Hawaii?
I haven't, no.
They have a hurricane close by, Hurricane Dora, and it's causing some real gusty winds. And, Hawaii is burning. They've got all kind of problems. They had people
paradise.
They had people yesterday jumping into the ocean to get away from fire.
Wow.
And that must be bad.
Picture if that was your
you finally saved up the money to get to Hawaii.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you
I know.
can't even have a.
Several counties are under evacuation orders right now, and they said the fire was so hot it had actually burned some cell towers down.
How about that?
So they're having trouble communicating now too.
Wow. A couple of clips we haven't shared with you today. We've done our Biden clips of the day, and we have them every day. Now we go to Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, Bubba, this is going to be difficult on you. I don't want to work you into a frenzy and upset you after the snake incident yesterday. It's like, how much more can you take?
It's been a tough week, Rick.
You're going to hear Kamala Word Salad Harris is about to lecture you on trickle-down economics.
Right.
Okay. Are you okay?
I'd love to hear her.
Are you going? Are you going to be okay?
Gonna have a lot of this.
Now keep in mind, trickle down economics is a concept of everything goes from the top to the bottom, and that all boats should rise together. Also expressed by JFK.
If you don't believe that trickle down economics works just on one of the simplest examples, then stop reporting all the economic impact of Taylor Swift concerts.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Here comes Kamala Harris, and she is quite the orator, and she will now lecture us and make fun of us who believe in trickle-down economics. Here we go.
And you remember years ago how they would debate and talk about, trickle-down economics, that'll work for working people because you see the benevolence of the wealthy will trickle down on the rest of us. That's where that trickle-down economics theory came from, right? That was what that was about. Well, there was no trickling. It didn't happen.
Of course, John F. Kennedy thought it did.
Well, he had some economic ideas too that doesn't really wash with the current day Democratic Party.
No, it does not. She doesn't understand what we mean by trickle down.
Well, no.
She doesn't mean we start giving it to poor people.
Yeah, this is not about benevolence. This is the fact that people who have money to start companies and invest on it will hire people to work. They will buy their supplies from other companies. And it all starts at the top down. Look, let's face it. If you are a worker at a company, your money is not trickling up. Okay, right. So how else would it go? It's just it's one of these things where they've tried to paint it as, well, the rich is they're holding their hand out to everybody else. No, it's actually how dollars flow, and that's all it is.
Right, and she doesn't understand that. Even she actually says that trickle down economics is you depending on the benevolence of wealthy people. That is not trickle down economics.
No.
I also love when someone's wealthy like her and preaches to us about how it'll trickle down to us, and she says like it's her too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll trickle down from the wealthy to us. Well, ma'am, you are the wealthy.
Yeah, that's that pretending that you're working class like Biden has done for, 40-something years. All right, here she is now, and she's chanting Bidenomics. Here we go.
Bidenomics. Bidenomics.
You idiot.
And Bidenomics is working.
Bubba, keep saying it.
Bubba, is Bidenomics working? I know the snake thing just happened yesterday. I haven't given you enough time.
Do you want to hear cut 10A from CNN?
Well, can I hear Kamala cut 9C first about fancy people?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
We'll
go to the conservative outlet CNN to make the point.
Because I think what she says in 9C will also be part of the debunk of 10A. So here is 9C. Now remember, these words she has. She's going to talk about fancy people. I don't know what she means by fancy people. Fancy people were predicting a recession. Fancy. What? But anyway, here we go.
And when we did recall, these fancy people used to say, well, a recession is inevitable. Now, however, those same people acknowledge that President Biden and I have delivered strong and steady growth for our nation.
Good night.
I guess you can just say anything.
Right. Now here's 10A that Bubba referred to. CNN, a bastion of conservatism, is going to hit you with a few things. Here's the first one talking about, we have done some historic things.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been historic.
With Bidenomics, and here's one of them.
For the first time in history, credit card debt for Americans has hit $1 trillion, to be exact, $1,000,000,000,000 $3 billion. That's according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. That big number made public as consumers brace for yet another potential rate hike as policymakers try to keep inflation in check.
Now, a lot of this spending is not because they have excess money and they're going out to buy gifts for their friends. It's the fact they're having to borrow money off of their credit card to survive.
Correct. And
with all this Bidenomics, as good as it is, I just can't imagine why that's going up. And y'all are the interest rates.
That's what I was
by
about
the
to
way.
get.
You realize the interest rates raised the last meeting again.
A strong, healthy economy doesn't raise interest rates. And why are they saying they're raising interest rates to slow down the rate of inflation?
Yeah.
Well,
then Kamala says, and Biden keeps saying that inflation it's down. It's over.
You could be raising rates to slow down an economy that might be burning too fast, or to slow down inflation. In this case, it's inflation.
Yeah, and he said that himself, so it's not like us saying it. Jack Taper would like to talk about this. Or Tapper. Is it Tapper?
Yeah.
Tapper is wanting to talk about what's going on with the approval rate with Biden, because I guess if you keep saying something, it makes it real, as you just said. But again, Tapper's going to have to come back and go, well, there's something that's been real consistent, and that's it. People don't like this president. All right, so here we go.
So the White House clearly trying to gin up excitement for President Biden's 2024 campaign.
Yes.
His CNN's poll from last week found that President Biden's approval rating is at only 41%. Only 37% of Americans approve of his handling of the economy. I said this in our staff meeting today. I feel like I've been noting this for 3 years. President Biden is out there heralding such and such, and the American people disapprove overwhelmingly. 3 years in, we're still having this conversation.
Still having the conversation because the connection isn't happening.
So it's not happening because it ain't happening.
But they're still making.
You can't connect to what ain't happening.
Nope. I can't figure out whether they're saying the people are dumb or that Biden's dumb to keep saying this.
You know, again, that's Jake Tapper, CNN. Everybody knows, not a conservative outlet for ideas or numbers. But 37%. Rick, who are these 37% other than Kamala? Who are these 37% that think that Biden is doing a good job on the economy? Who are these people?
People that just are dyed-in-the-wool Democrats, and so they're going to say something's happening even when it's not. I mean, what would we feel like if a coach kept telling us that he was doing well and his team was winning, and all we had to do was look at the record?
Okay, so
and we look and he's 2-8, and he said, "What's he talking about?"
Right. So
everybody
listen,
loves me. I'm 2-8,
playing great. Why can't we do this? What if you say, okay, I'm a Democrat, but I don't think the president's doing a good job on the economy. He needs to change and do this.
Right.
What's wrong with that? There's been times, George H. Bush, Republican, the economy wasn't moving as quick as we wanted it to. Of course, some of this is cyclical anyway. It's going to go up and down no matter what they're doing. And if it's down, it's going to go up. If it's up, it's going to go down. You just got to get used to that and play some of that out. But then there's other things they do that helps to amplify that or dampen it. So
can I tell you
37%. I would like to see this.
I think I
just
found
have a general conversation with them.
I think I found them.
Other than Kamala.
Here they are. Here's the 37%. It's another
Who?
story. Subway says a staggering 10,000 people signed up to legally change their names to Subway.
Right, to go into the drawing.
Right.
So and if you changed your name, you got sandwiches for life.
So if I'll change my name to Subway, I may think the economy is doing great.
That's
10,000 people signed up. And they're going to have to draw.
10,000 people. And all they're going to get are free sandwiches for life.
And you only get
you've
like
changed
one,
your
you
name
only get
to
one a
Subway.
week, Rick.
You've changed your name to Subway.
Didn't last year they do it where you had to get a tattoo?
I don't want to eat that many sandwiches. I eat Subway maybe a handful of times a year.
Subby.
Yeah, I get plenty of Subway. I don't need this.
I mean, meatball sandwich is pretty good.
Well, keep in mind, Bubba, that I've legally changed my name, and I'm 1 in 10,000 of even winning. Now I'm just stuck with the name Subway.
Do you remember when they tried this a couple of years ago? They didn't get that many people, did
No,
they?
well, again,
I don't remember.
You were looking for the
They do different
37%.
things.
I think I found
Yeah.
the 37%.
There you go.
Your phone calls are next on any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll come back and we'll chat with you. And we'll wrap up the hour and we'll look at any headlines or stories or audio or video clips we may have missed on the live show today. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At first he mentioned broke rib, but then they show him up there dancing and singing. Everybody's going to say, there's no broke rib here.
Right.
But again, and again, the footage of the people, Rick, there were people mobbing him wanting his autograph,
Greg,
which had probably never happened before.
I heard the timeline guy mention some scrapes and some bruises. So did his friends have to scratch him and punch him a couple times?
There's a rumor that he got in a fight with his better half, for lack of a better term, or whatever. His
partner?
Yeah. And then, of course, he said that wasn't true, but I don't know. Because I got news for you. If them big muscular guys would have really attacked him, he'd have been in a lot worse shape. Did you see the two guys?
Yeah, they're big. Yeah. They're there. I can see them right there buying the stuff, Greg, in HD quality.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, like Bubba said, can the picture be any clearer than that?
Yeah,
I know you're impressed with that, Bubba.
I've seen
It's like they're
school
posing.
day photos, not that good. Really. You talking about somebody got a good camera and a good location? That's it.
Hey, Laurie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to Z93. What's going on?
Hi. Well, I just wondered if you guys had heard about and what your take was on that woman that's supposedly from Alabama that joined ISIS.
Yep.
Several years back, and now she has a kid now. She married 3 different guys in the ISIS army, and now she wants to come home. And they're trying to make, and she was young. She's only like 19, but they're trying to make it that, she was enticed online, and now she regrets it.
Yeah,
back and all this.
Yeah, we have an update on that. According, we did talk about that story, Laurie. Thanks for bringing it up. And we even had someone who called. Now, we don't know the truth of this, but the person claimed that they actually went to high school with her, and she had these feelings of anti-America and all of that, and that's why she wanted to leave. So she is certainly, it seems, regretting that decision, as I would guess. We think we don't
Rick,
know.
she actually put it was on Twitter, I believe, for people to go on drive-bys and spill blood.
Right.
While she was here.
Right.
So she obviously has some hatred toward Western civilization for whatever reason. But the State Department has revoked her citizenship. She cannot come back.
Yeah, that request as of right now has been denied, and I understand that we all should be open to redemption and grace and mercy on a spiritual standpoint, but on an earthly standpoint, there are consequences to decisions because, in all fairness, if I'm at the State Department, why am I supposed to believe? Now, I could certainly see how a young person would make a mistake and gets there, and now men are passing you around, and when your husband gets killed, you get passed to another guy, and they're having babies and all this, and you're like, hey, this was not what I don't know what you thought it would be, but just a little bit of research on the plight of women under Sharia law should be enough to go, as bad as it is here, you think, in your point of view, it could be worse. But how do we know that she's not just completely radicalized, and this is a ploy for her to come back into our country and commit some kind of terrorist act? Now, some of you may be saying, oh, Rick, now that's mean. I don't know what her motives are. And if I'm at the State Department, and my heart breaks for her family, my heart breaks for people who love her, and I know they want an opportunity to reconcile their relationships with her, and I certainly would love for that to be able to take place. But I also have to put on the shoes of the State Department and look at this and go, now, what do we know what to believe? You were radicalized. You said death
by your own words.
Yeah, you said death to America. You went and joined ISIS. You called for, like Bubba said, drive-by shootings and death to Americans. Now you're saying, hey, I was kind of young and dumb, and now I want to come back to America. Then that's not going to be a simple process, and sadly, rightfully so. Because now the State Department's got to think about the well-being of the citizens of this country.
Well, it's treason to begin with,
right?
Which you could be charged with. And second, how do we know that you're not still radicalized and just coming back as a plant here, as a spy, someone who's going to come and radicalize other people or come and commit acts of terror? We don't. I mean, by your own words, your own actions, you're an enemy combatant right now. So it appears that, and again, I do feel for the family, Rick.
Sure.
I understand that completely. But as it has been pointed out, the family seems to be gearing up with legal representation, expecting her to face a criminal trial. But the problem is you're talking about war crimes here. So that's a whole different thing, whole different set of rules.
That's a little different than I was a runaway and now I want to come home.
Yeah. Would y'all be okay with gaining citizenship back, but imprisonment. So a family has access to her on those kind of things here in the States, and she's in jail for however, probably her life. But I think that would even be a better situation than the current situation she's in.
So I guess
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. If you want to call us, Helmsy taking some of those. There's a few people on hold. We'll get to some of your calls, and if you want to join us, you can. A couple of clips though that we're going to play before we're done. Love Washington D.C. lecturing the whole wide world. Some of the front runners on demonizing law enforcement and police forces, and they're awful, they're terrible, they're horrible people. We'd be better off if we just fired them all and got, I guess what, to community police and counselors to help those that are struggling. Well, this is going to be interesting. The D.C. Council has now asked for a little help because of how horrible it has become as the violent crime in the nation's capital is going through the roof. And here is a quick clip.
I have spoken with the D.C. National Guard. And while I have to have more conversations with the chief of police, which I have today, and the mayor and my colleagues, we have a long way to get there. We just know that police alone is not getting it done.
Well, y'all kind of made that. Yeah, y'all kind of make the job tough on the police when you reduce their numbers and vilify them.
Yep.
And
your statement is just the police won't get it done. That's right.
Yep.
You don't have enough.
Right. So now they're
sharp.
Now the crime is so out of hand in D.C. they want the National Guard. Well, I thought bringing in people to enforce law and order doesn't work.
Right.
I mean,
they didn't want that.
You got rid of them. You had too many.
Because they're actually mean to people who are breaking the law.
Hurt people's feelings.
National Guard will have to be mean to them, too.
A funny one before we wrap up this hour, too. If you're going to have a guard dog, don't pick a golden retriever.
No.
Right.
Not the best breed as guard dogs. And you'll see this when in California, a bicycle thief has a pretty easy job getting the golden retriever to let him have the bike. So here we go.
Yeah, I don't think.
Can I turn this down?
Use 30 seconds
it's okay.
clean.
Okay. Here's a golden retriever coming out.
Hi, buddy. No, we don't want to do that.
The dude was stealing a $1,300 bike.
Yeah, well, he just stealed it right out of the garage.
So he comes back in and pets the dog.
You're so cool. Come here. Because you're the coolest dog I've ever known. I love you, too. You're a sweetheart. How long you come home with
See, look, he's rolling over.
Rolling over.
No, leave your garage open.
Yep, there you go.
So he took time to play with the dog.
Then he just gets on the bike and leaves.
Of course, he took enough,
and the dog's like, "You're awesome."
He took enough time to play with the dog. They were able to ID him.
Yeah, correct. Of course, he's going to jail. Yeah, but still, or probably not. Probably pay a fine.
I like how he said your owner shouldn't have left the garage door open.
He said, "Your dad has so much stuff in here."
Yeah, he shouldn't leave the garage door open.
See, I can't help it
Because some of us we can't help it,
even though it doesn't belong to me.
To the phones we go. If you want to join us, you can at 866 We Be Big. Madison, Mississippi. Hayes is standing by. Hayes, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, good morning. How are y'all?
We're great.
I just emailed Speedy a video. I was scrolling TikTok last night and came across this video. I think Rick will like it. And it's regarding roundabouts. A guy calls in, I guess, to a meteorologist or somebody. A guy calls in and says that roundabouts are the cause of tornadoes because cars going around and around in circles. Y'all have to listen to the video. It's pretty funny.
That's crazy.
I'm seeing it now. I'm emailing it to Adler.
That almost sounds like a Phil Henry call.
It's going to be something.
We'll look into
It's got to be a fake call.
Like the deer. Remember the deer crossing?
I don't know, though. I'm back to the 37% again. Harris out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Harris, go ahead.
Hey guys, huge fan. Been listening to the show for a while. I just have a quick question for you.
Okay.
So not really quick, but so I graduated from Auburn, and I've been in the work field for about 8 months. But for younger guys who have just graduated, what's your biggest advice? Because in terms of if they want to start a business and they're currently have been in the industry and learning every aspect, what advice would you have for any
All right, so
potentially a business owner.
Well, yeah, let me understand the question. So you did have a job, and you do have a job, but you're realizing you would like to just do your own version as opposed to
your own boss.
Yeah, be your own boss. Is that
Correct?
What okay.
It's landscaping. I've been in the landscape industry, hard work, stonework, and turf. So in design, but yeah, I would like to branch out. What advice would you have for people, in a similar situation?
Well, first of all, you got to think to yourself, if I branch out with all the competition in my industry, do I have enough clients that I can survive day one?
Yeah, what makes me stand out, what makes me different is getting their attention.
And you definitely got to sit down with an accountant, and you got to understand the world of how you need to do your taxes now, how you incorporate. You got to get all that in line. But the biggest thing is, you can step out of that world too quick and not have enough clients that go with you, that you don't end up in a better situation. You end up in a worse situation. So you got to figure out, like Bubba said, why should I hire your company versus the company you're currently working for?
And then I think when you're in the business, I think the key is good communications with your customers. If you tell them you're going to be there at 10, be there at 10.
Yeah.
Do them a good job. Do it like it's your own yard, and under promise, over deliver. And I think you will stand out head and shoulders above everybody else.
And be willing to fire people, because bad employees are going to cost you money in the long run, even if you're the one that has to go to work more, until you can get people back in there that you can trust, because nobody's going to care about that company more than you.
Yep.
And don't let people go out and represent you that are going to burn you. And sometimes that's going to mean you're going to have to work a little harder in the beginning. And good people are hard to come by. So back to Bubba's other point, not only have you got to convince clients that you're better, you got to convince those sought-after people in the business that are great to come to work for you, because they're hard to find.
Thank you guys for that. That was very insightful. And I do love hard work, so I'm ready for the journey. Thank you, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Well, good luck to you.
And get real educated on how much the equipment and all that costs. Really, don't be delusional about your overhead.
Yeah.
You got to understand how much cost you're going. Yeah, so that's important.
Good thing my mom is an accountant.
There you go. That'll work.
Put her to work.
Yeah, that'll work. So it's
She'll give you a good rate.
Yeah. Get your website.
Yeah, and that's a good
social media presence.
Yeah, that's a good industry, but
it is.
But there's a lot in it.
I know, and they must be plenty of work because you look at them; they're everywhere.
And no matter what trade you're in, keep adding to your skill set. Keep getting better at what you do.
Absolutely.
It's really easy to find information online now, or just hang out with people that are better than you.
Right.
And keep growing.
Well, that's hard for some of us.
Yeah, right. And don't be hard-headed and continue to do things that aren't going well for you, saying, well, if I just try that one more time, it'll go better.
That didn't work.
Yeah, once something looks like, because like you get in your mind, I bet that would be, help our company, and you realize, oh, wow, that actually went the other way. That actually cost us more than it brought in. It's a learning process. And remember, and Bubba, you've made this clear so many times, and I know that can be scary for you, but there's no one, I'm talking about not one person that is successful that doesn't have a resume of failures.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to have those.
Yeah, you're going to have losses.
Success is built on a stack of failures usually.
So if you know this is what you've been called to, and you know you're good at it, if you get your legs knocked out from under you when you first step out there, you should get back up and adjust and keep on pushing.
Yep.
But this
you may have to start small and grow.
That's what I do. Yeah. Don't do a soft opening. Don't get in over your head, because then you'll have clients that aren't happy right out of the gate. So kind of ease your way into it. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, we hope you have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. If you've missed some of the show, go get the archives. They're available on the YouTube channel and podcast channel.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.